Hello, everybody. Welcome to another fantastic day for Pokemon. In fact, it's always a good day for Pokemon, but today is a particularly special one. We have another fantastic challenge here at the Nexus. The Saints are so gracious in allowing us to do these events. I'm so excited to do another one, and I'm so excited to have this gentleman here with me. We got Owen Mantha. I am Daniil Brown, and we are going to be bringing you the action to the best of our abilities here today. And speaking of today, how are you doing today, Owen?
I'm feeling great. I mean, not actually, because I'm kind of a little bit sick. Same with you. We're not really doing that great on the desk today. But, you know, in terms of, like, what's actually happening today, the event, I'm feeling pretty confident, feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it, too. Pokemon is just something that has such a nice, warm place in my heart. I always tell people it is probably one of the greatest competitive strategy games, 10 times more complicated than chess.
Oh, 100%. If you play chess, come on.
You're slow. You're falling behind.
Pokemon's where it's
at. Come on. And one of my favorite things to do with Pokemon, and we were doing it for about like an hour and a half, and I'm realizing it just beforehand.
Yeah, a little bit, like a long time, actually.
I'm just realizing now we were literally sitting for like an hour and a half.
We're just yapping about Brute Bonnet for a bit, but yeah.
A little bit, yeah. Hey, so there's some whispers that we might be seeing a lot of psychic types here today. And one thing I was thinking about was like, okay, well, if we're going to see a lot of psychic types, what can we see dealing with it? And he very succinctly explained why all of my suggestions wouldn't work. But we also have, of course, the FNC House of Cards out here today making this event possible. So a lot of love and support for them coming out and making this work. And look at the beautiful trophies, the Saints eSports Club trophies for the first, second, and third place. Of course, you got the Bidoof there as well. Not sure if the winners are going to be getting those, but they're at least happy to be next to those trophies.
Yeah, for sure. We didn't have trophies the last time we came around. Obviously, we did yesterday. We weren't on the desk yesterday. But last time we did this sort of broadcast, this tournament, they didn't have trophies. So it's kind of nice to see, you know, it all come full circle. I'm pretty stoked, pretty excited. You mentioned you touched on what we might see, right? Because obviously yesterday, if you guys didn't watch, didn't tune in, we did see a lot of like Psy Spam teams. What are you sort of excited for, Daniil, or what are you planning on seeing?
Well, personally, this isn't very exciting for me because, as you can see, I like Ghost type Pokemon, and they don't do very well.
I couldn't tell. I really couldn't. No.
They don't do very well against Psychic types, so I'm not going to get to see my favorite, my beloved.
What do you mean they don't do well against Psychic types?
I'm pretty sure they're double weak to it.
Well, no, they're
not. They're weak to Psychic.
We talked about this.
We came to
listen. Ghost type hits a Psychic type super effectively. Psychic type does not do the same.
I misread the chart then.
Yeah,
we're gonna figure this out after we go to a break. But as we can see in the pit, we got a lot of people here today. We got 30 entrants.
Yeah.
That is, hey.
That's the most we've had so far.
That's a lot. This is the most we've had so far for sure. We got a lot of people here in that room with the red light above. That's where we're standing. Just a little fun factoid. But again, here's the trophy. 30 participants all here fighting for the points to get invited to the Worlds. And everyone here is going to be bringing their A game to make sure that they make a mark in history.
You know what's something I just noticed?
What?
We got a lot of Bidoof lovers.
Yeah.
Did you not see the plushies out on the stage? They got 2 Bidoofs. We got one right here. This is even ours. We just stole this.
It's like
we went to the dollar store and took this off their shelves. We said we bring it back, but
we didn't steal anything. Okay,
but just kidding.
As you know, a lot of Gen 4 lovers here. I think in our age range, Gen 4 is like the one we grew up with. So I'm definitely impartial to Generation 4. Empoleon.
I personally didn't. Like I initially was playing like gold and silver, like not heart gold, soul silver, like gold and silver, like on the Game Boy. But like for me as a kid, black and white, that was my thing.
You know, I didn't play 4.
I didn't play Gen 4 until I was 20.
I
didn't play Gen 4 until I was 20.
You know, something that's heartbreaking for me is Gen 4. I didn't get to experience probably like the most incredible parts of it, like the end game, because I got stuck on like the last part where you have to go to that last city, but there's a guy who's like, you can't go there. The electricity's gone. And I literally spent like the better part of my childhood trying to figure out how to get past that, and I never could. And even now, I still don't know what you're supposed to do. I Googled it, I don't know. But for some reason, I'm just cursed. I can't go over there.
This feels like a you problem, dude.
It is quite literally a me problem.
Yeah.
But what I also want to be a me problem is sifting through all of the Pokemon battles that we're going to be seeing here today. But as everybody's getting sorted out and settled in, we are going to throw it to a quick break and let everybody have a chance to really lock in and focus and figure out how they're going to take their next battles. So, Owen, let's see if we're going to find incredible battles up later, but we'll see everyone else very soon after this break.
See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. You're not doing it with me. It's not as grand as
You didn't tell me you wanted me to do this, Matt. Come on. I need comms. Come on.
We got good comms here on the desk, and I am one of your hosts here today. I'm Daniil Brown, also known as Brantley, joined by Owen, also known as Hybrid Mantha. We're getting ready for the Swiss round one. It's okay.
Sorry, I dropped my team sheet.
It's a team sheet.
Sorry.
And speaking of team sheet, you know what? This is a good segue into what we're about to see and what we're about to witness here in Game 1 on the pools, the Swiss pools bracket, whatever you want to call it. We have the first round coming up. We're going to have Tyler Levine versus Luca Tragoat, and it's going to be an incredible battle. I'm blown away because the first Pokemon we both saw on this team sheet on Tyler's side is a Blastoise.
Yeah, some interesting choices obviously right here. Tyler is bringing in a Blastoise, has a Metagross, so obviously some like decent, but just a little bit weird choices. Tyler is bringing in a Blastoise, but doesn't have any Rain Setters on
has Rain
the team.
Dish most notably. So Rain Dish, if you're not aware, it does heal you, I believe, 1/16th per turn, or it's either 1/8 or 1/16th per turn while you're out in rain. But with no Rain Setters, I feel like it's more of like this Pokemon's more like a leech. You try to let it.
It's more to like try and play off of, I guess, other maybe like rain teams and whatnot. It's an interesting pick, and we'll see how they sort of play into it. What's up?
Sorry, it's kind of like how with your Fergaraf you run expanding terrain without running any
expanding force. Yeah, that is true. On my team that I do use, I run a Fergaraf. Instead of using Psychic, I use expanding force. I don't have any Psychic terrain like Pokemon on my team, but it's like 10 less base power. It's not that much of a trade-off. And if like expanding, if Psychic Terrain does to come out, then boom, I win.
The obvious, I'll go to your next point after this, but just on the Blastoise point, obviously, like a better or the most standard choice would probably be the Wellspring Ogerpon, but that doesn't have Icy Wind, which this Blastoise does. Rapid Spin as well, Flip Turn, sorry. Flip Turn and Icy Wind, I feel like are both pretty decent moves here that cause problems. We're both talking about the kind of Pokemon we favor in our lineups. Oh, we're getting into the battle immediately. I was so lost in your eyes over there, I didn't even notice, but we're going to see the battle right away with the Blastoise leading off. It is something that you have to pay attention to. Leaving it to do its own thing will end up causing problems to your team. That Icy Wind will be an issue.
Yeah. Urshifu immediately goes for the U-turn. This matchup probably doesn't fare pretty well for them. So, U-turns, pivots, tries to get back out. We'll see what they kind of lead for. They lead with going back to King Gamut. So, pretty good switch right there. Obviously, you don't want that Urshifu single strikes to go up against that Metagross. It's not really a good, favorable matchup for them. Psychic Fangs comes out, and Amogus is pretty low, but it's fine that Citrus Berry is going to come in and heal it up for a good portion of damage. A good portion of health. Blastoise with the Icy Wind for that speed control, but you do have to keep in mind Amogus and King Gamut are probably the slowest Pokemon on the field anyways. So the speed control doesn't really matter too much in that aspect.
Yeah, but naturally, with the King Gambit, it is actually going to be boosting its speed, which now actually might be outspeeding. The Spore is going to go onto the Metagross, which could be a problem if you are Tyler. Some switch outs, maybe you want to start seeing to come out, but I'm not sure what the most optimal play here is. I think both of these players are still relatively unfamiliar and unsure with what their opponent's going to want to do, so they're still just trying to play and feel it out right now. Yeah,
the first game of the set, you kind of want to feel out, see what your opponent's going to do. You don't want to give them your entire game plan just right away. You want to sort of feel out how the set is going to play out, right? So we'll kind of see what's going on here. Obviously, we saw what Luca's trying to go for. He's trying to go for another sleep onto the Blastoise, trying to go for the Kowtow Cleave on the Metagross. So we'll see what comes through here. Obviously, Metagross is not going to come back up. Flip Turn comes out through Blastoise. Blastoise is going to pivot out. So we'll see what comes in for them.
I'm slowly loving this Blastoise pick more and more. I think it offers something very unique. With that Flip Turn, Icy Wind, etc. Now you have the Incineroar coming out, which is going to be boosting the King Gambit's attack.
Yeah, this is definitely a very strange pick to happen. Obviously, Defiant is gonna just take full advantage of that Incineroar to come out. Of course, the Incineroar comes out to sort of get that damage off onto the King Gambit. You don't want King Gambit to sort of spiral out of control. So it makes sense. You know that King Gambit's going to target Metagross. You come in. It does get that attack boost, sure, but I don't know if it's... Look at that. Safety goggles.
I've been saying
Boom.
I've
Beautiful.
Been saying it. Yes. Goggles on Incineroar. I think our first cast was like, why aren't people doing that? We're seeing it now.
We're seeing it now.
I love it. It's such a good move. It helps allow your Incineroar to actually have an effect outside of just it setting Intimidate. Being able to use the other moves is a big part of what makes this Pokemon so strong. Now we're going to see the Fluttermane coming in, and I think here we're going to start seeing some action coming out on the side of Tyler with that King Gambit so heavily boosted. I think it's already at max attack.
Well, it's not at max attack. It's at 2 times boost of attack. But that's still a good
boost, I think.
Pardon?
It's a sharp boost per stat lowered, so it's got the speed lowered and it got the attack lowered, so it might be at 4. I'm not sure.
Well, you have to think it gets lowered, so it gets a sharp boost, but it only counts as +1. So it's at +2.
Okay. In any case, it's strong.
Yeah, math wasn't your strong suit in high school, for sure.
Definitely not. Pokemon was, and that's part of the reason why math wasn't my strong suit.
So the Incineroar, like, sorry, if you, my bad. The Incineroar pick coming out here is obviously great, you know. Both Pokemon on the field are super weak to Incineroar, so you don't want to, you know, obviously the Arcanine is going to come out too. Intimidate is going to go on both the Incineroar and the Fluttermane. Going to also get that quad resistance to Incineroar as well.
Yeah.
One thing I like about, you see the Fluttermane going for Protect, see King Gambit going for the Protect. That's a smart move. Obviously, you don't want the Heat Crash, right, to come through, or Flare Bits they're running. Sorry. The Fluttermane, though, I wanted to touch on the Fluttermane pre-game. We just didn't get really a chance to. Fluttermane, speed booster, right? Has oh my gosh, I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Has, oh my gosh, I'm tripping. I'm trying to find like its moveset. I just can't see it. Oh, right there. There we go. Calm Mind, Protect, but 2, it's just trying to lean into like being super offensive for that Fluttermane, right? Yeah. You got the speed boost, you got the Calm Mind, so it's going to hopefully try and take advantage of that. Hopefully both Pokemon do lean into the Incineroar, as you sort of kind of see. That's not going to happen, right? King Gambit's going to lean into the Fluttermane. The Fluttermane's going out, going into the Blastoise.
Oh, he's back.
It's your favorite Pokemon.
One of them. War Turtle's is more of my favorite, but with this Blastoise coming back out, that would be a double weakness on the Water-type moves against the Arcanine Hisui. Parting Shot is going to lower its stats as the Incineroar switches out. This is I like this team. You're seeing a lot of switching out coming through here. The Fluttermane is going to be coming back in off of the Parting Shot from the Incineroar, and we're going to see now. I think your point to before about targeting the King Gambit was smart and not targeting it because it's the most likely target. Eventually, you're going to have to want to do something about it as you lose your Blastoise now to the Kowtow Cleave with this boosted attack on this King Gambit. It is quite a big threat so far. With the Incineroar coming out, it's going to lower one stat, but it's going to boost the attack stat even more now, and this King Gambit is going to be even scarier. Both Pokemon on the side of Luca's side are really, really healthy. There's not a lot of stuff you can do to kind of chunk them out immediately. Fluttermane is probably your strongest attacker here, and it's going to be very vulnerable to both these Pokemon.
Luca's pretty much got this game in the bag. I think Tyler was too worried about pivoting too much and not worried about like the damage output. I do like I said, the Fluttermane having Calm Mind there for the setup, right? But you don't have any Pokemon for redirection. Actually, you do. You have the Amoonguss, you have the Hydrapple. Oh, that's on Luca's side. Sorry. They have for Tyler, has no redirection Pokemon, right? So Calm Mind is a cool strat. It is a good strat for the most part, right? But if they target Fluttermane, it doesn't really do well.
Yeah.
As you see, Luca wins the battle 4-1. Pretty one-sided.
Pretty one-sided indeed. Did not drop a single Pokemon there. But like we were kind of hinting at before, the first battle is always an information gathering one. You want to play as well as you can, but you don't want to give away too much of your strategies, and you can't play too well because you don't know too much about your opponent's team. You can't make as very efficient predictions as you normally or otherwise would be able to. They don't have the benefit of seeing the team sheets like we do on the battlefield, so it's a little bit riskier of a play, and you have to play pretty conservatively without throwing away your entire game plan.
Well, that's the benefit of the best of 3, right? Exactly. You get the first game to sort of feel it out, and then the next 2, you can sort of change up your strategy, you know, change up your ideas of what you want to do, and then go for it, right? We have Luca, again, like I said, 2 regenerator Pokemon.
Yeah.
It gives you a ton of different options. So it'll be interesting to see how Tyler sort of comes back and, you know, reassesses his game plan going into this next game.
I'm interested to hear your thoughts on what we might be seeing next for Tyler into this next game. I feel like the Pokemon, there is the idea there, but I felt like there wasn't a lot of substance. There wasn't leading to like a major Pokemon to kind of set your game plan in motion. It was just a lot of not necessarily support, but fluff. I feel like when we're seeing the next round, what Pokemon do you think we're going to be seeing switched out, if any? I think we most likely going to be seeing the Landorus.
I think you'll see the Orlando Eye. I think you might see the Metagross maybe come back as well. I'm not too sure specifically. I don't think Blastoise really did anything that well.
Yeah.
If you bring back King Gambit, Icy Wind doesn't really like benefit you
at all.
It doesn't really help. That Icy Wind turn didn't really help you that much because Amoonguss is super slow and tanky, so it's going to take that damage. And like if King Gambit comes out, cool, I get a +1 speed boost. This is amazing for me.
So I was wrong. So that's contrary. Contrary is where whatever would be reversed will be boosted instead. Define is anytime a stat's lowered, you get a sharp boost to your attack. So that's speed reduction.
Yeah, but you get a sharp boost. You get lowered, but then you get a sharp boost. So it inevitably ends up just being +1.
Right. No, but the speed lowering didn't raise the speed. It just raised the attack ×2. So yeah,
wait,
that's what I'm saying.
It always raises attack.
It's always the attack. It's not the speed that's getting
we're a bit silly.
So that King Gambit was really strong. As we're seeing the first turn coming out here, the grassy terrain already set up. The Rillaboom was one of the Pokemon I was expecting to see on the side of Tyler, and we are seeing the Landorus.
Yeah.
So hey,
complete switch up on Tyler's side, right? Didn't even bring Lando Eye or Rillaboom last game, and now brought both of them and leads with both of them. So pretty good switch up. On the side of Luca, though, Luca brings out Chen Pao, brought out Urshifu, and then immediately swaps it back out. The Chen Pao is going to be super dangerous to Lando Eye, especially if they choose not to Terrasilize. Tyler goes for the Terrasalization on Lando Eye, though, with the... sorry, that's the Ghost-type Terrasalization, right? Or is that Poison?
That looks like
that's Poison. Yeah, that's Poison. Chen Pao goes for the Protect. Pretty self-explanatory. And yeah, we did forget to mention, Luca did bring out the Hydrapple. So, pretty nice.
Yeah, the Hydrapple is one of the weirder mons that we don't get to see very often. The Fickle Beam.
Oh my god, the read on that. Lando Eye goes for the Sludge Bomb. Hydrapple comes out and takes so much damage right there.
It's brutal. Yeah, the grass typing here not going to be very helpful in resisting that. Landorus is now with that Poison Terrasalization, you're going to have to completely change up your offensive strategy here. Ice typing isn't going to be very effective at, chunking it down. Your Chen Pao went from being a huge threat to just being another Pokemon on the field. Rillaboom, of course, still going to be facing that threat. Ice Spinner's
You say that, though, but Ice Spinner comes out, and Rillaboom's going to just get knocked out right there. You got to remember, Chen Pao is one of the strongest Pokemon 100%. In the format, just in pure attacking power.
I just feel like this Landorus is a bit more of a threat right now. That's my point.
Very true. The Sludge Bomb is going to come through, obviously take out the Hydrapple. Hydrapple's not going to be able to live on 30 HP for sure. Hydrapple falls. Now we're pretty even, as we're, 1 for 1 traded. Everyone has 3 right now. Luca probably should bring out, I would say bring out the Urshifu, especially because Amoonguss, again, is resistant to Sludge Bomb. Sort of. I would have brought out the Urshifu. What were your thoughts?
I like the Amoonguss here because this allows you to have enough distraction for your Chen Pao to cause some more havoc. And then if they spend a lot of resources to get your Chen Pao, you still have the Urshifu in the tank. Whereas if you have both of them out, you lose one of them, it's not that favorable for you. So the Sucker Punch is going to come out most likely onto that Metagross, and then the Spore maybe for Amoonguss onto the Landorus or anything else. It's using Rage Powder. I like that a lot. I like that.
If you're Luca, though, you really do need to go for the Rage Powder, right? You have Amoonguss who isn't super strong, right? Chen Pao is your strongest Pokemon right here. Obviously, you have Urshifu in the backline, but Urshifu doesn't really do well against Metagross, doesn't do that well against Lando Eye, especially with the Terrasalization, right? So, good move right here, going for that. Sucker Punch comes through. Doesn't do that much damage, though.
Yeah, I think it... Yeah, Colbur Berry on that Metagross is going to reduce the damage that it's going to take there. Amoonguss is going to take some beatings. Sludge Bomb, thankfully, it's going to be able to resist that one, or at least be neutral.
Not fully resist, but neutral.
Yeah, neutral.
8 HP. The Citrus Berry comes out through,
but another turn of Amoonguss we're going to have to deal with. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That's not what you want to see if you are Tyler. Really hoping to get that wiped out. Metagross is not going to be able to resist the Sucker Punch twice in a row here, so it might not go down, but it's definitely not going to be very happy to take this.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think it does have a potential of going down, though. Like, you did have the berry that
is very strong.
Is very strong. The berry did weaken that attack, and it almost did about half. So there is a good chance that it can go down here.
Not if it protects.
Not if it protects. So Metagross going for the protect. The Sucker Punch isn't going to be able to connect, and the Amoonguss is just going to fall, right? Because Amoonguss is way slower than Lando Eye. Lando Eye is going to be able to get that Sludge Bomb, take out Amoonguss.
Right, now we will... Oh, actually, Sludge Bomb going on Chen Pao.
On the Chen Pao. It's very interesting. That's honestly a very smart move, too. Now Chen Pao's just at 1 HP. Can't get anything to go, but Spore comes through. Now Lando Eye is kind of just rendered useless.
Rendered useless, but yeah, it's going to be... It's full HP.
Full
and
HP
it's
is
poison
sleep.
typing, so it doesn't really... If I'm not wrong, I don't think that Luca has any very threatening moves against this Landorus, so he might actually be able to wake up and cause some more havoc. Either way, you have a bigger threat on the field right in front of you in a Metagross, so I don't think you want to be committing turns into the sleeping Landorus right now. It's just more so of a, I don't want to deal with this right now sleep instead of kill sleep.
Well, it's probably the best way to go, to be honest. It's probably the best way to go. But like Lando Eye is probably the biggest threat on the field right now. You don't have any Pokemon that can do super effective damage to it. You don't have a Psychic type. You don't have anybody with any Earth moves or any Ground moves, sorry. But yeah, good sleep move. The Sucker Punch comes through, takes down the Metagross. Good turn from Luca right there. Lando's still going to be sleeping. And yeah, no, pretty solid.
Yeah, Spore, unfortunately, with the Metagross going down, is going to do nothing, but what else is your Amoonguss going to do? It's a Spore machine. Flutter Mane now, coming out on the side of Tyler, and this is where you really have to hunker down and figure things out, because now, with the Dazzling Gleam, which I would be surprised if this Flutter Mane is not running, which, thankfully, it is running.
It's definitely running.
It's going to be wiping the rest of the field, and it's just going to be an Urshifu left on the side of Luca. So you really have to consider your next steps here if you're Luca. What do you want to get out of this turn, and can you reasonably get that option out? I really don't think there is a lot.
I mean, you're really just praying that Sucker Punch does like one hit. Oh, I guess not. Not going for the Flutter Mane. I was gonna say you're really praying that Sucker Punch does like one hit KO Flutter Mane. It does have very low physical defense, so like there's a possibility. But yeah, Dazzling Gleam gonna come out, pick up Chen Pao. Muga still does end up living on. But yeah, no, not a good turn, obviously, for Chen Pao.
And when it comes down to it, the Urshifu coming out here, fighting type moves will not really be able to work on the Flutter Mane, so that's even more of a limited moveset. But the Spore coming out, forcing him to sleep, buys some more time for Luca to figure out how he wants to deal with these two threats. It has a Choice Scarf, so...
It's just off the Urshifu. He's going to be locked into moves. The speed boost doesn't really help, though, because both of them are sleeping, right?
Yeah. So it's a threat. You're really committing to the move that you think is going to help you win the entire game. You have this one turn to figure it out. It's a scary situation, but it's definitely manageable. If the Landorus is not already awake, it will most likely be waking up this turn. It wasn't tracking the amount of sleep turns it had. But oh, look at it. It's
so cute when it's sleeping.
Yes, because you don't have to worry about the nonsense that it throws at you. But as we're seeing the terrestrialization coming onto the Urshifu, it's going to be...
Yeah, it's going to be the water terrestrialization, right? You're going to try to get like as much damage output as you possibly can from the Rapid Strikes. So Rage Powder comes through, and Amoonguss just in case if Lando Eye does end up waking up. So, you know, good move from them for sure. Because like you said, it's been about 2, maybe 3 turns possibly that Lando Eye has been asleep, so this is probably about the time where they're going to wake up. Surging Strikes comes through. It's probably going to pick up the knockout on Flutter Mane. It's going to be very close, but it's going to pick up the knockout on Flutter Mane for sure.
Yeah, that Flutter Mane is gone and out of it with Landorus, the last Pokemon remaining. This is... I really thought it was kind of over when the Flutter Mane came in, but with the careful play that Luca has been making, able to salvage this. Landorus is still asleep. This might just be it.
It might be for sure. What's faster? Lando Eye? Yeah. Okay.
It's over.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Luca takes the set 2-0. Great play from Luca, though, to be fair. That Amoonguss kind of came in clutch towards the end, putting both to sleep. And I gotta say, I despise Amoonguss.
I despise it as well, and your amount of despising Amoonguss is rubbed off on me, so we both kind of despise it even more. It's such a strong Pokemon, and you can see here how it worked out in this favor.
Yeah, and now you see, you know, both two competitors saying GG's to each other, going to go on to their next match now. Great sportsmanship for sure. What was your favorite part about this match, though?
I want to say the Blastoise, but I didn't get to really see it do anything. Like we were talking about before, now we actually have time to yap, as both we love yapping.
We love yapping. Yapping is our specialty.
You're going to endure it now. So I'm a big fan of generalists in Pokemon, and I feel like Blastoise is one of them. That Blastoise being able to just sit there and continually dish out annoyances.
Yeah.
Again, it's not an Ogerpon. It's not an Incineroar. It's not a huge major threat. So your opponent's not likely to sit and commit a lot of important things to getting rid of it, which allows it to be even more of a problem. Because it realistically, dealing with the Blastoise is not a very smart thing to do. Like, there are bigger threats, but
yeah,
it's kind of like a support mon in the sense that it makes life easier for your actual threats, but it's still causing problems directly instead of, you know, just taking hits. So Pokemon like that and the way they're used, I really like that kind of play style, but we didn't get to really see it flourish because that first turn where it's Icy Winding a Defiant King Gambit, it's just what can you really do? It's an Amoonguss King Gambit start. It's never gonna work in your favor in that sense.
It was also just a super niche pick as well. It was kind of like a how do you say, like a counterplay pick towards like other rain teams, you know?
Leech. I call it leeching.
Leeching. Okay, cool. Well, we'll call it's a leech pick to other rain teams. It's interesting to see that it did come out, right? This Blastoise is very tanky, obviously super tanky. Doesn't have that crazy of damage output, you know, compared to other mons like you see all the time, like Ogerpong and whatnot. Doesn't have like super high damage output on that aspect, but you know, its whole job, it wants to like stall. It wants to protect. It wants to flip turn. It wants to try and pivot and try and get out. But I feel like there's way better pivot mons that you can be using, right? Like you have, like for example, Incineroar.
Are there?
You have Incineroar on your team already, right?
But it takes so much more from so much more. Like it's a lot squishier. Is my point. The Blastoise is able to take a lot more than an Incineroar can, or maybe I'm wrong on that in this format. What are your thoughts on that?
Ogerpong.
Yeah, but Incineroar is
Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, but okay, sure. Yeah, grass type move.
No, it would
be water type.
It's dependent. It's dependent on what mask you hold.
Okay, but yeah, everyone's Wellspringing, so it would be a water type move.
Not everybody. It's either like Wellspring, Heartflame. Yesterday, like, you know, to what you're saying, we saw some teal Ogerpong, which is a pretty off like niche pick. We saw Cornerstone Ogerpong yesterday.
Oh, what type is that one?
That's the rock type one.
Okay.
So for those who don't know, Ogerpong Cornerstone has Sturdy, but it doesn't really get the chance to use Sturdy, right? Because it's super bulky.
Yeah.
So it kind of just has a useless ability. Yeah. Until you draw slice and you get like defensive boost or whatever, but it's just like there's better Ogerpong out there for sure.
Wellspring seems to be the favorable one because again, water is such a great defensive typing. It's so much more flexible than the other more specific ones. You know, it's not weak to fighting like the Cornerstone one.
And it's just like it's such a like versatile Pokemon, right? If you want to go on the defensive super supportive side, you can go Wellspring. If you want to go like high damage output, obviously you can have the Hearthflame Ogerpong. It just really depends on like what role you want Ogerpong to fit on your team.
Yeah, and that brings me back full circle to my initial point about Tyler's team and why I like it so much is it feels like a very generalist team. There's not a lot about that team that's very specific to a specific play style, but it allows you to kind of adapt and play around your opponent in any given situation and feel comfortable doing so. So it has a Blastoise, Incineroar. Incineroar is always good. Landorus with the poison terrestrialization and throwing out a Sludge Bomb. Like, who does that? But it worked, and it allows you to do a lot. It didn't end up winning that set, but it came very close. Fluttermane, just solid special sweeper. Rillaboom, I'm not too, Fake Out, the grassy slide and stuff like that. It's just a strong Pokemon you have to deal with. It is definitely good, but when I think about the generalist Pokemon, it's not the one I'm looking at, but I love the Metagross pick. I love the Metagross. Again, I wasn't paying too much attention to it, and again, when I say I love it, I don't necessarily mean it was the greatest for the matchup, but I really like the idea that you're going for. Just solid, skirmishy, like that's you're comfortable fighting in any circumstance. That's the kind of team that I really like, and I feel like Tyler's team didn't have the chance to really put that like in the spotlight, but it worked out very well.
Okay.
As well as it could have.
For sure. Anyways, it was great watching that game, but we are going to head to a break, and hopefully very shortly we'll be back to you with the next game. See you guys soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now in the Swiss round 2 after that exciting first match between Tyler and Luca. You know, I was hoping the Blasters would be a little bit more effective, but it wasn't that effective, obviously showing the strength of that standard team format. Luca taking that battle 2-0. Owen, what were your thoughts on that match overall?
The thoughts are it shows why Ogerpong is probably one of the most used Pokemon in the format.
Yeah.
I mean, Blastoise, it came and did its job. It did its job very poorly.
Yeah.
It did its job very poorly.
Yes.
You know, like we were talking about how they were running a Flutter Mane and how they had Calm Mind Flutter Mane. You know what would have been really great? If they had some form of redirection. You know what brings redirection? Wellspring Ogerpong,
and
who also is a water type, and quad resist water. You know what I'm saying? You get where I'm going.
Which is honestly, funnily enough, the Blastoise did the opposite of redirection because that's flip turn.
Because it just has flip turn. So it just
put something else
it
in its
didn't
place.
redirect. It just pivoted. So it could have done a better job. You could have like brought out the Ogerpong and paired it with the Flutter Mane, get the Calm Mind off, and then Dazzling Gleam win the game. But yeah, no, it was an interesting take to see the Blastoise come out. But it did as I expected it to do.
Yeah, did about as I expected it to as well. Not as what I was hoping for, though.
Yeah.
Because like we were mentioning before, I won't stick on the point too much longer because we have a lot more action coming up. I love the generalist Pokemon kind of play style, and that one would have fit very well in a different
Sub-generalist for bad Pokemon, and that's what Daniil likes.
Basically, like Pokemon that can find a niche where other Pokemon generally do it better, but this one does it in a very specific way that those Pokemon can't, and I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. But complete opposite of a generalist Pokemon, you keep mentioning the Ogerpon. For those at home, what makes this Pokemon such a strong thing that you need to be able to deal with? Most specifically, the Wellspring Ogerpon. That seems to be the more popular one, but of course the other variants as well.
Yeah, Wellspring is a little bit more bulky than the other types. Wellspring with special defense and stuff like that. With the Terrestrialization boost, you get special defense boost. It's quad resistant to any water types. So with Wellspring Ogerpong coming...
grass water, so...
Yeah, grass water. Since Wellspring Ogerpong has came into the meta and stuff like that and came into being, like, you know, able to be used, it sort of brought down Rapid Strike's Urshifu's usage a ton. Obviously, because, like, if you have Rapid Strike's Urshifu come out, boom, use water moves, it doesn't do anything.
Kicking.
I wish they can see. I'm, like, doing, like, ooh, like the kicks that Urshifu
But it does,
does.
like, with the fist.
No, but it
like
kicks.
That.
It's rapid. Like, with the kicks, with the Rapid Strike's Urshifu, it kicks.
Oh, okay. I thought, well, Surging Strikes.
Yeah, because it's just one punt. It's okay.
Anyways,
this guy
kicks.
doesn't even know anything.
Kicks. I don't think Urshifu's a kicker, but go ahead.
Okay. But yeah, Wellspring Ogerpong, obviously super specially defensive. It's very good at like I said, redirection with Follow Me. It's a super good supportive Pokemon as well. And Ogerpong in general is super versatile. You can go defensive and supportive with Wellspring, which with still good damage output, or you can go like super attacking, like focused, go with the Hearthflame Ogerpong. It's a great Pokemon. That's why we see it on like what 90% of teams pretty much
and
across like all different forms.
That's where that flexibility kind of comes into factor. Pokemon that can do a lot of different things and do them all very well are probably the most important, flexible, and popular Pokemon because you can stick them on any type of team and they will find success. Not a lot of Pokemon can do that, but the ones that do are usually the most popular ones, like Landorus, like Tornadus, etc., etc.
Anyways, moving on from that round 1 matchup, we do have the results from round 1, meaning we also do have the matchup that's going to be on stream next. We have Jesse versus Marcus Dion. So it'll be nice to see. We're going to take a look at the team sheets really quick. We also have the results from the first round as well. I don't know if we have some returning names, like Deravone, who won yesterday as well. We have some returning names that we kind of see. Gus, who was my favorite in the last time that we did this broadcast together.
Oh, yeah.
Gus, he was the guy who brought the Arcaludon Rain team and stuff. I don't know what he's bringing today. I tried talking to him, but he was being very, like, secretive with what his strats and stuff like that. We'll get into that kind of stuff later. Let's touch on our matchup real quick. Let's take a look at these team sheets real quick. Touch on Jesse for me real quick.
Yeah, so I kind of laughed a little bit when I first saw the team because it's a lot of Pokemon that we were just talking about.
We were literally just talking about
Tornadus, Landorus, Ogerpon, Wellspring.
Yeah.
These are in my opinion, some of the big three of this format. Ogerpon definitely, Landorus and Tornadus, maybe not necessarily big three, but they are in the orbit. Ogerpon, again, a lot of teams will throw it on, and it's not a thing you splash in, pun intended, just for the heck of it. It is a huge part of your team, but you don't have to stretch your team around it. It will just fit, and it will fit well, and it will do a very good job. You don't have to do too much to accommodate it. So I think that's a big reason why it's such an important Pokemon. And of course, it's on this team, and I think it's going to be a huge part of the success for it. But if you want to touch on Marcus a little bit for us.
Yeah, Marcus is bringing out a Moongus, Rapid Strikes Urshifu, Raging Bolt, Pelipper, Landorus Eye, and a Hisuian Arcanine. So obviously Pelipper coming out to set up the rain to kind of help out Urshifu. Be interesting to see what else it does set up, though. I'm not too sure. It's really looking like it's just like a one Pokemon setup move. Generally, you see like Pelipper. You see other Pokemon that can come in and sort of benefit from. Yeah, because Pelipper is one of his mons. Like, if I see Pelipper, I'm like, okay, cool. Maybe an Arcaludon comes through, takes advantage of like Electro Shot. You know, you got Rapid Strikes. You have one. You have Rapid Strikes Urshifu, and you have like Pelipper. It might be that's probably
Raging Bolt with the
You have Raging Bolt.
It's not even running Thunder.
It is. It's running Thunderclap.
Thunderclap, but not Thunder.
But not Thunder.
Yeah.
That's a missed opportunity.
100%.
That's insane.
Well, hey, you know.
It's an interesting team. And I guess we'll kind of like have to wait and see. Both of these players, what do they kind of do? Marcus went, they both won. So we're at like a 1-1 matchup right now.
Right.
It's very interesting to kind of see. I'm super intrigued to see what Marcus has in store.
For sure. I feel like generally, I don't want to speak too strongly here, but I feel like if you're not running the Thunder on the Raging Bolt, maybe just an Arcaludon would be better.
It's got Electric Web.
Right? Oh, well, Arcaludon probably doesn't learn Electric Web, does it?
No, I'm talking about Raging Bolt. Is Electro Web Snarl?
So it's like more of a...
It's kind of like a more supportive sort of... And like, you can go that way. Raging Bolt is a very... like bulky Pokemon for sure, like
Assault
super
Vest
high
support mon. I love that.
Assault Vest. Yeah, it's rocking the Assault Vest. It's kind of going for like a more supportive side of things. So like, you know, that's kind of the way they're going for it. But it's very interesting to see. Generally, you see Raging Bolt kind of going for high damage output sort of thing, because that's what it's, you know, sort of designed to do. But it's interesting. I'm excited to see this.
I'm very excited to see it as well. I love to see. You're making fun of me for it during the break, but I love to see the more. Again, I'm not sure exactly what the word, but skirmishy type. Like Pokemon that's not going to do an instant, like, one-hit KO move or anything like that. But this Raging Bolt will be a problem if you ignore it. It's not going to completely wipe your team. It's not going to do anything crazy like that. Yeah. But it's a problem that your opponent's going to have to deal with. Terra Bug as well. I think anything come to your mind for the Terra Bug? It's just not...
It's just helped. It's a good defensive Terra type, like we saw it a couple weeks ago, back when we saw like a Raging Bolt on every team. It's a good defensive Terra type, which is what Raging Bolt is trying to do. So I'm excited to see that. Really quick though, before we head into game, I need predictions. I need thoughts.
I mean, I feel like Jesse's team is a lot more standard. It's a lot more straightforward and simple to execute. I feel like there's not a lot of things that can go wrong with your team.
Right.
You just play smart, play around your opponent, you win the set. But I feel like with Marcus's team, it is a little bit more feast or famine. You have to play smart at all points. There is a lot more that can go wrong. Of course, both players have to play smart to win. Yeah. But I feel like a lot more can go wrong. You know, you're running a Pelipper. You know, you're already kind of at a disadvantage.
Right? Pretty much, seeing as it's only helping out one Pokemon.
Right. And even in the sense that it is helping that one Pokemon, it's not even, really. Like, it's giving a little bit of a boost.
Like a little bit of a boost to
like, their
attack.
Is already going to wipe
and we'll see what happens.
As we're heading into the first battle here, we see the leading off. We see the Urshifu and the Arcanine on the side of Marcus, and Jesse with the Tornadus and Landorus getting things started off here, contemplating between the Tailwind and the Bleakwind Storm. Both players here are going to have to do a lot of work to make sure they get the first start here off well, because the first turn's the most important.
Yeah, something to note too is that Landorus is going for Choice Band as well. So it's going for max damage output. Obviously, Landorus is super, super, super strong. I think a base 140 attack on Landorus T.
Okay.
But yeah, Landorus is going to go for the choice band. Interesting pick, though. You don't really see that oftentimes with Lando T. You know, you have the U-turn to sort of pivot out. Lando T tries to be a little bit, not versatile, right? It's obviously super like high attacking power, but you know, you want to get more move variation within your turns. Terastallization is going to come through on the Urshifu right now, going into the water type, and we'll see what this kind of brings out for him.
For sure. I was just thinking a little bit, if you're running a Landorus with the choice band, maybe an Earthquake wouldn't be a bad idea, especially if you're leading it off with the Tornadus. There's not a lot of downsides to it, but we're getting this first turn started off. A switch out for the Landorus. It got the Intimidate off. It did the job, and it's going to come back out now. Ogerpon, I really like that pick. Setting up against the Arcanine, and the Urshifu won't be able to do as much damage, so a very strong start.
This is a beautiful turn. Obviously, because Wellspring Ogerpon has the water absorb, so the Wrap Strikes, like Surging Strikes, isn't going to do any damage whatsoever.
It would heal it too.
Yeah, but Tornadus falls instantly to Arcanine with the head smash.
It did get the Tailwind off, I believe.
Oh my god.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of recoil.
Okay, but I want to say it did the job, but I'm not sure if he wanted it to do that job, honestly.
Yeah.
I feel like, okay, to be fair, well, it's going to be slower. Yeah, it's not going to get to do anything else because the Tailwind is up, and it's already low HP, so it's gonna fall here.
Yeah.
Your Arcanine is basically out, but it is gonna be absorbing a hit because I don't think any of these mons have spread moves. So Urshifu actually getting switched out, gonna be bringing in here Amoonguss.
Yeah, you did talk about spread moves. Arcanine does have Rock Slide.
I meant on the side of Jesse.
Oh, you meant on the side of Jesse. Yeah, not really much of a spread option for him, besides Earthquake on maybe Lando T. But yeah, it's interesting. Oh, wow! Chen Pao goes for the Ice Spinner. It was initially trying to get Ice Spinner onto the Arcanine just to get the knockout, but Lando I comes through, and wow. That's a tough switch in.
It's going to be very hard to deal with, but you're going to have to deal with it one way or the other here. Jesse is making a very smart play. I feel like in hindsight, that is just the smartest way to go for all around. One way or the other, you're happy with the result. Intimidate is going to chip down the attack for that Chen Pao, but realistically, I don't think it's going to mind too much. The Arcanine is already so low. It's going to go for an Ice Spinner on it again, and then the Ogerpon with the Follow Me potentially just to redirect any threats to that Chen Pao. It is a very weak Pokemon, but I really feel like right now it's not facing any threats.
I feel like Amoonguss just clicks Spore here.
I 100%.
I feel like it just clicks Spore. I feel like the way to go is Chen Pao goes Ice Spinner on Amoonguss. Ogerpon, you know what?
Maybe
as I mentioned it, Arcanine's probably going to go E-Speed right now, so it's still going to take damage regardless.
Yeah.
But he's still a Focus Sash, so it's going to live. So I don't think the Follow Me is the play. I do think you kind of double up. You finish off both Pokemon just right away. Yeah, the E-Speed comes through, and it's not going to do that much damage. Well, it does over half, which is still pretty solid, but Chen Pao's going to go pick up off the Arcanine, and Amoonguss probably going to Spore, if I had to guess.
I'd hope so. Pollen Puff onto the Ogerpon. Okay.
Yeah, I guess trying to double into the Ogerpon, just trying to get as much damage as possible.
Oh, maybe it was trying to heal the Arcanine, but got redirected by Follow Me.
But Amoonguss is too slow to get the heal off anyways. Because both Pokemon are like pretty low. They were probably just trying to dish it, double into Ogerpon to try and pick it out, but still lives on 17 HP. It's a good turn from Jesse right now, and now it's just, you know, trying to see how much damage you can really get onto that Urshifu.
The spiky shield, I believe, is going to go on the side of the Ogerpon, but Chen Pao getting switched out. Now with the Urshifu back in action.
It's only a Lando T that can come back in too.
For sure. It's going to do the Intimidate again, so Urshifu is going to be a little bit weakened. But I feel like that's a bit of the downside, is you don't want to commit such a strong hitter for Urshifu to hit something so low like the Ogerpon. But I don't know if it's going to knock out. Okay.
Oh my.
They will knock out the Landorus, even with the reduced attack. So it's not all doom and gloom for Marcus, but it's still going to have to do with this Chen Pao.
Tough switch in after tough switch in.
Yeah.
Every single switch has just kind of gone poorly for both sides. And it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough when you have...
Tailwind is out too now.
Tailwind is out too. But Chen Pao is still pretty fast. Like, Chen Pao is an extremely fast Pokemon, and is probably the fastest on the field anyways. So it's not really going to matter too much for, like, the side of Jesse. I think Urshifu was Scarfed, if I remember correctly. It is Scarfed, so it's probably just going to move first anyways, which is going to be tough. Ogerpon going for the Follow Me. Yeah, that's probably a safe bet. You do want your... what's it called? You do want your Chen Pao living here.
Oh, I just realized the significance of all of that. And that's going to allow the Amoonguss to go down. It's just the Urshifu left. That Follow Me being such a huge play there. That Choice Scarf.
And he's just going to follow me now. He just wins the game.
Yeah.
He just wins the game. He just doesn't follow me and he wins.
That is going to be the first
follow
game
me,
going
no.
away.
Oh, it's fine. It's probably going to cancel the battle anyways.
It's like,
but I mean, you just follow me at that point. He's locked into the moves. I don't think Jesse knows that necessarily. I don't think he knows that he is Scarfed.
That's a good point. Because it doesn't give any text when Pokemon is Scarfed or choice to anything. So you just have to know based off of the difference in
just based off
stats.
the speed.
Right.
Yeah, just based off of how fast he's moving. But if he just went for the Follow Me too, he definitely won. Definitely wins.
I can't
but it is
see how he could lose here, but it's technically possible. We saw some crazy stuff last time.
We saw some crazy stuff the last couple of games, so we'll see.
But I mean, all in all, the way that this battle kind of turned out for both players, like you mentioned, all those tough switches, Surging Strikes is going to be landing on the Chen Pao, actually. And it might take it down.
It will knock it out for sure. It's going to do enough damage to knock out Chen Pao. And now it's just up to Ogerpon to see if Ogerpon can win, which they will win the battle. It's just Ogerpon left over. So even if, like, you know, they can't change a move. So it's just Surging Strikes is going to go into Ogerpon, and it's just over for it.
Okay, right, yes. It is locked in Surging Strikes. Unless it can find a way to cause the healing to damage, it's out of the battle.
Yeah.
So again, this battle going the way of Jesse for the first round. Like you mentioned, I want you to touch on a little bit more, if possible, the way that these switch-ins changed the course of the battle for both of these trainers here. How do you think it ended up causing the flow of battle to change? If there's any specific scenario that you can recall.
It's just tough, you know? Every switch-in was a switch-in for the worst, right? You had Surging Strikes coming in on a switch-in to Land OT, which is obviously not great for Land OT. Land OT just got the Intimidate off and didn't get much uses besides that. You had an Ice Spinner, I believe, on the Lando I. It was just really Landorus who just got completely destroyed just by the switch-ins. It is very interesting for sure. Obviously, the switch-in was for a good reason, but I mean, it just didn't end up going well. It was kind of like a 50-50 switch-in. You had things, other things to worry about too. So it is pretty tough. What do you think, though, we need to see change for the next game?
I feel like Jesse's lineup was just so... I'm trying to find the right word for it. This is where having a Thesaurus on the desk would be very helpful. It also looked very cool. But I think what I'm going to lean towards saying is just like potent. Every turn, Marcus was at risk of something. Marcus was at risk of losing one of his strongest sweepers. Marcus was at risk of getting switched in and losing the advantage. Marcus was at risk of something. So very potent, very threatening team lineup on the side of Jesse. I feel like if Marcus wants to answer it, I think he might want to lean more into, honestly, maybe go for the Rain Dance strat or the Drizzle Pelipper strat and just kind of all in on your own game plan instead of necessarily trying to be flexible against dealing with your opponents. What are your thoughts?
I'm just looking at the Pelipper right now. I'm just trying to see like what it can do. It has Wide Guard to try and block like any sort of spread moves, but I'm not sure if Jesse even has. Sorry, I keep dropping these like team sheets. We don't have enough space with all the plushies going on right here. I don't even think Jesse has any spread moves to sort of benefit off of that Wide Guard, to be honest. Besides like Icy Wind, which won't really do too much. Bleak Wind Storm, I guess it does have some spread moves, but like even still,
it is the lead though. They led with the Tornadus and Landorus before, so if you're leading with your Pelipper, which you'd kind of have to, right?
But that was Jesse who did lead that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, Jesse's the one who has the Lando I and
so
Lando
you could
T and I.
Like Wide Guard could actually matter for the start and give you some time to kind of set things up. But again, with the Urshifu, that's the only one that really benefits off of the rain. I don't know if you want to be leading with that. If you're scared of the threats that your opponent has, you're leading with that with the rain. You might be able to KO one of them. But with that if the Wide Guard does work out in the favor, then it was really good. Like I said, feast or famine.
I do think though, now that you keep bringing it up, honestly, I think it's kind of the lead. I think it is the lead. I think Pelipper or Urshifu is the lead.
I think so.
If they do go with the what's it called, the Tornadus Eye and
it's feast or famine.
Lando T, if they do bring that out,
but if they don't,
it's the lead. But if they don't, it's kind of tough.
Right.
We'll see.
Kind of
like
tough.
we have Wellspring Ogerpong in the back line, who will greatly benefit off of the rain for Ivy Cudgel. It's catch-22. It's really tough.
I'm thinking now. I might have. Okay, I think it's a little bit obvious to me now. You forego Urshifu because Ogerpong's a threat.
Yeah.
And lean more into your Raging Bolt. Potentially, it's not huge.
Okay.
This is where a situation where you wish you did have Thunder, because I feel like this Raging Bolt's more to support.
It is a very strange pick for sure. They're going with the speed control with like Electro Web, but I would assume you would probably want to like bring a Flutter, go Icy Wind if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
Bring another Icy Wind Pokemon.
I feel like the Arcanine might not. I'm not sure, but our thoughts are going to be confirmed here as we see the lead from Marcus is the Pelipper Landorus with the Tornadus Landorus on the side of Jesse. The exact same lead up as we saw in the previous set, but whether or not Marcus has swapped out for either the Raging Bolt or the Urshifu, we're going to have to wait and see as we get into the second battle here. Round 2 of the Swiss bracket. Jesse up 1 game. Pelipper using that wide guard like we kind of contemplated, but will it work out in his favor? The Sludge Bomb from Landers coming out to the enemy Landers. Of course, not very effective. Might have been trying to predict a switch in. U-turn coming out from Jesse. Going to allow the switch to come back out. We're most likely going to see Ogerpong come out thanks to that rain being visible. Exactly what we're going to be seeing. And then that Landorus is going to have the honors for the last turn, unless it might have acted first and done the Tailwind. While oh, no, it's going to go for the Bleak Wind Storm, which is going to get blocked with the White Guard. So a very solid start from both players so far, if you ask me. Maybe not so much for that Landorus using the Sludge Bomb. Didn't end up doing too much, but that Wide Guard call going perfectly.
Yeah, it was a good play from Marcus for sure. The Wide Guard came into into good effect for sure. Maybe leaning into, like we talked about, that Urshifu pick would have been, a good choice, but
find out.
Only time will tell. Landorus comes back out, and will Urshifu come out? It's going to be Arcanine, which is also very strange.
It doesn't do. It's very
strange. It's very strange to take out your, ground type to bring in a Pokemon who's quad weak to your Ogerpong, who's probably going to get terrestrialized right here if we do have to. Yeah, it is going to be Wellspring Ogerpong that does get terrestrialized. It's a very strange switch out, for sure.
Well, this is where my Pokemon playstyle being weird comes into play. Special defense is going to be a huge boost here, but Arcanine being a physical attacker. But with the Ivy Cudgel, it might not even have a chance to kind of play. It's going to go on the Pelipper. It's going to resist it, thankfully. Obviously, being a water type, it's going to be able to resist that, but the Bleak Wind Storm is going to take out that Pelipper. Now, the point I was making before is when I see a Pokemon that's a threat, and if one of my Pokemon might not be that good in the matchup, I just send it out and I just say, go nuts. Do whatever you want. I think he's just setting out this Arcanine right now to just let it wreak havoc and get whatever it can out of it.
Which is a pretty scary switch out for sure, especially if they did try and target for the Landorus. Obviously, the switch out is pretty, it's like pretty obvious. If you're the Lando T, you obviously, or Lando I, sorry, my apologies. You obviously do want to switch out, and maybe they were thinking that they did bring the Urshifu Rapid Strikes in the backline, so that was maybe a solid play, but even still, it was a scary switch in for sure. Like you see now, Urshifu Rapid Strikes is going to come in, benefit off of that rain, but so is Ogerpong.
So is Ogerpong for sure, but that's where I think the Arcanine might come into play. Right now, Jesse's looking down 2 very potent attackers, and you're going to have to deal with both of them at some point, but which one you deal with first might spell doom for some of your Pokemon. Terrestrialization is going to be coming out now. Whether it's going to go on the Urshifu or the Arcanine, it's going to go on the Urshifu, and that's going to be the water type Terra, just to be all the more potent with its attacking. It's going to be a huge threat. Now over to Jesse, it's just going to be doing so much damage. Plus with the rain, considering it now, doesn't have that much time left. Tailwind is going to get used by the Tornadus. Ivy Cudgel is going to be coming up most likely on the Arcanine, yes, and that will most likely knock it out. The Arcanine is gone. That is one less attack that the Urshifu has to deal with, but it's not very favorable for you. This Urshifu is, in fact, running...
It's Scarfed, I'm pretty sure, right?
Scarf, yeah, it's still Scarfed, so... You can't even really use.
This is tough. The Rocky Helmet is going to get that damage on
Surging
the Urshifu Rapid Strikes too. And it hits 3 times. So that's 3 different hits from Rocky Helmet. That's a ton of damage going back onto Urshifu.
And with now Jesse losing his first Pokemon, but with 3 left in the tank, Marcus down to just 2, or just, did the Landers get knocked out? I'm not sure. Is it just the Urshifu? I guess
Lando Eye is still in the back line.
I think it's
Chen Pao is just gonna. This is just a clean sweep on it, honestly, from Jesse.
It's just
Ogrepong goes for like Wood Hammer right now. If they do have, I think they have Wood Hammer. No, they have Horn Leech, right? Either way, like Ogrepong is gonna lean into. Yeah, battle's canceled. It was pretty much just Jesse's just gonna win it.
Yeah,
that's a clean 2-0 sweep from Jesse right there. Amazing play from them. And as we saw, the Pelipper might not have been the best option. It was still brought out, and you know, Jesse did end up just taking advantage of it.
I really do feel like that was I can't even say in hindsight gives you the benefit of clear vision. I'm still not sure what would have been the most optimal play for Marcus would have been there, but that lead might not have been it.
Look, it's our camera boy.
Oh,
it's our cameraman.
Shoutouts to Jace over there leading the camera. But of course, shoutouts to both trainers as well, giving us an excellent battle. We'll be heading into the 3rd round after this one, but while we're still fresh on the mind and with the trophies being shown, what we're really battling here for today, the point I was making just before, you know, I feel like the play there was not very clear, and even now after, with us both having the team sheet,
right,
we can't really decide what would have been the best play. I feel like, not to say the team was built badly, but I feel like this team was just not going to be very good against Jesse's team in all situations. It's just not very good against it.
I still think Marcus could have leaned into something, right? Generally, when you see these like mixed sort of teams, right?
Maybe Among Us.
You do want to have at least a lead that makes sense.
Yeah.
Pelipper and Urshifu coming in like together makes sense. You do want to save Urshifu, right? Obviously want to save Urshifu, right? For the backline, you do want Urshifu to live. You want him to have high HP and stuff like that. But like at least that sort of makes sense. You're at least gonna sort of guaranteeing a knockout, maybe on the Lando Eye that did come out twice.
Yeah.
We didn't really have a consistent lead that just had any sort of oomph to it, you know?
Exactly. Nothing felt comfortable to lead with. Every lead, like the lead that Jesse had, everything felt comfortable. You're not making any risks. You're not making any specific callouts or anything like that.
You have the prankster Tornadus to get up Tailwind, and if not, if you do have Urshifu to come out, or you do have anybody to come out, cool. I have Bleak Wind Storm, amazing, great. You also have the Lando T, Intimidate drop as well. Super strong Pokemon too, and with the extra attack boost from like the Choice Band. And it has quick pivot as well with U-turn. So if it's not a favorable matchup, it can just easily come back out, get some good damage off, and you know, sort of change up for a favorable matchup. I do think Jesse was just a little bit more prepared than Marcus. I think Marcus maybe had some ideas that could have worked, but he just didn't sort of bring it all in together.
Yeah, I think that might be the best way to look at it. The ideas were there, but there was too many risks that needed to be taken for anything to work out in your favor. And when you're playing against such a strong team, as again, this is more standard, this is tried and true, reliable, standard team, when you're bringing something risky against that, it's an opportunity to see why this team is the standard. It just works in so many situations, a lot less room for error, and it will just work out in most of the situations that you have to deal with. Whereas again, Marcus had to do a lot more things to think about. I'm thinking now, as we're talking about it with the whole lead predicament, Urshifu, Pelipper lead, maybe Amoonguss, and Raging Bolt, but again, there's no potency there. The Arcanine is just too fragile.
Yeah.
Chen Pao works because it's fragile, but it does so much damage, right? Arcanine, it does a lot of damage, but not enough to justify it, I feel. So I think that might have been the issue there. Maybe a solid-ish or good enough lead, but not a lot left in the reserve tank to finish things up after that lead. So not a lot you could have worked with in the end.
Right. Yeah, no, it was definitely a very interesting strat. Obviously, didn't work out too well for them. We'll see how well that Marcus can sort of change up their game plan to sort of get back in. There's still another like 3 rounds of Swiss. Still has a ton of time to get back in. You can maybe get in off of being 3-2, but you can for sure get in being off 4-1. maybe they can make some changes and get back up into the top cut.
Exactly.
We'll sort of see how it goes. What are you excited to look forward to in round 3 before we end up heading into a break? I need to hear your thoughts.
Well, for sure. You know, I believe we're just following all the winners. So whoever we're going to be following is most likely going to be 3-0 in the next matchup.
Yeah, most likely.
So I'm curious to see, because like I said, there are some whispers, murmurs of maybe just Psychic spam teams coming out.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any so far.
We haven't seen any size spam teams, no.
Yeah, as soon as we head into the third round, I feel like that's where we're going to see the, strong separated from the weak.
Right.
Or like what really is working here today. I feel like in the third round, that's what we're going to see. And I'm excited to kind of get a feel for what the rest of the tournament's going to be looking like today. How about you?
Yeah.
Before we go to a break.
You mentioned size spam, something that we haven't seen too much. I know we do have a couple of these sort of teams, but these like snow blizzard teams that we've seen, especially like popularized in Eurotrek, back when like Arcanine. Oh my gosh, Articuno. My brain's not really working too well. Sorry, everybody. We're still a little bit sick. But the Articuno blizzard spam teams have been sort of getting a bit popular now with that Eurotrek regional victory. Haven't seen any of those. Haven't seen any Sun teams. Haven't seen any hard-leaning rain teams.
Yeah.
We've only seen today, it's only been 2 rounds. It's only been 4 teams so far. We've only seen just solid, balanced teams. We haven't seen anybody that leans into any Trick Room. We haven't seen any Farigiraf yet. We will eventually see this for sure, but it just hasn't happened yet. I'm just excited to see a strategy that leans very heavily into something, right? That's sort of what I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of, you know me, I love my Trick Room teams. I'm a big fan of Farigiraf. What can I say? But that's what I'm sort of excited for. I'm excited I hate balanced teams. Ogre Palm, get out of here. Urshifu, get out of here. Bring me Farigiraf, baby. Specialize. Yeah, that's what I'm excited for. I'm excited to see some sort of interesting and unique game plans.
And what was my point before we throw to a quick break, just to recap my thoughts on it, I feel like heading into the third round, if we're seeing teams just like Jesse's, we're going to know for sure that's what everyone who's winning is running. But if we're going to still see some general, more flexible teams heading to the third round, then we're going to know for sure whether or not that's a viable strategy here today. But as we're getting ready for round 3 coming up, that exciting and anticipated third round, we're going to really figure out what's working here. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we hope to see you guys very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us again on the Midseason Showdown here at the St. Clair College Gaming Nexus. I am Daniil Betterson-McGee-Brown, joined by Owen Hybrid Mantha, and it has been an action-packed day so far, and I'd like to just kind of give you a preface for what we're about to see going into this next game. Here's a live recreation of what Owen said when he saw the team sheet for one of the competitors. Huh? So I'd like to explore that a little bit with you, as we're going to be seeing Ashton Cox versus, and I apologize, I'm trying my best here, Jean-Ulysses.
Jean-Ulysses Serrano Alburen. Okay, I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to try.
I'm sorry. It's a cool name, though.
Jean-Ulysses.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So what was that all about, going to this team?
Well, we have Chris Elliott, Terrifier. We have Registeel.
It's a very, it's leaning into the Trick Room style, right? You have Chris Elliott, which is not a super common Trick Room setter in this current format. You've seen it in past formats, obviously. Chris Elliott's still a really good Pokemon and is like great in singles formats and stuff like that, but you don't see it too often, at least right now. It's going to go up kind of great against like other Landorus's and stuff like that, obviously with its Levitate ability. But it's a very interesting pick for sure. Got the Trick Room to bring out Ursaluna Hisuian. So like normal Ursaluna, not Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Okay.
Which is going to be pretty solid. Obviously it's a Guts Flame Orb, Ursaluna, pretty standard. So it's just a strange team for me. The only Pokemon that's like sort of fast-ish is like Raging Bolt, and Raging Bolt's not a fast Pokemon. So they're all kind of heavily leaning into the Trick Room style. Like this team is going to move last 90% of the time, especially looking at Ashton's team for sure. You have Fluttermane, super fast. You have Shenpao, super fast. Ogerpong, super fast. So like Amoonguss is the only slow Pokemon they have. They have Urshifu Water and they have Raging Bolt. So right, you still have some sort of mirror matchups. But if Cresselia does come out and they do end up leading with like Shenpao, Fluttermane, or Ogerpong, it's a pretty easy like just click Trick Room and you kind of just win, because speed control is just there. Your entire team is pretty much slower than all of Ashton's team except for like the Amoonguss in the backline. But it's just very interesting. I saw the Cresselia and Registeel and I was like, oh, okay.
What year is it?
Interesting. We're going back. It's a flashback.
One thing I want to point out, quite literally, it's just Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is such like a common force here that is, the team sheet doesn't say like the Hearthfire Ogerpon, it's just Ogerpon Fire.
It's just fire.
Because like who knows what it's called? No one uses it. It's just fire.
Hearthflame?
Hearthflame. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the point. It's just fire on here.
I know it.
Hearthflame. Yeah, because you're.
Why don't you know it?
Because I'm not weird. I just said it.
You what?
I'm weird enough to be very excited.
You're wearing a
for the next
Gengar
game.
shirt, dude.
Gengar's not weird.
You're weird for wearing a Gengar shirt.
I'm not
Look,
weird.
I came here with my St. Patrick's fit on. I got my sweater and stuff like that. St. Patrick's. I got my green sweater.
He asked me why I'm not wearing
background.
green.
We got green Pokemon. Bro, get with the program. What are you doing?
I am with the program, and the program here is we're in Swiss round 3. We're gonna have Ashton Cox versus Jean-Ulysses, and these teams are looking very exciting. Like you mentioned, Trick Room, classic vanilla Trick Room team against a more generalist. This meta, this standard, this format, powerful team. The most unconventional pick here is going to be the Hearthflame Ogerpon. And the lineup is using Stomping Tantrum, Ivy Cudgel, Follow Me, Spike Shield. Anything sticking out to you so far?
I got to disagree with you on that controversial pick, right? Okay. Ogerpong Fire is not a controversial pick. Let's put that.
It's the most on this team. This is the most unusual.
I wouldn't even say that for sure. I would say Urshifu Water is more of the controversial pick, right? Oftentimes right now, because of Ogerpong Wellspring, you see a lot more of single strike Urshifus coming out, like the Darken
we did
fighting
see
type.
like 3 Rapid Strikes Urshifus.
We have seen a couple, but that's the whole point of these mid-season showdowns is you kind of see teams that people are trying to prep for, like a big tournament like Orlando, for example, coming up very soon. So oftentimes you see people bring niche and weird Pokemon to these tournaments to see kind of how they perform and how they stack up in like a sort of current meta format, So like it's not a totally weird pick. It's just interesting for sure.
For sure, and I am excited to see how things work out for both of these trainers. We were talking to the previous trainers who just battled a little bit before,
True.
and they said that they play each other a lot. These are the things that you wouldn't get just by watching them play, but with that added context, it makes a lot of sense. Like even the different types of move switch-ins that they were doing that might have seemed unconventional, is because you know how they play. So. Obviously, we have these two competitors up here. Whether or not they have that same kind of dynamic going on, we don't know for sure, but I definitely would love to talk to them afterwards, after this game, to see what kind of factors went into the decision-making process to see, is there more here? But as we're heading in relatively blind as to how both of these competitors want to play and whether or not they're blind to how they want to play as well, whether or not these guys are familiar with each other or not, just based on paper, what do you think we're most likely to be seeing?
I just pointed out something. We have a choice specs Fluttermane. That Fluttermane does come out for Ashton. That Fluttermane has Misty Terrain as a 4th move. So very strange for sure. It's going to go for the Shadow Ball on Cresselia. A good play probably, as long as Cresselia doesn't Terrasilize, which I don't think it will turn 1. Cresselia is probably going to go and click that Trick Room, and they're going to double lean into Cresselia, knowing that Trick Room is not what they want. Ashton does not want Trick Room to come up, so they're going to try and double in and hopefully take it out before it has a chance to get that Trick Room off.
Yeah, so as we see the Shadow Ball coming out, right into the Cresselia. Huge hit of damage. With that Volt Switch, it's most likely going to go down. No!
And it lives!
Survive! That's huge for Jean Ulysses. Losing to Cresselia most likely would have just been the end of the battle, if you ask me. But with that surviving, it's going to get the Trick Room off at the very least, and it's going to be able to continue pushing forward. But with the Amoonguss coming out and the parting shot onto the Amoonguss, again, with that switch out, it's not going to have the most impact. You don't really care about the special attack or the attack on your Amoonguss, but you get your Incineroar out, and you're going to have the benefit of bringing something in, seeing that it's an Amoonguss and Fluttermane you're going to be against now. So you're going to go for the most optimal play here. You're going to be bringing out your Ursaluna, not Blood Moon, just regular Hisuian Ursaluna. With that Trick Room up, now that Ursaluna is most likely the fastest Pokemon on the field, if not the Amoonguss.
Yeah, it definitely is the fast. I think Amoonguss actually, you know what, you're right. I think Amoonguss is a bit faster potentially.
Spore is still going to be a problem.
Spore is probably going to come up here, which is going to be tough. I do think the play is for Ursaluna to protect. Even though, does Ursaluna have Protect, actually? Let's double check. It does have Protect.
Okay.
51. I'm trying to do the calculation. Actually, yeah. Amoonguss is definitely going to be faster now that Trick Room is up. So it's going to have a quick go of getting Spore up. So it'll be interesting. I do think, if I was Jean Ulysses, whatever, I would Protect, personally.
But now, as we're heading into this next turn with 10 seconds, a choice will have to be made at some point. I feel like just the Cresselia is kind of
the Spore, though.
Sorry?
Not going for the Spore.
Not going for the Spore. You're right. It's good to just use Palm
to clean up.
You want to make sure that Cresselia is out of the battle.
True.
You don't, again, Ashton doesn't know what this Cresselia is running. We do, but you don't know what other tricks it has up its sleeve, so you don't want to deal with it anymore.
Yeah.
Earthquake's going to come out. That might be devastating thanks to the Guts and the Flame. It's going to be a crit onto the Fluttermane to knock it out, and that is not what you want to see if you're Ashton. Citrus Berry is going to help regenerate just a little bit of that damage on the Amoonguss, but now with one of your Pokemon down, Ashton either going to lean into the Raging Bolt or potentially one Pokemon we have not seen yet, which is going to be the Qianpao Focus Sash. It could be a threat here, but it's still relatively frail. And with that Ursaluna being so slow, it's going to be so fast. You don't want to have to risk your Qianpao getting knocked out immediately. So we're going to see the Raging Bolt come out. Incineroar, Intimidate going to come into play as well. Not going to matter too much thanks to the Raging Bolt being a special attacker primarily, but it's still not pleasant nonetheless.
You know what's something that I just realized that kind of just hurt my brain a little bit?
What's that?
I kept bringing up the fact that, Ursaluna is going to get slept. It's burned. It can't get slept.
Right.
I completely, I don't know how that
You're
completely missed
right.
my mind at all.
Wow.
Yeah, the Terrasalization is going to come through for the sign of Jean Ulysses, and they're going to put it on a Pokemon we don't know yet. We're going to have to kind of wait and see. It's going to go towards the Raging Bolt. It's going to terrorize Fairy.
Terrestrialization Fairy type now. Fake Out is going to hit the Amoonguss, so no Spore going to be coming out onto the Incineroar. Facade is going to be landing on Raging Bolt to almost knock it out, but Draco Meteor most likely, never mind. I thought it would at least take it down into the red, but Ursaluna is such a bulky Pokemon, it's going to only take a little bit of damage there. Well, as little bit of damage as you can get with the Draco Meteor. It's going to be slightly below half, thanks to that burn as well. But Amoonguss, you know, you really want to get some kind of effective play coming out from it, but there's just really not a lot. This is the one situation where your Amoonguss really isn't that scary. Parting Shot could come out, but your Raging Bolt's going to go down soon anyways. You don't want to waste a turn on that. Parting Shotting Amoonguss is kind of a waste of a turn as well, but you do kind of want to get your Incineroar out of here, I feel. How you're going to go about that, I'm not sure.
Do you want to get your Incineroar out of here right now?
I feel like you do. There isn't really much it can presently threat, and Earthquake could threaten both of the Pokemon on the side of Ashen. Incineroar would take a huge amount of damage for that.
Incineroar's just gonna get slept right now.
Yep.
I was gonna say, like, Ashen, Incineroar is like super threatening towards the Amoonguss, but yeah, the Spore is gonna come through. Ursaluna's gonna clean up the Amoonguss just immediately, and honestly, whatever Raging Bolt is going to do right now is going to put huge damage onto Incineroar. Volt Switch comes through for sure. Actually, it doesn't even do that much, to be fair. And it's going to go back, but it's going to come back out like pretty much immediately.
On the side of Jean-Ulysses, I was thinking, why would you not go for the getting rid of certain Pokemon on the field there? I'm thinking now it's most likely the Urshifu in the reserves right now, and that Pokemon is going to be able to threaten everybody, no matter what. So you don't even really need to preserve your Ursaluna. You're fine with your Ursaluna going down because you still have an Urshifu in the back line. So with the Trick Room still up, I believe it has just one turn left.
Yeah.
Sucker Punch coming up from Chen Pao. Volt Switch. It seems to be the contemplated play here. Thunderclap could also be a viable play as well, just to get rid of the Ursaluna. Priority moves, you know, superseding the Trick Room. That could be a smart play, but and the Incineroar is asleep, so what else would you really do? I like this play, but unless the Ursaluna protects, you're kind of just it's a bit of a risk. I'm not sure. Ursaluna not even going to be able to use Earthquake here, which would have been a pretty solid move overall to use in this situation because Incineroar would be going down because of it. But withdrawing the Ursaluna, he brought the Registeel in this first game. A very defensive Pokemon, I believe, if not the highest physical defense stat, one of the highest defense stats in the game. But, what failed there? I was looking at you for a second there.
Both Thunderclap and Sucker Punch. For some reason, Ashton went into a Thunderclap into a Ground type, where it has no effectiveness at all. Registeel comes out and completely negates the entire turn. It wastes the turn of Trick Room, it wastes the turn of the Sleep, and Incineroar is going to come back out for Ursaluna. Ursaluna's going to come back in. A great turn from Jean-Ulysses, but like even still, Ursaluna's low, right? Incineroar is put to sleep. It's gonna be tough. Registeel's gonna protect to try and stall out the turn for sure. And as you can see, Chen Pao gets the easy cleanup onto Ursaluna.
And with that Ursaluna out of the battle, you don't really have many threats left. Registeel, definitely a very defensive Pokemon, but it has Heavy Slam, Body Press, Protect, and Iron Defense. Incineroar coming back out with that Intimidate, gonna make Chen Pao slightly bit weaker, but whether or not Registeel is gonna be able to get rid of both the Raging Bolt and Chen Pao, I don't have a lot of confidence in that.
I mean, you do have two Pokemon with priority moves, so like it kind of helps out a little bit, but I mean, this is tough. The Raging Bolt is super weak. It's super low. Your Chen Pao is a super frail Pokemon. So if Raging Bolt can go down here, and both Pokemon stay alive, you're hoping Incineroar can... You have to also think as well, Registeel is the only Pokemon that can currently attack unless Incineroar wakes up right now.
True.
This is tough.
A lot to consider in this turn, balancing the Incineroar being asleep, balancing the options that Registeel might go for, balancing a lot of things, but with only 10 seconds just a second ago, both players had to commit to something here. Sacred Sword going on to Registeel, super effective. Doesn't look like it though on that stat line, not doing a lot of damage. Draco Meteor following up next, taking it down to half HP. Special attack harshly reduced on the Raging Bolt. Now it's definitely not much of a threat with the Iron Defense coming out now. Sacred Sword still going to do the same damage, I believe, if Sacred Sword has the effect effect that I believe it has, which will make it so that it will go through any defense changes. So this turn, basically just doing a lot of damage to Registeel. Registeel basically doing a sword stance for all intents and purposes. Raging Bolt is now basically not Pokemon, and Incineroar is still asleep. What a turn. BGC is known for its speed, but we've basically seen 2 turns where nothing's happened.
Pretty
Incredible.
much. I mean, like like you said, basically 2 turns where nothing happened. Obviously, the 2 priority turns where nothing happened. And they
Literally
into
nothing
the Ursaluna. Literally nothing happened on that turn. And again, sort of the same thing. So you see the Terastallization coming through for Jean-Ulysses as he's going for the Terastallization onto the Registeel, going for Terra Water. And this is going to be very strange. I think Ashton went for another Draco Meteor again, so it's not going to... Oh, it did go for the Thunderclap onto the Incineroar. That would have been a tough move if he did go into the Registeel, and Incineroar is going to get knocked down to about 1/4 of their HP, but it's going to get healed back up from the Citrus Berry.
Incineroar now back in the battle. It's going to go for the Flare Blitz onto the Chen Pao, and that is the Focus Sash consumed. This battle is still close. It really felt like it got away from us for a second, but now we're in a situation where both players are as skittish. Never mind. Body Press coming out to get rid of the Chen Pao. It's just a 27 HP Raging Bolt with double Draco Meteor stat reduction, or is it? I think it's just because the switch.
Can Ashton make a comeback for Game 2?
I'm pretty confident that Ashton can, considering how relatively close that last one was. A couple of scary last-minute plays kind of going the way of Jean-Ulysses, kind of bringing it back. I feel like if Ashton just cleans up the game plan a little bit more, again, it's a very flexible team lineup available. Registeel with the Water Terra. I was about to say, you know, Ogerpon Fire could be a big threat to the Registeel, but it is a Water-type Terra type.
It still is, though. It still is. It still is, right? Obviously, it's got... what did it bring? Stomping Tantrum. It doesn't even have another grass move. They brought Stomping Tantrum instead of like Woodhammer or like Horn Leech.
Interesting.
That's so interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Stomping Tantrum. Chat, you gotta let us know. Stomping Tantrum. Super common. I've never seen it. Personally, I haven't. This is the first time I've ever seen Stomping Tantrum on an Ogerpon Heartflame before.
What I am thinking about right now, though, is would you want to use your Terra on any other Pokemon? Like, is there any specific reason you would not
for
want
Ashton?
Terra? For Jean, rather. Like, is there a reason you wouldn't use your Terra Water on your Registeel? Of course, unless you just don't bring it into the battle. I feel like that might be the play in most circumstances. If you are worried that your Registeel might be considered a threat, the only way to deal with it on the side of Ashton is the Ogerpon. No. So, I'm not sure.
I mean, for Jean, it really depends, right? You have some defensive Terra types that you're kind of looking towards, right? Registeel is going to go for the water, obviously, like we just saw. But you could lean into, and Incineroar has water, like Water Terra as well. But like, yeah, you can lean into like being super offensive. Urshifu Single Strike has a stellar Terra type.
Yeah.
Right?
So does Chen Pao, actually.
It's very strange indeed. But you still have some like offensive Terra types to like lean into as well. Jean-Ulysses is kind of leaning more towards being defensive, and like is a very much like a stall, very defensive heavy team. But we'll kind of see how things go in here as we have the leads. Ashton and Cox going for Urshifu and Amoonguss. Jean-Ulysses with an Incineroar and Cresselia lead. The mirror lead as they had last game, if I remember correctly.
I believe last battle, I don't think the Incineroar was out. I think it was something else. I'm not sure. Though.
I think it was the Incineroar and a parting shot into the Ursaluna.
You're right. Yes,
I think so.
Absolutely right. So now with the Urshifu leading out alongside the Amoonguss, this does present an opportunity for Ashton to get a quick pick off, or it could pivot back into one of the Mons. Surging Strike is going to commit onto the Cresselia, and a switch in to bring out the Chen Pao from the Amoonguss, recognizing that it's not going to have a lot to do here. you just want to get it off. Because, again, Cresselia is still going to be able to get the Trick Room off actually, no. If the Urshifu hits it first, there's a chance that the Cresselia goes down. It has safety goggles, not Focus Sash. I think the Urshifu has a good chance of knocking out the Cresselia before Trick Room can come off.
Yeah.
So, as we see the Water Terror coming out into the Urshifu just to boost the damage of the Surging Strikes even more, this Cresselia's life is in jeopardy for sure.
Yeah, the Surging Strike's coming through, and it's going to go onto the Cresselia for sure. Cresselia will live this. It will live on extremely low HP, on about a quarter. About a quarter HP, but it's still a good move from him for sure. Bringing your Trick Room team, like Trick Room setter, to a super low HP is obviously good. Chen Pao's going to live from the Focus Sash. But still pretty tough. I do think that Ashing, who did he leave? He led with Amoonguss, correct?
Mm-hmm. That Flare Blitz was just the right play no matter what.
Yeah.
So
the switch was the right play too. Obviously, you know that Chen Pao's going to live. You know that Cresselia is going to go for Trick Room, so you're not worried about Chen Pao just falling by like a double direct like towards the Amoonguss slash Chen Pao. So it was a good switch, but it is still really tough to have to sacrifice that Focus Sash and leave Chen Pao on 1 HP.
Yeah, I mean, the Chen Pao will most likely go down, but it could get the Sucker Punch off on Cresselia with the Surging Strikes coming out from Urshifu onto the Incineroar. You could potentially threaten to wipe both Pokemon here. So John Ulysses still has to consider that fact. I'm pretty sure he at the very least knows the Sucker Punch is on the Chen Pao, so he might even consider switching instead of going for the rest of the plays that he was trying to make. Again, Cresselia kind of served her purpose. Most likely going to get sacked here, but the Protect coming out, just call any shifty plays out. Incineroar using Flare Blitz, it's going to get protected. Okay, so Incineroar was going to Flare Blitz to Chen Pao. Lunar Blessing is going to be used here. That's going to heal the Cresselia up quite a bit, as well as the Incineroar. I still don't think the Incineroar survives this. I think it goes down pretty consistently. Yeah, it's going to go down for sure.
The Incineroar definitely goes down here. Either Pokemon does go down regardless of what happens here. Like if he went into the Cresselia, Cresselia goes down. If he goes into Incineroar, Incineroar goes down as well. But this is still a good play. This is still a good turn, right? You're stalling the turns of this Trick Room, and that's what you want to do for Ashen right now. Ashen really wants to just play out these turns. Protecting with Chen Pao. Yes, Chen Pao is technically right now the slowest Pokemon on the field to Trick Room. So Chen Pao is kind of useless right now. It will die. As long as somebody targets him, as long as Registeel or Cresselia targets, Chen Pao will fall. So that Protect is a good move. It stalls one turn and at least makes sure that, like, you know, it mitigates the damage that will go to other Pokemon through this, you know, through this Trick Room.
I do see the value of that turn now. I didn't consider the Lunar Blessing from Cresselia, because honestly I didn't know I had that move, and I didn't know what that move did until I just saw it. So, you know, Sucker Punching probably wouldn't have been the best play in that set. So, yeah, a smart play from both players in that circumstance. Not really a lot you could have done. Maybe a parting shot from the Incineroar. I'm not sure how that would have factored speed-wise.
The swap from Chen Pao is swap to Amoonguss from Chen Pao.
Okay,
it's very strange. I'm assuming they want to keep the you know, Chen Pao for after Trick Room falls, because Ashen's going to go for the Surging Strikes onto the Cresselia. It'll be interesting to see what Jean Ulysses does end up Terraslizing. Is going to go for the Water Terra again onto the Registeel. Very smart as well. Registeel is super bulky and is going to be able to live those Surging Strikes, obviously, from Urshifu. Going for the Iron Defense, you know, trying to body press sweep for him right now. Cresselia's going to go for the Ice Beam onto Amoonguss and does quite decent damage. Remember, Amoonguss is super bulky, so he's going to be able to live that. Surging Strikes are going to come through, and Cresselia will fall for sure from these 3 Surging Strikes.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, he definitely does fall. Like, he definitely does fall.
I thought it was probably like
he was half HP. It did about 75% last time around, so it was guaranteed to fall right there. It's still just tough, though, because Cresselia is obviously very bulky, as Jean Ulysses' entire team is, for sure. Every Pokemon, doesn't matter if they're damage dealing Pokemon like Registeel or Ursaluna, they're super bulky.
For sure. Coming out now, we're going to see the Ursaluna coming into play, which the ground typing with that Thunderclap play, well, it didn't get to be utilized, but just a reminder that Ursaluna is a ground typing. It gains ground typing from the evolution, which, again, something that I'm considering now into how you want to play around it. The Amoonguss is sitting at about half HP. The Ursaluna is also holding a Flame Orb, so I'm not, again, with the Trick Room in play. Is it still in play? I think so.
It is. I think
So
it's in play for another
4.
2 turns. Amogus is the first one to move because it's the slowest Pokemon in the field, so it still is in play. I think it has another 2 turns left, so this turn and maybe the next one, if I do remember correctly. Registeel is going to fall asleep. Then Earthquake is going to come through and do considerable damage, but Amogus is going to be able to heal from that Citrus Berry. So now both of them are sitting about a little bit above half HP, so you're still at a good point right now for Ashen.
I thought that maybe sporing the Ursaluna might have been a more safe play because that would have prevented it from getting the Flame Orb.
Yeah.
Right? And then you're also putting it to sleep. The Registeel...
It won't matter though,
It's
because
gonna-
Ashen's just going to knock it out just right now. That Ursaluna didn't have much effectiveness for, like, to be honest, like, at all.
And then sleeping the Registeel prevents it from setting up.
Exactly.
Which would have been quite annoying to deal with because it would just be throwing out heavy slams and body presses with Iron Defense like ×2. And your Ursaluna, or sorry, your Urshifu wouldn't really be able to do too much against that. So Trick Room still in play, single strikes, Surging Strikes rather, against this standing Registeel. I think this is our first 1-1 we're seeing today.
It is, and I think Ashen still has one in the back line as well, if I do remember correctly. I think it does. It does have Shen Pao, I forgot. But it woke up right away, immediately. It was only asleep for like a turn, 2 maybe. Was it asleep last turn? Like, didn't it just fall asleep last turn? It did. It woke up like pretty much right away.
Look at the damage. It's doing like nothing.
It is doing pretty much nothing. Yeah, the Iron Defense is obviously doing its job, and it's just going to start body pressing and sweeping the rest of the team.
Crits,
You
I'm
have
pretty
to...
sure.
Yeah, crits are guaranteed for Surging Strikes.
No, but crits ignore defense boosts, no?
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
So it's just that much bulkier than anything on the field. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's insane.
Yeah. So
Oh, it has all 4. Yeah. It's pretty much game for Ashen at this point. Ashen just has to do some damage.
But it is information. You know,
Yeah.
with the Urshifu, you see how much damage it would do in its peak form, like with the Iron Defense plus the Water Terra. Now we can see for sure Surging Strike does about like maybe slightly more than a quarter damage.
Maybe a 6.
Around, yeah. So this is information that Ashen can use going to the next game. Again, this battle is most likely going the way of Ashen, but again, you at least want to collect as much data as possible. The body press will knock out the Urshifu, but still, so many other threats from one completely unrevealed Pokemon from John Ulysses' perspective. So as we wrap up this next battle, both players are going to be just considering what they're going to be taking into the next one.
Yeah, Ashen is, like you said, is going to clean up this battle for sure. Fluttermane's going to come through and then just pretty much clean up the rest of the game. There's no Trick Room, so both are going to be able to get hits. It's over at this point. Yeah, John Ulysses is going to cancel the battle. We're going into a game 3 for the first time of any of the sets that we've had so far. And it's nice to have it come so early, too. I remember last time we were on the desk, it took about to the top cut until we got to like quarterfinals. I don't even think in quarterfinals I think we had it. I think we had it in only semis and in grand finals where we had games go to game 3. Everything was pretty much a clean sweep for the Swiss stages and for like, you know, the first round of top cut. But it's nice to see that come so soon. You know, it's interesting. We love to see game 3s. We love long drawn out games. It's very interesting. Very fun.
Because like you said before, we'd like to yap, and the longer the series goes,
I love yapping.
Yap about. Speaking of yapping, going to this next game, both players have some decisions to make. Tough calls. What calls are you expecting that some of these players are going to be making?
For Jean, on the side of Jean, for example, like Ashen made really good changes, right? You know, you needed to put the Registeel to sleep, or else the Registeel can just like Iron Defense and just get out of control pretty quickly.
It actually is a threat.
We saw it in the first game. Saw that it was a threat. Ashen comes back in the second game, changes up their game plan, puts Registeel to sleep, and it just like wins off at that point. After, you know, being up 4-1 at a certain point, like you're pretty much fine. You're pretty much chilling. For the side of Jean, I'm not too sure. I can't think of anything off of the top of my head. Maybe bring Raging Bolt, because they didn't bring Raging Bolt that game. Raging Bolt can do a lot of damage, obviously, onto Urshifu Water, which was really their saving grace. Like Urshifu was really Ashen's like key #1 Pokemon right there. I think if you're Jean, you need to bring Raging Bolt. But I'm not too sure. That Ursaluna didn't get too much play though. It came in, wasn't burned,
True.
right? So
Well,
it didn't
game
have
one,
that.
it
It didn't
was
have that damage boost, and then it just got cleaned up by the Urshifu. I'm thinking Raging Bolt. I'm thinking Raging Bolt comes in, maybe Electro Webs to like lower the speed a bit. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, you're not going to have to wait too much longer, as we are going to see the Raging Bolt coming out alongside the Incineroar foregoing the typical Cresselia lead. It is interesting, like you're mentioning, that is another way to control the speed with the Electro Web. You will still be able to use your slower Pokemon to kind of get things done, but now you are facing down two of some of the strongest sweepers in the game right now. You have the Flutter Mane staring you down. It is Specs, so Dazzling Gleam will be doing an insane amount of damage. You're going to call back your Urshifu. I think that might have been a very smart way to look at it. I'll dive a little bit more into it after this next turn as we see the Amoonguss coming out now from that pretty little quick ball, but we're going to see the Terra immediately.
It's probably going to be the Terra Fairy onto the Raging Bolt right now, especially if Raging Bolt is staying in right now. Yeah, you see the Terra Fairy coming out. You know that Flutter is spec'd, obviously, so it is going to be like a super big damage onto the Raging Bolt, especially if it didn't terrestrialize. So this is a good play for them. The Fake Out's going to come through onto the Amoonguss. It's not going to do anything because Amoonguss did swap in. But yeah, the Moonblast didn't do too much right there. Electrode comes in. Obviously, the speed drop happens, and now this is a solid turn. This is a solid turn on both sides. Ashton doesn't have to waste, the damage that would have went onto Urshifu Water, and Johnny Ulysses obviously doesn't have to, get one hit knocked out by the Moonblast after terrestrializing. So good turn.
And the thing I was mentioning before, leading with the Urshifu Flutter Mane, I think that kind of lets you decide what kind of offense you want to lean into right from the start. Is this a good time for an Urshifu, or is this a good time for a Flutter Mane? You're going to find out on turn one. You just switch out whichever one's not good in the circumstance. You have that in the reserve, and then you leave the other one left to just constantly be a problem. So with now, you have your Flutter Mane with an Amoonguss that could be used for redirection, that could be used for sleeping, could be used for a lot of things. But with the Moonblast coming out once more, going to do some more damage to the Raging Bolt, but the Snarl coming out, going to reduce the special attack for both players here. This effective Raging Bolt, I really like how it's kind of being utilized, but the Flare Blitz going to almost KO the Amoonguss.
My
Not even
gosh.
sashed. Not
Just
even
lived on 1 HP.
Literally.
I think that's the first time in the last 2 weeks that we've done these casts at all, that we've seen just a Pokemon live on 1 HP without a sash. And that's pretty insane.
That's going to result in your Raging Bolt going down. This is a situation where the dice rolls, you wish you could control them, but sometimes the damage spread just works in your favor, and it will result in your Amoonguss knocking out the Raging Bolt. Now you have no choice but to send out your Registeel, I almost call it Raging Steel, and
Raging Steel, baby!
that's next generation. Just like Sundance.
Oh yeah, like Sundance. If for those who don't know, I came in this morning and I said Sundance instead of
Rain Dance.
Yeah.
Or Sunny Day.
or both.
But I conceptualized that'd actually be an interesting move. Sundance, 50% chance to set sun, 50% chance to set rain, but it sets it for 8 turns. And that could be put on a lot of different Pokemon. So I think that would
What are we
present a very
talking about right now?
I'm talking about
Let's talk about the
Sundance.
game.
That's a good point. But the game is looking pretty consistent. It's very standard for what we're seeing for the most part. Registeel is out. That's a threat that you're going to have to deal with. And what better way to deal with it than your Urshifu? It's going to be able to be doing a lot of potent striking. And there's no Terra Water anymore. So your Urshifu will be able to be a pretty consistent threat.
Yeah, the close combats are obviously going to do a ton of damage now that it can't terrestrialize into water. And even if it does just going for the normal like surging strikes onto like Registeel, it's still going to do way more damage than it did last game. Flare Blitz comes through, doesn't really do too much damage. Yeah, the Iron Defense comes out, going for that body press sweep like we saw the last game.
I think Surging Strike is still to play just to get rid of the boost from the Iron Defense. Again, critical hits ignore defense boosts.
Yes.
So, yeah, you want a Surging Strike. It's not going to resist it anymore because it's not a water type.
Yeah.
So this is still, I don't know if I want to say it's going to do a lot of damage, but it's definitely going to do enough to matter. So Registeel is going to be a little less threatening. but it's still a presence on the field that's going to be felt for a long time. Fluttermane won't, though, as it gets switched out, who we're going to be seeing come out is going to be the Chen Pao. That could feel some pain from the Incineroar Flare Blitz, since it did no real damage to the Urshifu. But we're going to see the Terastallization come out, Terra Water onto the Urshifu just to make it even stronger. And why not, you know, make it do 5 extra damage to the Registeel. It's probably going to be more than that, but still, with how tanky this Registeel is, it's going to be very painful. But it might even go into the Incineroar. No, going to go for the Registeel right now. That's going to be about half HP, if not slightly more. Yep, going to be down to maybe 1/6 HP remaining on the Registeel. We're going to see the Flare Bits come out. It's going to hit the Urshifu once again, taking it down to 72 of 176, about the same HP percentage as the Registeel. Body Press is going to take it down to nothing. Your Urshifu is gone, outdusted. It's nothing left, which is definitely a downside for sure, but you still have your Fluttermane in the back line to kind of sweep things out. Owen, what are you feeling about that?
The Surging Strikes into the Registeel is the play, right? Critical hits negate the status effects, it negates the the Iron Defense, right? And you don't want Registeel to get out of control. This is what we've been talking about. We don't want Jean's Registeel to get out of control, right? But the Terastallization, you know that he can't go for the Body Press onto the Fluttermane. Fluttermane is a Ghost type.
He could switch.
You know that you can't go onto it. He could switch, sure, which he did, but it's still a tough it's a tough call. It was a really tough round for Ashen. Ashen did have a good play, did have a good read with the switch in, and obviously the Surging Strikes, doing considerable amount of damage. But committing the Terastallization for that one turn to then get knocked out pretty much immediately, it is tough. It's a tough call. It's a tough sight to see.
Follow me on this. Yes. I feel like this is a weird...
Follow me?
Oh, hold on. I'll talk about it a little bit after. Sacred Sword gonna be knocking out the Registeel immediately, and that will force Jean Ulysses to reveal his last Pokemon after this turn, but the Moonblast gonna knock out the Incineroar. It is going to be a 1v3 for Jean Ulysses, and with this last Pokemon being sent out, it will be the Urshifu. I don't know if it has what it takes to take on all of Ashen's team, but in fact, I'll save it for after this game, because the point I was about to make, I think we could yap about it for quite a bit, but yeah. The battle is going to be forfeit. It's going to go the way of Ashen recovering from, I believe he lost game 1. So
he did. Yeah, he did lose game 1. Oftentimes when you see these games, these sets that go to 3, I think every time, except for the grand finals of the first tournament that we did watch, every set that goes to game 3, it ends up being the person who lost the first game that goes ahead and wins it. It's the changes, it's the adaptations that you make to playing against your opponent that really helps you win these sets. And Ashen did a great job. Obviously, committing all your resources on making sure that Registeel was taken out right away after that first game, because Jean immediately in that first game, right, that Registeel was out of control and was doing so much damage onto Ashen's team. But he took a second, realized, hey, we got to take advantage of this right now, right? We got Urshifu, we have Sacred Sword, right? We can take this out pretty easily. And that's what he did, and it worked out really well for him.
Absolutely, and I feel like Ashen really demonstrated the soul of a trainer, demonstrating how you can use your Pokemon to the best of their abilities to circumvent your opponent's strengths and then exploit their weaknesses. So very well done to both trainers here. But to touch on that battle just a little bit, just looking at the Registeel and Incineroar just sitting on the field there, I felt like, what I was going to say was I feel like we're seeing a situation where these Pokemon are being utilized in a way that accentuates their strengths, but in a way that we've just never seen before. Incineroar is not often on the field for that long. It's usually there for 1 or 2 turns before parting shots out or whatever, and it's just switch in, intimidate. But that Incineroar came out and it stayed there for 6 turns, and it worked. The Registeel, and that's a part of Incineroar that is effective, but you never see that side of Incineroar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the same with the Registeel. Well, Registeel, I feel is the thing that kind of sparked that. Registeel forced both players to play so differently. It's it's a type of defensive mon that makes you play offensively in a weird, different
Yeah.
way. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
but
get what you're saying.
yeah,
Obviously, you saw
it's
Incineroar
weird.
go for fake out like maybe once or twice, but it
Yeah.
never clicked taunt at all. Never clicked taunts at
It
all.
parting
I
shot
don't
it
even.
once.
I think it parting shot the first game.
On Among Us.
Maybe, yeah, on like the Among Us like.
It just
core.
stood there in Flare Blitz. And it worked.
You do have to remember though, Flare Blitz, sorry, is a super strong move.
It is.
Incineroar is a good attacking Pokemon, has good
is.
attacking stats. Obviously, it wants to go for those supporting moves,
Look at
right?
how
That's why
beautiful
most
people in the
Incineroar sets are just Flare Blitz and then like Taunt, Parting Shot, and then Fake Out. So like, it can go for those like Flare Blitz, and you just click and spam. But anyway,
you're getting
I'm done with this
distracted
point, man. I gotta touch on these kids. Look, did you see that the floss that he did?
Yeah,
You see that floss? He's got some good moves. Let me see it. Put him up in the sky. Come on. Let me see it. Oh, never mind. It goes back.
Well, now we're back to the boys.
But I like the floss. Like, he did the. Come on. Do it with me.
I'm not doing that.
Don't be like a ninja, man. Come on.
I have to. This is a part of.
This is a
me.
professional broadcast.
I am a
We need to.
professional.
No dance moves allowed.
None. No fun allowed. What I will think is fun, though, is analyzing and breaking down just a little bit the point we were making, right? The part of Incineroar, like I said, we saw these Pokemon exacerbate their strengths or accentuate their strengths, whatever X word you want to use, okay?
We need to
I think you need sleep. But the Pokemon really went about going and showing how they're strong in ways we never really see them.
Yeah.
The Incineroar is just showing, oh, wow, I forgot Incineroar is an insane attacker.
I can do
actually.
damage.
Wow,
This is
I
insane.
forgot about that. So we got to see that side of Incineroar in that battle. Ended up working in the favor of Ashen, though. He was able to take the battle. And now, we're heading our way into round 4 pretty soon. What are you expecting to see? So I made the point before, like, what we're going to see in round 3 kind of dictates what's working here and what's not. I feel like based off of what we saw here, I still think there's room for diversity in the team pool. What do you think?
100%. Like, Ashton came in still with a balanced team, brought in a lot of the like top like Pokemon in the format, like brought out Fluttermane, Ogre Palm, Hearthflame, Raging Bull, Urshifu. These are 4 of the Pokemon that are within the top like 6 of usage rates in like VGC right now. So like all super strong Pokemon. Amoonguss, Shenpao. These are all Pokemon within the top 10 usage. Like every single one of them. Maybe Shenpao falls out a little bit out of that top 10, but that's still a ton of like the really good strong Pokemon to bring out. So Ashton comes out with a super balanced team, whereas John comes out with like this Trick Rooms team has some sort of Cresselia, Registeel has some sort of niche picks right there. Obviously has some sort of like the strong Pokemon, like you have Ursaluna, Urshifu Single Strike, which we didn't even see that much, to be honest.
Ursaluna is usually the Blood Moon. I didn't really get to see the regular one before.
It kind of depends.
Yeah.
It's very dependent. I do think Blood Moon is stronger in certain cases. It pairs with Farigiraf really well, since both of them have Hyper Voice. So oftentimes when you do see Trick Room teams, instead of Cresselia, Ursaluna, Hisuian, you oftentimes see Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Farigiraf, just because, like I said, both can Hyper Voice. Super strong move, and it's a spread move, so they pair really well. It just kind of depends on like what kind of Trick Room sort of core you want to go for. Like you said, we've been seeing balanced teams pretty much all day. This is the only time where we've seen a team that sort of fits a mold, a team that goes for a certain direction. So it'll be nice to see. I want to see a Sun team. Give me a Sun team. Give me a Rain team. Psy spam if you want to. Blizzard spam with Articuno if you want to.
Something.
Let me see some sort of diversity. It's just been all balanced teams, which are good, and those sort of teams are very strong. They're strong Pokemon for a reason. They're within the top 10 of usage for a reason, and we get all that. But I want to see some diversity. I want to see some fun strats.
I completely agree. And as we get ready to throw it to a quick break as we head into round 4, I believe that, in round 3, if we're still seeing some unique teams like John Ulysses says, I think we're going to still see some interesting teams heading into round 4. But we're just going to have to wait and see. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll see you guys after this break. Or potentially... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now in round 4 of the Swiss pools for the Midseason Showdown here at St. Clair College in the NEXUS. And we also have our giant stack of plushies, and we also have me as one of your hosts, Daniil Bettersmiggy Brown, with Owen Hybrid Mantha. And after coming off the heels of that intense Game 3, we're ready for Game 4. And based off of what Owen was just telling me a second ago, I think we're in for a bit of a treat.
Yeah, we kind of are ready for a big of a treat. We have 2 players playing on stream right now who made the top cut yesterday. And that's Eric Luong, who was in 3rd place, and Olivia Maletsky, who was in 6th yesterday. So it's going to be a pretty good treat. I didn't get to watch any of the games yesterday, and I heard both of these players had pretty interesting teams. So it's going to be nice to see. Let's have a little touch on something that you want to talk about. Let's talk about Eric.
Of course, Eric bringing in the Hatterene. I think that Pokemon is really interesting. We were kind of talking a little bit about how Psychic might be one of the forces to kind of worry about here. And Hatterene kind of representing that. Not going to be like a full Psychic spam team, but it's going to be running Magic Balance. It's going to have a Terrestrialization type of Fire, and it's going to be running a Life Orb. So just a general sweeper type. Has Expanding Force. I'm not sure if it has... Oh, it does have Indeedee. Okay, never mind. So we might actually be see some of the Psychic expand. So with the Indeedee running, of course, the Psychic Surge, you're going to have a huge damaging Hatterene running the Expanding Force, doing a lot of damage. Plus, with the Trick Room as well, first turn you use for the setup on the Indeedee, maybe you protect or something, anything on the Hatterene just to keep it alive and well, and then you could probably, if not KO your opponent's leads, you do a significant amount of damage with Dazzling Gleam or completely one-shot any of the opposing Pokemon with Extending Force.
Something special about Eric's team is that he has 2 Trick Room setters, both Hatterene and Indeedee. So obviously Indeedee is going to come out there to set up the Psychic Surge, but they also have Hatterene as well on the back line in case if they want to maybe wait a little bit and set up Trick Room maybe towards the end.
If you don't want to lead with it, then you can...
It kind of depends. Exactly. You might not want to lead it with Indeedee. You never know. So we'll see. It'll be very interesting for sure with a double Trickling. But let's talk about Olivia's team for sure. Olivia's bringing in Gouging Fire, King Gambit, Wellspring Ogerpong, something that we haven't seen yet. Actually, we've seen it one time.
We've seen a lot of it.
My apologies.
Maybe not a lot,
but strictly today, I think we've only seen it on one team so far.
1 or 2.
Maybe 2, yeah. But Chen Pao, Lando Incarnate, and Rillaboom. So kind of a standard team on this sort of side of things. Not anything too much that they're going to lean into, right? There's no it's not like a Tailwind team. It's not like a Sun team, not anything. It's a very balanced team going up against Eric Luong's super Psy spam kind of focused team. So it'll be very interesting to see for sure. Another thing we didn't mention is that Sneasler also has Psychic Seed as well.
Oh, yes.
On Eric's team.
The Sneasler we did see in the first event that we kind of casted did also have the Psychic Seed, I believe. So
I don't think it did. I think it went for the Choice Scarf.
I think it had the Seed because I remember that's when I learned what Psychic Seed did.
I'm pretty sure Sneasler did not have Psychic Seed because we didn't see Sneasler on a team that utilized Psychic.
And Grassy Seed.
Maybe Grassy Seed. Maybe Grassy Seed for sure. But it'll be interesting to see what Sneasler does on this sort of team. Obviously, it's going to come out and consume the Psychic Seed. But it'll be nice to see what kind of role. If it's obviously Sneasler is a super strong Pokemon. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what Eric's game plan is for sure.
Absolutely. And speaking more on Olivia's team, with that Gouging Fire, it's actually the first one we're seeing today. It was kind of a force to be reckoned with, again, in the first event that we casted together here. It was basically on everyone's team, but now we're only seeing it for the first time. Do you think anything's kind of changed in the landscape that's made it less favorable, or is this just kind of a coincidence thing?
I don't think so. I think there's a lot of good value, high value fire types that you can bring to the field. It just kind of depends on what sort of niche or what sort of style that you want your team to sort of fit in. Gouging Fire does a lot for you, right? It has I think it has Breaking Swipes. Yeah, it has Breaking Swipes to sort of help with damage control. And it's super strong, right? Heat Crash is going to do a ton of damage. Has Burning Burrow Walk to get that burn on suspect other Pokemon as well. But there's other good Pokemon in the format that are fire types as well. Hearth Flame Ogerpong, super good, super strong if you want to lead into that Fire Sweeper. Right? What else we have? Incineroar, right? Arcanine. We have both the normal Arcanine, Hisuian Arcanine. So there's a ton of different good fire types in the format right now. So it's not. I don't think it's anything necessarily that Gouging Fire is doing wrong. I think it just kind of depends on what teams want to lean into. I think also Gouging Fire was kind of new when we did do that tournament like the other week. So a lot of teams might want to try it out, like we did say in the like we did say previously. These mid-season showdowns, these show challenges, whatever the tournament we did cast last time was. These are kind of the tournaments that you go into test these teams before you bring it into the regionals. So that's why we saw a lot of Gouging Fire last time. But it's nothing to say that Gouging Fire is bad. Gouging Fire is still a really good Pokemon.
For sure. And it has a lot of things I can bring to the table. Something like a King Gambit as well that's on Olivia's team. The Assault Vest, the Kowtow Cleave, it can do so much to threaten basically every Pokemon on Eric's team as well. So there's a lot of offensive pressure on the side of Olivia's team, whereas I feel like Eric Luang has a lot more defensive capabilities than normal. But maybe I'm wrong. With the Incineroar and the Ogerpon, Teal Mask is just a pure grass type, am I right?
Teal Mask is the pure grass type. Yeah, every other Ogerpon does hold like their masks as like their held items. Teal Mask Ogerpon is the only one that actually gets to hold specific items. And we'll see the lead coming in here. Obviously, you see the Indeedee female coming in with the Sneasler on the side of Eric Luang, and Olivia's going to lead that pretty kind of standard balanced lead as you see with the Gouging Fire and Wellspring Ogerpon. Pretty good, pretty also defensive lead as well. So this is going to get that special defense boost from that Psychic Seed. And Gouging Fire is going to get that Photosynthesis boost right now, and it's going to be its speed. Very interesting to see what's going to happen right here.
Well, yeah, with the Burning Bulwark coming out onto the Gouging Fire, just to stop any of the offensive pressure that the Sneasler might be putting on. It could be facing a burn as well if the Burning Bulwark does decide to hit it. Indeedee did its job. Get me out of here. Maybe we're going to see the Ogre. Okay, yeah, it's going to be the Ogerpon coming out now just to deal with some of that pressure on the side of Olivia's team. With the Burning Bulwark, it's going to go for the Burning Bulwark now. The Spiky Shield as well, just a full protect turn for Olivia. Protect it from anything that
full protect
Eric might be trying to do. Dire Claw is going to hit as well.
Yeah, and why this is such a good lead too, especially for the Sneasler, right? Sneasler makes contact on every move. So either it takes a burn from Burning Bulwark, or it takes some some chip damage from the Spiky Shield.
Right.
So it's just kind of up to what Eric decided was going to be the better bet. You're probably going to go into the Ogerpon anyways, just because, Dire Claw is going to be super effective towards Ogerpon regardless. And you really don't want to get that burn on Sneasler. You really don't want Sneasler to be burned.
Right, and I want to think that one thing that's kind of scary about making a turn like that would be that the Sneasler could have this Sword Stance, but this one doesn't, so you're not even risking a setup turn from the Sneasler. So a full protect turn is going to be always favorable. But we're going to see the Terrestrialization coming out on this side of Eric Luang. It's going to go on to the Ogerpon, and now we're going to see some real pressure coming out with that beautiful mask being unleashed. The Ivy, look at it, it's beautiful. This is the first time I've seen it in play, because everyone, again, usually running the Wellspring Ogerpon.
Yeah.
The full Terra on the grass type Ogerpon is it's quite the sight to behold. But Ogerpon on the side of Olivia's team is going to redirect. It's going to Dire Claw. It's going to connect onto the Ogerpon, and Ivy Cudgel as well. Going to take down Olivia's own Ogerpon. But with the Burning Bulwark, the Gouging Fire right next to it, it's still something you have to consider as a threat. It's going to Heat Crash into the Sneasler. Not going to quite take it out. Definitely a pretty scary turn for you. You're losing a pretty significant Pokemon for your side in the Ogerpon, but now you're coming out with the Grassy Surge, which will be boosted grass type moves, so the Ogerpon should still be quite a threat, even more so now.
Yeah, think of this now. Ogerpon gets a speed boost from the Terrestrialization, right? Also gets an attack boost to all of its grass moves, which is just Ivy Cudgel, because it also does have Stomping Tantrum. And this is the second team that has Stomping Tantrum on the Ogerpon too. Something that I thought was pretty niche, but I guess is sort of common, now. Maybe for the niche Ogerpon picks, like we said, the Teal Mask and whatnot. So we'll kind of see what happens here, but this, even though Grassy Surge, sure, is a good setup and obviously helps everybody out, obviously with the HP restoration, but Ogerpon is going to get a huge boost. He's going to still want to go out though regardless. Can't really do too much against Gouging Fire besides the Stomping Tantrum, but can't do much anyways against Rillaboom regardless. So Incineroar does come out, gets that Intimidate. Sneasler going to go for the Protect, probably a good move anyways. Kind of see what happens here. The Breaking Sweat comes through, and it's going to get the drop on to the Incineroar.
yeah, usually Incineroar comes in and it's the one that's doing the attack reductions, which it did, to be fair, but it's going to get a taste of that itself here. U-turn coming out from the Rillaboom. It does not want to be out here facing down the Incineroar. You know, fire and grass don't mix well in favor of the grass type, but now with Chien-Pao coming out, it's still a pretty scary bet because the Chien-Pao is an ice type, though it does have the stellar terrestrialization type if you wanted to go for that. It is a fresh turn, so it is possible we could see it coming out, but it's just going to Protect to get more information. Protect is such a huge part of VGC, but I feel like today we honestly haven't seen it too much, so we could even be maybe, yeah, this is the first battle where I'm seeing a lot of Protect coming out, it's gathering a lot of information, and I'm excited to see how Olivia makes use of it.
Yeah, Olivia's going to go for the double Protect again, just like what they did last turn as well. Or sorry, the first turn is what I meant to say. Going for the double Protect, and it's a good move as well. You do want to scout out kind of what Eric is going to do. The Fake Out, obviously, you do know, like, Fake Out pressure in this game is huge, right? With Rillaboom and Incineroar being two top Pokemon, right? Fake Out pressure is massive. You also don't want like the close combat to come through from Sneasler. You don't want the Dire Claw to come through to like get that, you know, that poison off or whatnot, that paralysis off. So it's a good bet. It's a good bet for sure. Eric is also a top player. Eric is really good. So you do want to kind of feel out, sort of gauge what Eric is planning on doing. So the double Protect is not a bad option.
Not at all. Hal is going to be the play next here. I think that is a pretty scary kind of play to go for. If it works out in your favor, it's huge, but you're facing down an Incineroar. One of your strongest attackers on your side is an Ice type, but going here, Icicle Crash. Owen, what are your thoughts on that one?
Just go for this. The switch comes through, so maybe this is honestly like a sick read, and it is a sick read because the Indeedee comes out, and this is phenomenal. The Sucker Punch does, like, she clicks Sucker Punch, which is not gonna like do anything, for obvious reasons, right? Indeedee doesn't attack anybody right now, so the Sucker Punch won't do anything. But even still, I was kind of freaking out a little bit. I was like,
you
please
were.
click the Secret Sword, please do it, don't do it. But yeah, Howl's gonna come through, boost both Gouging Fire and Chien-Pao's attack, and that's gonna bring them back to like even, right? Because they were intimidated before, so it's gonna bring them back down to like a level playing field.
Yeah, and now you're at a level playing field. Everything's nice and calm. Your Chien-Pao with 1 HP, you might just try to get off maybe like a Sucker Punch onto the Indeedee, but the Indeedee, in all likelihood, is just going to go for support moves like Follow Me. It might even try setting up Trick Room here. I'm not sure what your thoughts on that could look like, but if you say, I don't think Trick Room is the play here. You're facing down a Gouging Fire. You don't want to make that even a stronger pick. Not at all.
Yeah, Trick Room is probably not going to be the play regardless. Most of your Pokemon are very fast. Sneasler is very fast. Teal Mask Ogerpong is very fast. It has a speed boost, and it like did come back out, so it's not going to get that speed boost when it comes back in. It's only a one-time speed boost. It doesn't come back every time you switch in the field, but it's still fast enough where it doesn't benefit anything at all from Trick Room. So yeah, Trick Room is not going to be in play, hopefully, at least.
Trick Room, yeah, not going to be seen here, but the Breaking Swipe knocking out both remaining Pokemon on Eric's side of the field. So now you got two left, one of them being an Incineroar, one of them being an Ogerpon grass type. I believe it's still full HP. Can't quite remember that much there, but you have 3 Pokemon left on the side of Olivia. You still have a lot of work you can get done with it. The Incineroar, Intimidate, gonna come off again, which is always gonna feel bad, but you do have that Howl. I'm really impressed with how Olivia managed to get that.
Oh, I'm wrong, actually. Embody Aspect activates every time you enter the field. I didn't know that. That's my apologies. But yeah, the speed boost comes back out for Ogerpong too, so Ogerpong's gonna be pretty fast. I don't think it's faster than Chien-Pao.
Probably not, but I'm just going to go back to what I was talking about with the Howl. I feel like that was a very well-played circumstance to get the Howl off. Moves like that you don't really get to use often, especially again in VGC. By the time you Howl, the opponent or the Pokemon that was next to you is probably knocked out already. So impressed to see that it came off this first place. But what I'm mentioning this now for is, can you get that again? I feel like that might be a very strong key to victory if you can get your second Howl off and make it just a little bit easier for you. Now you have the Rillaboom, Grassy Surge coming out once again. Grass type moves are going to be boosted even more. Facing down an Incineroar, Still very uncomfortable for you if you're on Olivia's side, but the sword stance on the Ogerpon is going to be coming out, and now things are looking very dire. And I don't mean the claw. Flare Blitz coming out, going to knock out the Chien Pao, and now you're just left with 2 Pokemon remaining on Olivia's side of the board. With Gouging Fire in the reserve, it should be coming back out. I guess maybe you just want to get rid of the Intimidate effect on your Gouging Fire, and you want to bring it back. Now, oh, it does have Breaking Swipe.
Does have Breaking Swipe for sure. Can we just touch on the fact that you just said things are getting dire, and I don't mean the claw?
Well, yeah, I mean...
That's some wordplay.
I am the wordplay king. That's why I'm here, all right? So, did it just go for Howl? I think it just went for Howl.
I missed it, but it's fine. We'll see it in a couple seconds anyways. Spiky Shield going to come up from Ogerpon. This is a good bet. This is a good bet for sure. Rillaboom just came back into the field right now, so it's going to go for the fake out.
It went for Howl, 100%. And if you're faking that out, you're calling out the Spiky Shield on the Ogerpon. You're seeing the Howl come out, and now things are very good for Olivia, or at least looking better. One thing I'm kind of factoring in is the Ogerpon, while it's a huge threat and it's really dangerous, it is a grass type. So it's not going to be hitting the Rillaboom effectively. It's not going to be hitting the Gouging Fire effectively. But if I take a look at its moves here, Ivy Cudgel, Stomping Tantrum, the only move that really works out here would be Stomping Tantrum against the Gouging Fire. But even then, it does have a Terrestrialization type. I don't think Olivia Terra'd yet, so that's always in the reserve tank.
Olivia is going to Terra right here. As you see, they're going to commit the Fire Terra onto the Rillaboom.
That makes sense.
It does make sense, right? Obviously, both Pokemon, the only attacking move that any Incineroar runs is going to be Flare Blitz. Immediately resist that. I think Eric Long still can go for Stomping Tantrum. I don't know if Olivia knows that for sure, but at least it's going to give... Actually, I don't know if that was... You're trading one weakness for another. You're trading the Incineroar Flare Blitz weakness for the Ogerpon, what's it called, Stomping Tantrum weakness.
We're seeing it come out now. Onto the Gouging Fire, going to take it down to just like a quarter HP remaining, but the Heat Crash coming out in retaliation, going to knock out the Ogerpon, the Incineroar, the last Pokemon for Eric, and it's looking bleak now. You have a Gouging Fire, it's 2 fire types facing down. An Incineroar knockoff is going to get the KO onto the Gouging Fire. It is a 1v1 here, classic style down mid, and Incineroar
classic style down mid.
It is, yeah.
You're casting too much Valorant now.
No, I'm talking about Dota stuff, all right? 1v1 me mid, buddy. Woodhammer coming out onto the Incineroar. Oh, that's a lot more damage than I was expecting. And knockoff.
You gotta think, man. He's got the plate. The plate's gonna be, the metal plate's gonna be gone, but he had the plate plus grassy terrain. Yeah, I'm tripping today. I'm losing a lot of it. But yeah, grassy terrain, obviously the boost. The Woodhammer is gonna pick up the knockout right now, and
Olivia takes game 1?
Olivia takes game 1.
That was really well played by both trainers,
and down to the wire too.
Yeah, I really like how that went through. I feel like we really got to see the depths of analytical Pokemon strategy here from our trainers. All we got to do is really like see what they did and kind of interpret how it was most likely they were thinking about it. But what I really love is their thoughts might be completely different from ours, and we can speculate, which is very fun. We can predict, which is also very fun. Well, same thing, but we can also analyze, also very fun. But at the end of the day, everybody plays differently, everybody thinks differently, and you can express that through your play style. There's so many different ways to play the game, and we got to see just 2 very strong ones right now.
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of ways to play this game for sure. Eric Long has such a diverse team. We didn't see the Hatterene come out. We didn't see the Urshifu Rapid Strikes come out, right? So there are still options for Eric to sort of fall back on if Eric wants to sort of change up his game plan. Olivia came out and, like, honestly, thought Olivia at one point was at the back foot.
Same.
Like, at a certain point, I thought it was kind of over. I thought Eric was going to clean up. But Olivia played that those last like 3-4 rounds amazingly. And it, like you said, went down to the wire. It was just one move that really like called the game. But even still, that was still amazing. But like you said, we still have other options to fall back. Eric didn't bring that Hatterene and the Urshifu. So
exactly.
there's still things to bring out. We didn't see the King Gambit from Olivia. We didn't see the Lando Incarnate. there's still options like to, for both sides to sort of come out to. If you're Eric, you're realizing, okay, maybe Incineroar did maybe a little bit too much. Now that we know that Rillaboom is a Terrafire, maybe Urshifu is a good option to have on the back line in case if we do Terrasilize on the fire for Rillaboom. For the side of Olivia, okay, maybe we can bring Lando Eye. It's maybe a little confusing. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay.
It kind of depends. And also, now that we know that both sides have Intimidate Pokemon, bring out the King Gambit. We get the Defiant boost. Why not?
That's the thing, though. I don't know if you want to give up Intimidate on the side of Eric's squad. With your Incineroar being the only thing that brings it. I see the theory there, and you were just.
Oh, no one's saying to get rid of it.
Yeah. I just don't even. It's just there's so many different things you can do.
Yeah.
And I love that, but there's so many things you can't.
Right.
Getting rid of your Incineroar is such a scary thing to even consider. It's not going to be considered. He's going to be bringing the Incineroar into this one. It's going to be the bipedal mammals coming into this next one versus the quadrupedal ones on the other side of the field. We're going to start things off with Olivia bringing the Gen Pow and the Gouging Fire, Incineroar and Urshifu Rapid Strikes on the side of Eric Luong, and this is a very explosive first battlefield. A lot of HP damage can be taken immediately, and a lot of it can be mitigated as well. A lot of protection strategies that can be followed up with. Well, we're going to see the swap out with the Gouging Fire. We're going to be bringing out the Ogerpon, and I believe also swapping out the Qian Pao, so we could be complete switch out. Exactly, yeah, we're seeing a complete switch out for Olivia. The not liking her odds in the start here, and it's going to be Eric Luong with the retaliation. Grassy Surge is up, but I want to see how Eric is going to be able to respond to this one. The Surging Strikes coming out onto Ogerpon. Read that. Gonna basically waste a turn of the Urshifu, but the U-turn read correct. Gonna go out, bring out now a new Pokemon for Eric. He's gonna have the benefit of seeing Olivia's field and bringing someone out that works very well in this one. And I couldn't think of a better Mon here than the Sneasler. Favorable against both of these Pokemon.
I don't know if the double swap was the play. You're bringing out, like, if Incineroar didn't go switch out, right? If Incineroar didn't swap, you're bringing in Rillaboom, who is super weak to both Pokemon on the field. Yes, Rillaboom can Grassy Glide and hit Urshifu first, but if not, right, still weak to Urshifu's fighting moves, still weak to Incineroar's fire moves, right? So it was a very tough call, especially if they doubled down into both of them, for sure. Obviously, it didn't happen, so, Rillaboom is still able to live to the next day, but it was a tough call for sure.
A tough call, and Eric is going to make a tough call himself. He's going to be swapping out the Urshifu to bring out the Indeedee, get rid of that grassy terrain to make Rillaboom's attacks just slightly less strong as they otherwise would be with that grassy terrain. Going to be boosting the special defense of your Sneasler as well. Rillaboom going to be brought back. A lot of switching. This is like singles level switching we're seeing in this battle. Bringing back out the Gouging Fire, ready for anything here. So huge. What a huge Pokemon. And we're going to see the Terrasalization coming out now. It's going to be going on to the Ogerpon, and we're going to see the Wellspring Mask coming into full force in this battle.
Yeah, that Wellspring Ogerpon going to come through and get that special defense boost that the Sneasler also got too before. So it's going to be very interesting to see. As we do have the Dire Claw coming through onto the Gouging Fire. Paralyze, sorry, Gouging Fire. Right there, the Ivy Cudgel is going to come through, probably going to end up hitting, like the Indeedee right there. Oh, not the Indeedee, sorry, the Sneasler. Sneasler's going to live, though, on 1 HP.
Damn.
1 HP. This is the second time we've seen a 1 HP live without a Focus Sash.
Second time. That first one, though, was really scary. Because, what was it, an Amoonguss?
Nah, it wasn't an Amoonguss. Amoonguss lived on, like, 12 HP or something like that. I can't remember for sure.
It was something that should have died but didn't, and then it ended up knocking out a very important Pokemon Retaliation. In any case, with both of our minds being plagued down by the cold, we're not going to have the strong memory that we otherwise would. My memory is always bad. It's fine. But in any case, heading into this next round, 10 seconds left, we're going to see which both competitors are going to be opting for here. Indeedee on the field with that terrain. Do you want to just bring your Rillaboom back and get it even solidified more to get your Grass. But we're going to see its Paralyzation coming out onto the Sneasler. I mean, it is, what, full HP still, right? You kind of want to keep it out, allow it to do even more, make it a flying type.
And it does have acrobatics as well. You got to think on for Sneasler, right? So it's going to get that stab boost now from being a flying type. And having no, like, it already consumed its its Psychic Seed, right? So it's gonna have like 110 base power move, super accurate, and stab. This is super awesome for Sneasler right now.
Yeah, and something that you don't really see coming. This in one turn, you went from just it being Sneasler to being an incredibly potent flying type threat. But it is gonna go down. The Burning Bulwark, I believe, did it cause that KO? I think it hit either the Spiky Shield or the Burning Bulwark, and the Sneasler's going to go down. So that is one less threat that Olivia is going to have to worry for. Gouging Fire, Burning Bulwark.
It fell to the Spiky Shield.
Okay.
It was already quite low. It wasn't at full HP, so it did fall to the Spiky Shield for sure. Like the double protect did go through. You see, Olivia is super keen on doing those double protects.
Yeah, and it's working. Usually, like, you're risking a lot usually when you do that because it allows for your opponent to read you and do a setup or a switch in. But we haven't seen that happen much here. But the Ivy Cudgel coming out to the Incineroar, a good read. Not going to knock it out quite yet, but it's still going to be in a very good position to do so. And the Howl follow-up, that's as close as you're going to get to a call-out, setup move on the side of Gouging Fire. It is paralyzed as well, so it's like, why not go for it? Because you don't want to rely on the paralysis not proccing. So if it does, and if you're not going to count on a move coming out, but you're happy if it does,
right.
Howl is exactly that move. But we're going to see the Trick Room come off, and Eric Luog's going to be sending out the Urshifu. Now, Gouging Fire it is the fastest Pokemon, but it does also have a chance of just not acting.
That is very true. Yeah, due to the paralysis, it's going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. But as long as, say, it becomes immobilized, can't move, right? And Eric Luong is able to take out the Gouging Fire. Now Eric Luong has the fastest Pokemon on the field at all times until Rillaboom comes back in, and I believe will be the slowest on the field. But this is still a good sort of play for Eric to try and sort of mitigate all the massive damage that Olivia's been putting onto him. The Incineroar comes back out, is going to intimidate, get that attack drop that Howl just did give to both of them just a second ago.
Yeah, and now Ogerpon being swapped out, that Howl being nullified because of the intimidation, but now with the Chien-Pao coming out, the Swords of Ruin, reducing the defense of all the Pokemon on the field rather. Gouging Fire's paralysis coming to play, close combat, gonna hit the Chien-Pao, which is gonna take down to 1 HP thanks to the Focus Sash, so it's still here, but is it really? It's a trick-roomed field, so it's gonna be acting last.
It's probably going to go for the Protect here. You do want to try and waste out these rooms of Trick Room. You got to look, right? You have Chien-Pao, you have Gouging Fire. These are both two Pokemon now. Chien-Pao's at 1 HP and is the fastest, so technically it's the slowest on the field right now. You have Gouging Fire, who's paralyzed, right? And it won't be able to move like probably half of the time.
Go for Protect?
Probably
against Urshifu?
Probably Protect. I don't know what you would do with Gouging Fire. Probably double Protect, honestly, at this point. I don't think Chien-Pao should go for anything because Sucker Punch won't do much. Is opting not to go for that Protect, though.
Because it's, again, Urshifu. Remember, hits through Protect.
Oh, I'm not even thinking about that.
Yeah, so there's no point. It's going to fall either way. You might as well at least try to get something off there. Chien-Pao is ultimately going to fall. Incineroar with that Heat Crash going to do so much damage, but the Breaking Swipe just to make life a little bit more miserable for them. Attack reduction on the Urshifu. Actually going to be huge here, I think. It's either going to force it to bring... surviving on 2 HP. Again, that's just one extra turn that you have to worry about, dealing with this Gouging Fire. The weirdness has disappeared from the battlefield, so that's not Trick Room. That is the Psychic Terrain.
That's the Psychic Terrain, yeah. Exactly. So now Rillaboom.
Oh gosh. I mean, you might as well call it Grassy Surge, because that's all it is.
Might as well. The terrain's going to come out now from Rillaboom. So the terrain just went down. Now it's back up. This is the second time this game where we've had close calls on just one 1 HP, 2 HP sort of moves.
Yeah.
It's been really close, at all points. Rillaboom's gonna come in, Urshifu's gonna
get rid of that attack
out. Yeah, get rid of that attack drop for sure. And Didi's gonna come back in.
There's noticing pattern here.
it's just switch.
Absolutely. They want to have full control of the terrain. And just goes to show the level of genius I have. But before we mention that, the U-turn going to be chunking down the Rillaboom, getting the Incineroar out, bringing the Urshifu back in with all of his attack this time. Not going to have to worry about that breaking swipe, but it is going to go for a breaking swipe yet again. Now that Urshifu is right back where it started, just with slightly less HP. Well, in fact, it's better for it to go this way. Oh, it's going to go down to Rocky Helmet. Indeedy, holding a Rocky Helmet? Yes, it is. So Gouging Fire is going to fall to that. Woodhammer is going to take down the Urshifu, however, and we're back to another scary situation here. Ogerpon is the only other Pokemon back in the sidelines for Olivia, but on Eric's side, you have an Incineroar. Intimidate's gonna be chunking down the attack even more, but it's not. Oh, actually, no, it will catch the Ogerpon because they're coming out at the same time. Technically, Intimidate will proc. So Ogerpon is gonna have reduced attack, which will be a factor here because it will be trying to get as much dished out with the Ivy Cudgel. But I don't know, with Indeedee and Incineroar, I can't really say for sure who's gonna be taking this one.
Yeah, it's really tough, honestly. Both sides kind of have low HP Pokemon. Both sides have, the attack drop from breaking swipes. Not that it's going to affect Indeedee that much. It still will affect the Urshifu, obviously. But it's really tough. Everything comes down to this one turn, right? Anybody can win at this point. Incineroar is going to go for the knockoff and finish off that Rillaboom. And now it's kind of up to Wellspring Ogerpon. Wellspring is probably going to go for that Incineroar, pick. Probably going to go off and try and go for... Oh, the Psychic comes out for sure fast, obviously because it's faster, right? The damage isn't that much, though. I do think that Olivia does win this game. The Ivy Cudgel is going to come through, is going to be able to... No. Never mind.
Ooh.
I thought it was going to go for the Incineroar. I truly thought, and I thought that was a play. I thought you get rid of the Pokemon with the lowest amount of HP, and then you have a chance to finish off and win the game. Try and stall out, go for Spiky Shield, and then try and wait the timeout of the Trick Room. But that's not going to be the case, right? Gonna go for the Follow Me, and is going to be able to tank another one of these hits. And it's pretty much kind of Eric's game.
I'm not sure what
I do think so. Oh, Indeedee lives again.
Heat Crash is the
Another
only real
one
attacking.
No, not really, because Knockoff is there too.
Oh.
Still has Knockoff. Knockoff, U-turn,
You're right.
Heat Crash.
You're right.
Right? This is a very attack-focused, Incineroar.
Can you knock off the mask, though?
I don't think you can, technically, because you do go into, you put on the mask afterwards. I don't think you can knock off.
So you're not going to get that bonus damage, but it's damage nonetheless. A Spiky Shield here, though, would win. Actually, no, because Psychic is still in play. I feel like Spiky Shield's the play, no?
I think Spiky Shield is the play.
I feel like Spiky Shield is the play last turn.
The Psychic won't obviously be affected by the Spiky Shield and won't knock out the Indeedee. But if Incineroar goes for... He's going to go for the Ivy Cudgel. I don't know if that necessarily was the play, too. You kind of want to stall out the turns of Trick Room. Incineroar is going to fall. Now we just need to hope and pray that Psychic does not knock out Ogerpon. It went for Trick Room.
Okay.
I think Eric kind of has this. I don't think Ogerpon survives another Psychic here.
I think it does.
I don't think it does.
It doesn't get a special defense boost.
Like Olivia's trying to stall right now because I don't think it does.
Oh, with the Psychic Train.
With the Psychic Train as well. And sure, Indeedee is not a strong Pokemon.
We saw how much damage it did before, though.
Exactly. With Psychic Train coming out, I don't know.
The weirdness is gone, though.
Oh, but it's gone.
Oh my god.
We have to just wait and see. Psychic comes out.
Oh my
Can
god.
Ogerpon survive? And it can't. Ogerpon falls. Eric picks up the second game of the set. We're going to game 3.
We're going to game 3. I can't help but feel like that really could have gone Olivia's way at the end there. I feel like a Spiky Shield on that first turn. Because Incineroar, what else was Incineroar going to do? It had to attack. And then Indeedee was most likely going to follow me or something else. At least you're protecting yourself. I feel like Spiky Shield at some point there would have been a much more efficient play. But in any case, we're going to a game 3. Eric Long, obviously, both trainers playing that game very well. I really enjoy seeing how close they're taking these two. Game 3, we're going to see some adjustments made, I'm sure. But I think if we're going to see anything coming out, it might be the King Gambit coming into play, I think there's just so much room for it. There's so much switching. There's so much intimidating. A lot of stuff coming out. I feel like getting that King Gambit out might be a factor that helps you kind of clean things up. Plus, against the psychic typings, you have your dark type moves and dark typing to make things just all the easier for you.
That is very true. I do think King Gambit is the play. Like we were talking about the last game, like before we went into game 2. I do think King Gambit is the play. We see Incineroar, you turn out, come back in, intimidate. Does it have parting shot? I don't know. Incineroar does not have parting shot. It has Flare Bullets, U-turn, fake out, and knockoff. So like every time that intimidate comes back out, cool. That's just another attack boost for King Gambit. Like you said, immune to all the psychic moves that you would see from Hatterene, from Indeedee. So obviously it's gonna be super weak to that Sneasler. Right? If Sneasler comes out, that close combat is going to be super, super strong against it. It doesn't want to go against Incineroar, right? If Incineroar does come out, cool, it does get that attack boost, but it doesn't want to be there fighting that Incineroar, right? King Gambit is not it's bulky enough, but it still doesn't want to take Flare Blitzes from Incineroar, right? It's a tough call, right? It's kind of like it's a very risky play. You do bring out King Gambit, yeah, you do get those like attack boosts, like we said, and it is sure immune to those psychic types, but it doesn't want to fight that Sneasler and Incineroar.
You're absolutely right on that. And one thing I want to mention a little bit is going to be the thing I said I'm a genius for. I remember before we were having our little e-app off against each other, we were kind of contemplating, are we going to see people competing for terrain control in this today at all?
And we did.
And we weren't quite sure. We kind of argued back and forth about it, but we absolutely are seeing it here today. First turn coming out, Eric is going to be using the fake out onto the Gouging Fire, and U-turn going to come out onto the Ogerpon. That's going to be huge. Your Ogerpon is already so low, and we've seen that so many times, time and time again, that every point of HP matters in this battle. So you're not going to be very happy with that. Yeah, the Ivy Cudgel coming out, it's going to do something there, but I feel like that's such a huge wreck to what you're working with so far. Sneasler coming out now, and we've seen, I feel like this might actually be the MVP of the game, just allowing to cause so much chaos and force you to address it in a very uncomfortable way. I feel like it's doing so much for allowing Eric to kind of get his game plan sorted out. Now with the Urshifu back in the back lines, the Ogerpon is going to get swapped out, and
this is exactly what I was talking about before. Right? The King Gambit's going to come through against two Pokemon it really does not want to go against. The Incineroar is going to come out, which is good, right? You don't want to take a Flare Blitz right there. And this is also beneficial too, right? Going up against the Indeedee, it is good. Obviously, since it's going to consume that Psychic Seed. Sorry, my apologies. It's going to consume that Psychic Seed, obviously boosting that special defense, but you still don't want to go up against the Sneasler right there. Obviously, Dialclaw does not affect King Gambit, so nothing's going to happen there, but now you're kind of at a crossroads where Indeedee doesn't want to put up Trick Room, especially because it's going to benefit King Gambit. But Sneasler, I feel like if you're Sneasler, you click Close Combat here and go target King Gambit instantly.
I don't see any reason why you wouldn't do that. I feel like that's just might be straight up the play to make. If we see anything different, I'm sure there'd be a good reason for it. But like you mentioned, having King Gambit come out now is just kind of not what you're looking for. You really want that King Gambit to I'm just gonna get out. That's huge. King Gambit was really supposed to be the dark horse for this battle, pun intended, and it was supposed to allow for a lot of stuff for Olivia to get done, but it kind of comes out at an awkward time and goes down at even a worse timing. It's gonna allow at least the breaking swipe to come out from the Gouging Fire without much contestation, but even then, it's going to take a hit from the Rocky Helmet, allows Trick Room to come off. You're not feeling very happy right now if you're on Olivia's side.
Yeah, I don't want to say it was a misplay, but it was two really bad, unfortunate turns, like back-to-back, right? You took the U-turn pretty heavily from Wellspring Ogerpon. The next turn, you did a good play by bringing in the King Gambit, not being affected by that Dialclaw, but still keeping it back in was really tough. You did have to sack one. Either way, that close combat was going to come through regardless on that side. And what were you going to swap in? Your Ogerpon, who's on like no HP?
Maybe.
Are you going to swap in your Rillaboom, who's also weak to that? Oh,
what else is your Ogerpon really going to do, though? It is 40 HP. The whole point of your Ogerpon is going to be tanky. If it's not tanky, then it's kind of useless, right? And then you bring it back in after your King.
Yeah, but it's so low that it's not going to be able to take that close combat, you know?
Yeah, it would go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're fine with that, I think. In any case, we're going to be seeing the next move coming out here. Psychic onto the Gouging Fire. Woodhammer coming out, and Incineroar. Not going to do as much damage as we saw last time. Rillaboom going to be taking a nice immediate hit from it as a result, too. Howl coming out once more just to try to get every drop of damage out from Olivia's side of the field. But as every turn goes more forward and every step gets taken, it feels more and more air-excited, if you ask me. But it's still definitely possible to come back and try to steal this series away. Heat Crash is going to be going onto the Indeedee. If there's a swap in, it could be pretty bad if Urshifu comes out in place of Indeedee, which isn't unlikely because I feel like Indeedee's kind of done the job right now, and you kind of want to have it in the back line to kind of break the grassy terrain. So a switch is very likely, if you ask me, but with the Urshifu coming out, being a water type, getting hit by I forgot what move, a Heat Crash, I feel like it's not going to be a very scary play.
Right.
So, yeah.
Indeedee's going to go for that follow me. That U-turn's going to come back onto the Rillaboom. That's a good Terra type right there. That's a good Terra Terastallization right there. Not going to take too much damage from that U-turn, which has been, honestly, that U-turn has been a lot more effective than we've seen other people use that parting shot, right? You've been getting a lot of damage on that U-turn. So, like, good Terastallization from Olivia's part right there. A lot of things not going Olivia's way in this game entirely. So, you know, having a good turn must feel good right there. Urshifu's going to come back in, not have that defensive drop. The U-turn comes in on Indeedee, and now Rillaboom is going to come back out in place for Ogerpon.
Now we're going to be seeing the Ogerpon coming back in. I feel like this is a pretty good situation to see the Ogerpon coming out. It is low HP, like you said, so it is most likely going to go down, but it's taking a hit that you don't want any of your other Pokemon to be taking. Heat Crash is going to knock out the Indeedee. We're looking at a 3v3 now, but with that Ogerpon so low, it's only a matter of time before it eventually goes down. It's not going to be able to fulfill a lot of its usages. However, Eric bringing out the Urshifu, I think right now he wants to get rid of something, and he has ample opportunity to. It always feels weird using something as potent as an Urshifu to take down Pokemon that's so low, but you're gonna have to commit on getting rid of one of these Pokemon, and I feel like Gouging Fire represents the biggest threat to your team right now. The Sneasler is gonna be coming back, so very likely we could see two Pokemon coming down here. Burning Bulwark represents a bit of a threat to that kind of strategy, but with the Heat Crash coming, maybe trying to read the fact that, you know, double KO is more likely, so maybe a switch play Eric might be going for, and Olivia could be trying to read that. I'm not too sure though.
I think the Dire Claw comes onto the Ogerpon, which is pretty obvious, right? The Follow Me comes through for Olivia. So the Dire Claw is just, I guess, gonna fall right on right there. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, but
turn comes through and then just gets the Ogerpon just right away. So
yeah,
what were you saying?
I was gonna say, like, you know, I didn't want the Follow Me play to come down because even if you follow me or not, if the Pokemon goes down, then the rest of the moves are going to hit the other Pokemon, like we just saw, you know. But the Heat Crash, oh no, it's a Withdrawal? Yeah, Withdrawal. I was like to say, there's no way Urshifu just went down, because I'm looking back now. The Gouging Fire in a really bad situation is actually still going to survive that. I wasn't expecting that, but the Heat Crash coming out onto the Caesar also surviving it. It's a 2v3 now with your Gouging Fire at 14 HP. Now going to heal up a little bit of that, but you have your Rillaboom who's at about half into an Incineroar and a Sneasler. This game's looking pretty hard for Olivia.
The Sneasler's low enough. It's not low enough where Fake Out will knock it out, but at least it will take it away from the turn just right there. Right? The Incineroar is not obviously able to do that. It can go out, come back out for another attack drop, and then kind of secure the game that way. I do think as long as Eric doesn't make any blunders, Eric does have this in the bag.
I feel like maybe a play would be breaking Swipe and faking out the Incineroar. I feel like that kind of covers a lot of bases, except for maybe a clever switch out. U-turn, not going to allow you to switch out. I don't even know if you'd be allowed to use that move here, but the fake out going onto the Incineroar, but the Burning Bulwark is going to be used. You have to really just hope that, you know, the Sneasler comes out and hits the Gouging Fire, but if it doesn't, then it doesn't, and you're in a bad situation regardless. So you're going to be losing the Rillaboom. Breaking Swipe, I feel like might have KO'd the Sneasler. I think that Gouging Fire is still under the influence of a Howler or two, and it, at the very least would have reduced the attack to maybe allow the Rillaboom to survive that, but not the play that Olivia is going to go for. And with facing down 3 Pokemon and at about like a quarter HP, seems that this game is going to be going to Eric.
This game is pretty much done for. Yeah, as Olivia is going to cancel the battle, call the set, and Eric will take that set pretty handily, at least for the last game. 2 very close games in the beginning, and then the last one pretty much handily going Eric's way. That was a really good fight from Olivia right there.
Yeah, very solid. Always love to see those kinds of battles. Like I said, it felt like a masterclass. We really got to enjoy just watching the back and forth between the two of them. It felt like they were making a lot of very calculated plays and trying to play around each other's advanced tactics and strategies. So it was a pleasure to enjoy that series. Like you said, first 2 very close. Last one, Eric kind of stole that away because there's a couple of moments there that kind of just completely stopped Olivia's momentum. The first 2 turns, I really feel like kind of spelled doom for the rest of the battle. So that will be, I think that was our 4th round of Swiss.
Yeah.
And it was a very enjoyable one overall.
That was our 4th round, and we're about to head into our last round. The round 5 will be the next one for sure. We'll probably watch another 3-1 game anyways, because whoever wins that will be guaranteed to move on to Top Cut. Whoever loses might have a chance to get in. We don't know necessarily. But whoever will win our next game on stream will be guaranteed Top Cut. Eric, for sure, guaranteed Top Cut right now.
4-0.
Has the potential, is 4-0 currently, and has the potential to go 5-0. So we'll kind of have to see what shakes up in the future. We talked previously, right? In previous rounds, we talked about what we wanted to see. Before, we had just purely balanced teams. And then after that, we got... what do we have last game?
We had that. Well, I don't know about last. I'm not sure if it was last game, but we did have that Pelipper.
We had the Pelipper Rain team.
That wasn't really a rain team.
It wasn't really a rain team.
It was more like a terrain team with rain to rain. You know what I'm getting at?
Rain to rain, baby.
You don't really build a team around terrain, but you'll use it. I feel like that Urshifu was playing around a water terrain. You know what? Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, but this was the first time that we've actually had. Oh, I forgot. We had a Trick Room team last game. It was the Registeel team. This is the first actual one that we had a team that leans very heavily into a sort of style, right? So it'll be very interesting to see what we have next. We haven't seen any Sun teams. We still haven't seen any hard leaning Rain teams. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens in the next couple rounds, but I'm excited.
I'm very excited too. As we head into the next round of Swiss, I believe it is our last one. I heard somewhere maybe 5 or 6 rounds. I'm definitely going to double check.
So next round will be the last one for sure.
Next round of Swiss will be the last one. Top Cut, top 8 will be making it into the playoffs. And again, that's where all the points are on the line. So the players will be getting ready and be focusing up, observing, taking notes, preparing for potentially their last battles here. So don't go anywhere, as the next battles will be the most exciting. We hope to see you very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you brought your jackets because it's going to be a little bit of a blizzard. It's getting chilly here at the St. Clair College campus during the Midseason Showdown because Owen, and I'll have to say my name at some point. I'm going to just say my name, Daniil, and Owen, because like you said, Owen, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a chilly team. You want to give us a little bit of information on that one?
That is true. If anybody actually watches regionals or just any Pokemon VGC in general, you'll know that at Eurotrek, I think that's how you pronounce it, the team that won there was an Articuno/Alolan Ninetales based off team. So Alolan Ninetales comes in, sets up the snow with snow warning, and then Articuno comes in, Blizzard spams, because if you guys don't know, in snow, Blizzard is 100% accurate. So this is going to be very interesting to see. We haven't seen an Articuno team yet, so I'm pretty excited. The two competitors we do have right now are Jeffrey Yang and Steven Stark. Two players we haven't seen at all today, and both these players are 2-2. Now they're fighting for the chance to get into the top cut, the small chance that they do have. This isn't guaranteeing them a top cut. If they do win this game, there is a potential that they do make it. So obviously, if you are either or, you do want to sweep this set. You don't want the set to go to a game 3 because that's what determines you being able to get in top cut or not get into top cut. And as you see, our two competitors are gearing up and getting ready to play. I got to ask you though, right? Looking at both teams, what are your thoughts?
I mean, and everyone's going to call me a bandwagoner, okay? But I love Articuno. I'm very happy to see it showing up. I'm an ice guy. Ghost Ice. That's why... Wow, how can I forget his name right? Frostlass is one of my favorite Pokemon. Right. Ghost Ice type. Love it. So... Frostlass or Glalie. Not a fan of Glalie as much because it's kind of ugly. Frostlass is cool.
Wow.
Yes.
Kind of rude.
I'm a style over substance kind of guy when it comes to Pokemon at the very least. But I love Ice type. I love Glass type. These are typings that we don't really get to see shine a lot.
Yeah.
But Articuno, also one of my favorite legendaries, just in general, being able to actually find a nice niche and in such an interesting way as well. I didn't watch the regionals, but like kind of the buzz that was started around it, some analysis of the team and how it kind of works. The logic behind it, you didn't really delve too much into the move list, but the choice specs, but you're running Blizzard, Ice Beam, Freeze Dry, and Sheer Cold, which...
And we'll touch on that for just a second.
Yeah.
You mentioned Ice Beam. That's a move you generally don't touch, especially if snow is up. Ice Beam you don't click. You might click it when snow is down. You're in like a 1v1 scenario, right? That might be a time where you use Ice Beam. But generally, most of the time, Articuno just wants to spam Blizzard. You also have, like you just mentioned, Sheer Cold and Freeze Dry, right? You like Sheer Cold, for example. We'll talk about that, right? We have to. For the Pokemon that Articuno can't necessarily knock out with Blizzard, like let's talk about Registeel.
We saw that earlier.
For a Pokemon like Registeel, a Pokemon that Articuno can't really knock out with Blizzard, right? After you switch back in, you have the chance of using Sheer Cold and hopefully being able to knock it out, especially with it being super defensive and Snow giving Ice types a special defensive boost, if I remember correctly. I don't know if it's defensive or special defensive. Someone's going to correct us. But it still gives you a defensive boost, plus the fact that Articuno is already naturally very bulky. It does allow it to live a couple hits to hopefully maybe get a one-hit knockout onto those like super bulky Pokemon.
And that's what, just real quick, what I really like about the Sheer Cold on this Pokemon is it's not like a cheap, like, I really hope I get the one-hit knockout here. It is calculated. Like, it makes sense. Like, realistically, you're not knocking this thing out with a Blizzard. You might as well just keep doing this low accuracy chance move that will knock it out if it connects. And it doesn't feel cheap. I like it. I really like it a lot. And again, even though you have the choice specs, it just makes every other move you do so much better. Snow Cloak does that increase evasiveness in Blizzard?
It increases the evasiveness. So, for example, if you say hit them with Ice Beam, Ice Beam's a 100% accurate move.
Yeah, it's reduced.
Right? Now it's going to be reduced down to 80% accuracy.
Okay.
And this is the same for like all the other moves too. It reduces it by like about 20%.
So it's just rolling a lot of dice.
Exactly.
And eventually, one dice roll will be completely devastating for your opponent.
It is really tough. It's really tough to play around for sure. The whole goal is you kind of want like for what I would do. I would maybe bring like a Tornadoes, or somebody that can set up another weather condition to sort of negate like that snow, because that snow is super useful for Articuno. Blizzard goes from, was it 70% accuracy,
Something like that.
to like never misses. It doesn't miss. It doesn't have 100% accuracy. It can't miss. And that's obviously super powerful, especially if you pair Articuno with the best snow setter in the game, Alolan Ninetales, who also uses Blizzard too. So I guess we're going to see as we head into the game just right now, as we see Arcanine and Wellspring Ogerpon come out, and Chen Pao and Gouging Fire.
Yes, we're seeing the lead off now. Intimidate's coming into play. Gouging Fire is not going to like that very much. Neither will the Chen Pao, but with the defense being reduced on all sides here, the Chen Pao isn't going to be that hindered by it. We're seeing now Steven considering his first play options. He ended up bringing out the Metagross as well as the Raging Bolt. So Burning Bulwark is going to be the play for the Gouging Fire. Chen Pao, however, seeing here, I think it might have... It does not have any setup moves, but it's going to go for the Protect, and we're going to see what Jeffrey does in response. The Ivy Cudgel is going to get blocked by Chen Pao, and the Burning Bulwark, was that going to be affected? Both of them double protecting, so none of them going to get hit by the Rock Slide non-contact move, so Arcanine won't get burned for this. I don't think it can fire types get burned? Because I know electrics can't get
fire types can't get burned.
Okay, so fire it can't get burned regardless, but still a nice information gathering turn for all players here. Nobody is going to be taking any damage, and turn 1 behind us now. Turn 2, maybe we're going to see some action underway.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some action for sure. It'll be interesting to see what Steven wants to do to sort of play around Jeffrey's sort of lead right now. Yeah, obviously the Chen Pao is going to be super weak to, I guess you can say, not both Pokemon, but it's like, yeah, you want to take out the Chen Pao because Chen Pao can easily fall right here from either or.
And you definitely don't want it to.
Yeah, you definitely don't want it. The Rock Slide can come through. It doesn't really matter. Chen Pao can easily fall. The Metagross is a good choice. You want to be able to tank those sort of hits. Breaking Swipe is going to be able to get that attack drop. This is a good start for Steven. And we'll see what Jeffrey can do right now.
Only scary part is the fire typing on the Arcanine Hisui could end up doing a lot of damage to that Metagross with the Flare Blitz, but
a double
miss.
avoid from Rock Slide.
That's crazy.
And see, Rock Slide's an 80% accuracy move. Remember when we were talking about the Articuno, how Snow Cloak, makes it so then you,
more evasive.
More evasive.
More likely to avoid the
Thank you
attacks.
for bringing up the word.
No
I'm missing all the words, man. The sickness is not really helping. But it makes it more evasive, right? And you just see right now an 80 accuracy move just missed both times, which is like super uncommon.
Hey, uncommon or not, Steven Stark's going to take that in full force. We're going to see the Ninetales coming out, which means we're very likely going to see the Articuno following up, if not this turn, then the next, with that Blizzard being in play. Hal is going to come out to boost the attack of the Metagross and the Gouging Fire, but the Ivy Cudgel coming out once more. Again, hitting the Metagross. Not sure why not opting to hit the Gouging Fire. Well, it's going to be neutral regardless, but the Heavy Crash going to be taking out the Ninetales. The snow is up, but the Articuno has not hit the field yet. I'm sure you're going to want to go for it sometime soon, but you also are losing out on Pokemon to switch into. So we're going to see the Articuno coming out. It is going to be a fire type and a steel type out here. Bullet Punch could threaten the Articuno pretty heavily here, but again, Snow Cloak comes into play. One miss here could be huge.
Like you said, yeah, one miss can be huge. Gouging Fire is just going to be neutral, obviously because of its Dragon Dual type. So it's going to be very interesting to see kind of what happens here. This Metagross, though, obviously you don't want Metagross to go up against the Articuno if you're, like, Joffrey, for example. The Terrassalization is going to come through. If it is on Joffrey's side, it's going to be the Articuno and the Ice type. Yeah, it's going to be Articuno Terrassalizing to Ice, making that Blizzard extra powerful. As we see that coming through. And obviously, like we said, is just going to be clicking Blizzard Spam.
Blizzard Spam is going to be the name of the game so far, plus the redirections coming out from the Ogerpon just to make it even harder to do anything about this Articuno. Another Howl is going to be coming into play, and before we see, yeah, we're going to see the Blizzard coming out. Can a freeze come out from this one? I believe the freeze chance in Blizzard's 30%?
Oh, and we do see the freeze come out on Metagross. This is huge. Ogerpon goes for the follow me, knowing that Metagross is probably going to go for that heavy slam or that bullet punch. But breaks out immediately. Oh my god. Steven is insanely lucky this game. Not only does he get the double miss on the rock slide in the first turn, but also instant unfreezes off of that freeze. That's insane.
So wait, they changed the freeze mechanic then? Because I'm pretty sure before the only way to unfreeze was with fire type moves hitting you. There was no way to unfreeze before, right?
No, you can unfreeze.
So what's the mechanic now?
It's the same. It's been the same.
How can a Pokemon unfreeze?
It has a chance to unfreeze every turn.
What percent chance?
I don't know what percent chance.
Just a low chance.
But it has a lower chance to unfreeze.
I knew it was 10%. Okay, but anyways, thank you, Matthias, for telling us. As we're going to see, the Ogerpon is going to get switched out. I'm pretty sure the only way before was getting hit by fire typing moves. Unless I'm thinking about literally Gen 1, then that might not be very relevant. But in any case, the Intimidate is going to come out. Metagross is not going to be affected by it because of that clear body. First time we're going to see that come into play here. But a huge hit is going to be landing on Articuno's head with the Breaking Swipe follow-up, reducing the attack of the Arcanine. Articuno just basically one turn on the field. It's already had such a huge impact, but hopefully the second Blizzard here can really have a bigger one. Going to be able to knock out. Oh no, Metagross survives it. Gouging Fire is out.
Yeah.
But
this is fine though. This is fine if you're Jeffrey, right? You can easily go E-Speed and then get rid of Metagross, so then there's only one Pokemon on the field next turn. Let's talk about how bulky, like we were talking about before, how bulky Articuno is. Even through the bullet punch from Metagross, it still was like half HP. Still half HP after that bullet punch. Super bulky. That snow, obviously, with the boost of special defense, is really benefiting this Articuno.
Absolutely. Yeah, this Articuno is a huge problem that needs to get dealt with, but it's easier said than done. I'm just already kind of considering the next turn here, but Raging Bolt, it might not be the swap-in, Owen. How do you feel about it?
I don't think Raging Bolt's a swap-in. I think you do kind of have to not sack Chen Pao necessarily, but you do have to go for something here.
Yeah, there's something.
You have to try and make something work. At least Chen Pao can get some damage off before, and it'll live this turn. It'll live this turn. If you're Arcanine, you're going for the E-Speed on Metagross, and you're probably going to go for the Blizzard on Chen Pao. Chen Pao is going to be able to go for the Sacred Sword onto Articuno, and since it's faster, hopefully knock it out.
But
we'll see what happens.
The thing is, the Bullet Punch, obviously the play for the Metagross. The thing is, if it misses...
faster?
Metagross with the Bullet Punch. Bullet Punch is a priority move, correct?
Yeah, but so is... Wait, but Extreme Speed, it doesn't matter. It's double priority.
Right.
So it doesn't even matter if Metagross is faster or not. Arcanine is still going to be able to move first. So we'll see kind of what happens. We'll see if my predictions are right.
Yeah, absolutely. So Metagross most likely going to fall here thanks to that Extreme Speed. So that's another opportunity for this Articuno to be a problem for Steven Stark. Gonna have to switch. Oh, Sacred Sword is gonna allow the Articuno finally to fall. Not gonna be able to avoid that one. The real win condition of Jeffrey Yang is gonna finally fall. As we're seeing now, the switches coming in. Raging Bolt is finally going to hit the field. Ogerpon is going to hit the field on Jeffrey's side, but it's so low from all those previous situations. Now we're feeling the pain.
Yeah, and this is really tough for Jeffrey right now. Steven has like 2 Pokemon, super like high HP, right? Was it Ogerpon who's low, or was it Arcanine? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure Ogerpon was the one.
Ogerpon is very low.
The Thunderclap will probably come through. I'm sure that they're going to go for the Spiky Shield, but it's still extremely difficult to claw back from this if you're Jeffrey right now.
Fairy Terra on... No, never mind. Ice-type Terra on the Chen Pao.
It's a Ghost.
Oh, Ghost, my mistake.
Yeah.
Saw the little crystal in the ball, but that doesn't tell you the whole story. It is going to be the Ghost typing. Prevent it from getting hit from...
Extreme Speed.
Yeah, Extreme Speed 1. I'm trying to think if there might be any other threats here. Not
it at
much.
least gets its resistances. Like it takes away its resistances of Rock Slide and stuff like that, and it still has some benefit.
Oh, I thought it missed Sacred Sword, but no, it's going to get blocked out by Chen Pao, or by Ogerpon. It's going to get hit by that Spiky Shield as well. Electro Web, going to get, again, blocked out by the Ogerpon, but it's going to hit on the Arcanine. and reduce the speed of that Arcanine. Not going to matter too much because of the fact that it is going to be using extreme speed most likely in the next turn to try to just get something done before it gets knocked out. You could see... Okay, it's going to go for Dragon Pulse on that, and then the Sacred Sword onto the Ogerpon, and that was a quick decision. Steven very confident in that one. The Extreme Speed not going to do a lot to the Raging Bolt. Sacred Sword finally going to knock down the Ogerpon, and with Jeffrey Yang's last Pokemon being an Arcanine getting hit by a Dragon Pulse, I think this game might be going over to Steven Stark.
Jeffrey's going to fall, the Arcanine's going to fall, and that's Steven taking the first game of the set. Jeffrey was in a good position, though, with that Arcanine to be able to take it, but obviously fell with that Shen Pao coming through. So it was still, like, it was a good attempt from Jeffrey, and I do like that he committed to that Articuno in the back line and whatnot. Maybe it wasn't the best executed. I do think both Alolan Ninetales and Articuno being on the same field at the same time is the best way to bring this team out, for sure. You got to remember, Articuno also wants to click Blizzard too. Articuno also wants to set up Aurora Veil.
Exactly.
We didn't even see Aurora Veil, right? So it is something to be aware of. It is something to, you know, remember, like, to think about, right?
Yeah, something that we didn't really get to see a factor of here. Yeah, the Aurora Veil is a big part of the strategy because on top of the evasion, then even if something does connect with that Aurora Veil, reducing the damage from both physical and special attacks.
Yeah, if that Aurora Veil was up, Articuno probably lives.
100%.
Like to be fair, Articuno probably lives there. For those of you who don't know, Aurora Veil is Light Screen plus Reflect for 8 turns because of the fact that they have Light Clay.
You can only use it in the snow, though.
You can only use it in snow, but it sets up snow when it comes out.
Yeah.
So either way, it's up for pretty much the entire game since it's so quick, right? It's not like singles how there's like 30, 50 turns, right? It's going to be up for pretty much the whole game. So I do want to see sort of like a maybe different lead here. Maybe Ninetales comes out with Articuno and they just go guns blazing like right away. You never know. We'll have to kind of wait and see what happens. I do got to ask you though, right? Jeffrey was on the back foot towards the end of the game. What do you think is the changeup that they should make? Obviously, I told you what I think. What are your thoughts?
Jeffrey, I feel like it's a little hard because the way that this composition works, you do have to lean obviously onto your Articuno, and in order to lean onto Articuno, you have to lean onto your Alolan Ninetales. It's not very comfortable to do that though, even in the first turn, because it's not holding a Focus Sash, so you have to hope that it survives turn 1. It is pretty fast. It just being Ninetales is a pretty fast Pokemon, but I feel like it's still risky enough that things can threaten it pretty quickly and get rid of it before it has the opportunity to use Aurora Veil. And plus, if that happens, you lose your lead turn. It's just a bad situation all around.
As long as Chen Pao isn't on the field, there's no other Pokemon that is faster than Alolan Ninetales.
Okay.
Yeah, so Alolan Ninetales will be the second fastest Pokemon in the entire game out of all the 12. Chen Pao is the only one that's going to be faster at like 20 extra points or whatever.
It does have Sacred Sword, but Alolan Ninetales is Fairy Ice, so Fairy resists fighting? Am I mistaken on that?
Fairy resists fighting. Ice obviously is super effective, so it's going to be a neutral hit regardless. But we'll kind of see as we're about to head into the game right now, so we'll see the leads. As we did predict correctly, Articuno and Alolan Ninetales will be the lead for the side of Jeffrey, and we'll have to just kind of wait and see what Steven ends up sending out right now.
Yeah, and one thing I did want to mention a little bit is even if Jeffrey's able to recover this game, he's not going to be too happy about it, because like you said, you want to win this 0-2, or 2-0 rather.
Yes.
So yeah, it's a pretty bad situation to be in all around because your odds of getting to the top cut are still pretty reduced. But as we head into this next game, we see the Gouging Fire and the Ogerpon. Arcanine is going to get switched out in place of the Alolan Ninetales, so we're not going to see the screen just a little bit. What are your thoughts on that play? I'm not too sure how I feel about it, but before we go too far into it, we're going to see the Heat Crash come out onto the Articuno. Ivy Cudgel going to hit the Arcanine, which is going to be double effective enough to knock it out completely. So, yeah, turn 1, not going your way if you're Jeffrey Yang. And you're going to get the Blizzard off. You're not going to get a lot out of it, though. No freezes, just going to do a lot of damage to the 2 Pokemon right in front of you, which, of course, always a nice thing to do. But when you lose your Arcanine, you lose. Well, you didn't lose your Alola Ninetales, but you lost opportunity. It was an opportunity cost. You lost the opportunity to reduce a significant amount of damage that your Articuno just took.
Exactly.
So yeah, you lost something there.
Yeah, Jeffrey went for the read there. Red went for he thought that Steven was going to go for the Heat Crash onto the Alolan Ninetales. So he ended up switching out. It didn't end up working well, as Steven like completely read that and then went for the Ivy Cudgel onto the Arcanine. But yeah, like we said, Articuno is the fastest Pokemon on the field. After getting those screens set up, right, the damage would have been super mitigated, and like they both would have still been over half HP, maybe over 3/4 HP for both Pokemon.
And I feel like that's where a little bit of the VGC like mind poison comes into play, where if your Pokemon doesn't have it's a little scary right now on Jeffrey Yang's side of the field. Yeah, you gotta understand that just because you don't have priority, you still can move before other Pokemon. You know, you gotta just trust the heart of the cards sometimes. But as we see the Terastallization type coming out onto the Landorus, I believe that's going to be the Steel typing. With Heat Crash hitting the Ninetales. And the Landorus gonna be able to take out the Gouging Fire at the very least. It was at about half HP, so that is to be expected. Ninetales gonna. Oh, never mind. The Ogerpon is going to use the Ivy Cudgel onto the Landorus. Going to do a decent amount of damage, but your Ninetales now out on the field. It's at about half HP. The only faster Pokemon on the board. Oh, actually not going to offer the Champ. We're going to be sending out the Metagross. So maybe Bullet Punch. In fact, Bullet Punch is going to be enough to knock out the Ninetales. So
if you're Jeffrey, you're extremely scared of Metagross right now, especially for Ninetales, right? Because Ninetales is just going to fall immediately from Bullet Punch, as it's quad weak to it, right?
No Protect on the Ninetales either.
No Protect on the Ninetales, obviously, because Ninetales is supposed to come in, set up the screens, but we haven't seen him do that at all.
Not at all.
Not a single time. Right, Jeffrey is trying to do like these crazy reads and stuff like that, but it's not really working. Jeffrey needed in the first game, in the start of this game, needed to come out, set up screens, and you know, try and play their hand and not try and play the opponent's game. Play your game. So we'll see what happens here as Ogerpon goes for Follow Me.
Follow Me to redirect any attacks coming out from Jeffrey's side. Metagross is going to knock out the Ninetales, get this Pokemon out of here. No Aurora Veil. Like you mentioned, not having Protect doesn't even matter on Ninetales because Aurora Veil is like a multi-turn Protect for both Pokemon. You really don't need to Protect in that situation, but Ogerpon finally going to go down thanks to the Sludge Bomb from the Landorus. Now you just have your Chien-Pao and your Metagross on the back line, but these are two Pokemon you're always happy to see. Articuno coming out once more, and here's the thing.
The snow is about to fall, though.
Exactly. That's the point I was about to make. I also wanted to mention, like, there's been a lot of missed opportunities in this game, but Articuno is so strong that it almost doesn't matter.
We'll have to kind of wait and see. I mean, Metagross is able to tank one of these hits, right? It is a 2v2, so we do have a potential.
We do have a Steel-typed Landorus out, though. I feel like if one Blizzard goes off, I feel like Jeffrey kind of just takes the game.
There is a chance, right? The Bullet Punch is going to come through and do a considerable amount of damage onto the Articuno, and Landorus falls. It's up to the Articuno now, but it's a done day. It's a done day.
I'm pretty confident that the game is done. Steven Stark is going to take this one 2-0. That is the favorable position that you want to see. Like you mentioned, if you want to have any chance for the top cut, you want to make sure that you're doing so in a 2-0 fashion, and that's exactly what Steven Stark's going to be doing here with the Sucker Punch to finish things off.
Doesn't even go to the next turn, and that's just it. Steven picks up the game. 2-0, and that's what you wanted coming into this. You wanted to win the set 2-0, to have the potential to make it to the top cut. If it did go to game 3, I don't think either or trainer would have made it necessarily. We'd have to wait and see kind of the results from the rest of the tournament, but this is still a good result from Steven. And I do gotta say, they said GG's, you know, they're doing another handshake, stuff like that. I gotta talk to you about this. Jeffrey, man. Let's talk about Jeffrey. What do you think he could have done better?
Well, we kind of talked about it a little bit. I don't want to go too deep into it, but for sure, I feel like the Aurora Veil coming out turn 1 instead of the switch out,
right,
probably would have done a lot for him.
I have to agree with you. I don't feel like you got much use out of the Alolan Nine Sails.
At
You
all.
got to like ever.
Not a
At
single
all.
not a single bit.
We have to understand that snow coming out gives you huge defensive boost on two Pokemon that are already pretty bulky, especially on the special side. Like Alolan Ninetales has a ton of special defense, alongside of the fact that it's super fast and is able to get up the screens faster than any Pokemon like is on the entire
On the
field, right?
yeah. You don't need priority.
So already special defense boosted, another form of defense boosted on both sides. So it's going to be able to take those hits that Articuno doesn't want to take, that Alolan Knights doesn't want to take, and we saw it, right? We saw even these special like hits.
Yeah.
These heat crashes coming through
I'm not
didn't do that much to really like sort of put it in on the back foot, right? So I'm not too sure where Jeffrey's head at was in that situation. I would love to go out and talk to Jeffrey afterwards and sort of like sort of see where where the decision sort of came from. But even still great plays from Steven as well. Like we got to say, Steven did play very well around what Jeffrey was doing. Jeffrey was kind of going those hard reads, and Steven was like, no, I'm going to sit back. I'm going to play my game. I'm going to let Jeffrey do what he wants to do, and I'm just going to take from here. Talk about Steven's game, though. What do you think are some things that Steven did sort of well?
Like you said, played his game solid. And
Yeah.
I really feel like in a competition like this especially, as long as you're doing what you know you need to be doing, you're winning the game. You don't need to do anything fancy. A team like this as well, what can you even do that's fancy? Nothing. You just win, right? You just play your field and you win. That's exactly what Steven was able to do. Use his Chen Pal very effectively.
Yeah.
Use the Metagross. Pokemon we didn't even see a single time on the first time we did this event, but now we've seen it twice already today. It's been a huge threat both times. Just complete random thoughts coming to my mind right now. Love to see it run Explosion. Think that'd be cool. But in any case, we're seeing the Metagross being used very highly effectively as well. But, like you said, very curious to see what both players are thinking. But as I believe that was the last round of Swiss.
Before we go into top cut, it'll be interesting to see what players did make the top cut, for sure.
Yeah, going to be interested to find that out. But as we get ready to send it to a quick break, I wanted to remind you all that all the action we saw here today was just the prelude. It was just the introduction to the real meat that we're going to be getting into, the top cut. Again, this is where all the points, those sweet, sweet points to qualify for Worlds is going to be coming into play. So if you thought any bit of this was interesting, trust me, you haven't even seen half of it yet. So stay tuned as we get ready to head into the top 8. Oh, and it's time. It's
is it time
finally
for?
time. It's time for the top cut, the battle that we've all been waiting for. We are in the quarterfinals. This is where all the marbles are being rolled out on the floor for you to trip and fall on if you're not careful. And that's exactly what all our competitors here are going to set out to do for their opponents. Trip them up, make them fall with their teams and their strategies. But ultimately, in the end, like we said, it's for all the marbles. All the points are on the line here. So as we head into the top cut, Owen, tell me how you're feeling going forward.
You know what? I'm feeling good going into the top cut. We see a lot of people that we did cast over before. Like Eric Luong finished first at the top with a 5-0 record. And even though Olivia lost that game to Eric and lost another game immediately right after, it still had enough success to make it into the top cut. We also have Marcus Dion, Ashton Cox, who's a really big name, Diego Aguirre, who we're going to see on stream in just a second, Zane Yusuf, who we're also going to see on stream in just a second, Ryan Lassetto, and then Jesse Romello. So some pretty cool names. And I'm pretty excited. Let's talk about the matchup, though, that we do have on stream today. It's 4 versus 5. So that would be Zane Yusuf versus Diego Aguirre. I got to say, we haven't taken a look too much at the teams. So we're going to take a look right now. Let's take a look. Let's start with Zane's team right now.
So we're seeing another Pelipper. This time is a Terra type steel. Of course, Drizzle, it's going to be the optional choice. And Focus Sash, running Tailwind, Hurricane, Weather Ball, and Wide Guard. We saw the utility that the Wide Guard could have against the Tornadus and Landorus lead before. Of course, there's other options that it could be useful for as well. But those were the two that come to mind.
Yeah. Yeah, we also have Lando Eye and Tornadus Eye. So 2 incarnate forms coming out for you. So that's probably going to be like a solid lead for the most part. If you're not going for the Pelipper lead, you might go for the both incarnate leads too. You also got a Moongus, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar. You got a lot of Pokemon that you could lead out with. So it's, pretty solid team. Let's look on the other side, though. On Diego's team, we got Tornadus Incarnate, Urshifu Single Strike, Borrego Wrap, Ursaluna, Blood Moon,
Okay, I see what's going
Hands,
on here.
Ogre Palm Hearts. But I like this team, man. I love this team.
I hate when he gets to see his teams. I hate it.
Oh, my God.
I absolutely hate it because all he does is talk about the Furgraph the entire time.
I love Farigiraf. Let's see what Farigiraf is running. Citrus Berry. And that's probably a good bet. It's probably good to go for the Citrus Berry, to be honest. Another way that you can go for it, too, is put a lot of resources, a lot of EVs into your special attack. Go for a Throat Spray. There's 2 kind of ways you can run Farigiraf. Oftentimes, you do see the Citrus Berry, like, sort of defensive side more often than you do see the special attacks, the Throat Spray sort of, side of things. But 2 good options. Even still, it's still like super detrimental to have Farigiraf on the field too. Still a high special attack, even if you don't invest too much into it. So we'll kind of see how things go. But
I am curious your thoughts on Iron Hands. This is a Pokemon we don't see very commonly, but or at least we haven't seen
Iron Hands too.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's sort of fine. But yeah. Anyways, Iron Hands not something you see too often. You saw it a lot in like early formats when
it's a Stellar type as well.
Stellar type. These Stellar types are so confusing to me sometimes. But Iron Hands was a Pokemon you kind of saw in the beginning formats, like Regulation B. I think it was Regulation B when Paradox Pokemon first became legal. So that was like, it was a good fake out user. So it was one of the first, especially since it was before Rillaboom and Incineroar came out. But since those 2 Pokemon have, came into the format, have obviously been dominating the format, you haven't seen Iron Hands come in too much. So it's still nice to see that sort of Iron Hands come back in. It is a more niche pick. It's also a more Trick Room based pick because it is a very, very slow Pokemon on the field.
One of the slowest.
One of the slowest. So if you do bring it in with a Farigiraf, say like a Farigiraf Ursaluna lead, you protect the Ursaluna, get the Trick Room off, you bring in the Iron Hands, and it's just sweep time.
I'm just noticing something here on Zane's team. It is a Pelipper team with the Drizzle, but I'm not noticing any form of like lightning or whatever. Thunder. I'm not seeing anything that really capitalizes off of rain on this team. Like
again, this is the second team that we've seen that brings in the Pelipper that can't really capitalize off of the rain at all. No thunder, right? No water types that end up, capitalizing off of that rain. So it's very interesting to see, why they're bringing Pelipper. Obviously, it's to do with the wide guard. The wide guard is a super, super good protective mood, especially because you don't have to commit the protect onto any of the other Pokemon, especially if you think that they're going to do, wide spreading moves. If you look at Diego's team, Diego has Ursaluna, who wants to click Hyper Voice most of the time if they're not going to one-click, or Blood Moon. They have Farigiraf, who also wants to click Hyper Voice as well. If you do bring out the Pelipper and get the wide guard off, that's still a pretty good turn. And then you can utilize the next Pokemon to not protect, and then go for an actual move. It's pretty much just a wide guard Pokemon, and I guess it can set up Tailwind. It does have Tailwind as well, so it is its Tailwind setter. But it also has Tornadus Incarnate, so it has two kind of Tailwind setters. It just kind of depends on where they want to sort of lean into. It's interesting.
Yes,
for sure.
I mean, I'm sure if the whole point of it is the wide guard, I'm sure there's better wide guard users. I'm not sure what the idea behind the Pelipper is, unless it really is just to counter sun or snow, having your own weather. This is a legitimate strategy. I spent maybe 20 minutes talking about it on our first stream here. Just being able to consistently break weather with your own weather. But usually you at least have some form of playing into your weather.
Right.
Here we don't see that.
Here we don't see that at all.
Period. So it is interesting seeing the Pelipper coming out. Maybe we'll be able to see exactly why it's useful. I would love to see what the strategy behind using this Pelipper is and how both players want to play around it, if it even gets picked up at all. Again, bring 6, but you only battle with 4, so we might not even see it in the first place. But an interesting Pokemon nonetheless, and I can hear some intense music coming out. We are starting the battle out strong. We're going to lead with the Iron Hands and Tornadus on the side of Diego, and on Zane's side, Tornadus Urshifu going to lead us out. Owen, what are your thoughts on this first?
These are pretty safe leads. You're not really leaning into anything specifically. So you don't want to necessarily go for the Trick Room right now with the Farigiraf or whatever on the side of Diego. And you're not this is a pretty safe standard lead, right? Both Tornaduses are probably going to go for the Tailwind. I think Zane is opting to go for Bleak Wind Storm instead, which makes sense. Get the damage off. But we'll kind of wait and see. Wait and see what happens. Terra does come out just pretty much right away.
Yeah, immediately. It's going to be going on someone here. Not quite sure who it is just yet. We're going to see the Ghost type Urshifu coming into play. That could block out the Fake Out coming out from the Iron Hands. Tailwind is going to start up, but if Tailwind comes out... Oh, okay, yeah. The Urshifu is going to U-turn out. Okay. So, yeah, it's going to come out there. The Ghost Terra typing, I'm assuming, again, was to block out any Fake Outs coming from the Iron Hands.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that did end up coming to play at all.
It did. The Iron Hands did go for the Fake Out. So, cool. It did block out the Fake Out for sure, which is, it's smart. But now you've committed your Terrestrialization, and now they know for sure that you have no way of Terrestrializing later. So there's no form of defensive Terrestrialization that you're worried about if you're Diego. If you're Diego, that is an amazing Terra for you, for sure.
Yeah, and getting that Terra off, again, just even seeing it and knowing what it is, that's huge information for Diego to play around. And Zane's kind of shown his hand a little bit. But as I'm realizing now, the Bleak Wind Storm can't miss in rain. I think that might be a big part of the utility behind the Pelipper.
Yeah, I guess we weren't even thinking about that.
Yeah, I didn't know. You knew. I didn't. Okay, so I didn't know that Bleak Wind Storm can't miss in the rain. Just checked it now. So that alone is actually a huge reason to run the Pelipper now that I'm seeing it. With the Wide Guard coming out next, that could block out the Bleak Wind Storm coming out from Diego. Whether he's going to go for it, no, he's going to go for a taunt onto Zane's Tornadus, which he's probably not going to come too much into play because of the Bleak Wind Storm, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, though, you're right. Yeah, the taunt doesn't really do too much because the Bleak Wind Storm is going to come out. Wild Charge is going to go on Pelipper. Pelipper is now down. Now we don't have to worry about the wide guards anymore from Pelipper. And you know what? You are right. There was at least one sort of Pokemon who can benefit from that sort of rain setter. So now we'll, I guess, kind of see Urshifu come out, which does sort of benefit from the rain as well, being the fact that it is a water type. Even though it still gave up that Terrestrialization to Ghost, it still gets its water stab after being Terrestrialized, so it still benefits. So we were a little bit wrong, I guess. Even though it is a minor rain team, it still does benefit in some way.
Hey, You were wrong. I was uninformed.
Okay, that is true.
Big difference.
Hey man, I'm sick. I'm tired. Give me a break.
So am I. But you know what? Pokemon unites everybody
Yeah.
and heals us all.
You know who else does also benefit from Bleak Wind Storm, or from the rain being set up? Diego. Diego has Tailwind set up right now. Zane doesn't. So Diego's going to move first. Bleak Wind Storm is going to connect.
No wide guard
first.
anymore as well.
No wide guard as well. Diego's Pokemon are already super weak, so the fact that they have Tailwind set up is just super beneficial.
Actually, being hit by the first Bleak Wind Storm might have reduced the speed enough that the
and this is an amazing read from Zane. He knows that, you know, Tornadus is just going to click Bleak Wind Storm, get damage off the 2, so he's going to go for the Aqua Jet. And just an amazing move from Zane right there.
Yeah, very well played. The Bleak Wind Storm getting kind of shut out by the Aqua Jet on the Urshifu, and then getting kind of cleaned up on the side of Zane to clean up the Iron Hands. But Diego's own Urshifu coming out now alongside the Ogerpon with... This is the Hearthflame Ogerpon. This is the first time we're seeing it hit the field today. And you've kind of been evangelizing for this this Ogerpon. What do you think it really brings to the table?
Well, it's super bulky. It's bulky, obviously, like just like every other Ogerpon form is. Like, Wellspring Ogerpon will be a little bit more bulky because of the special defense boost. But this Ogerpon can do so much damage, especially with that attack boost that it gets from terrestrializing. Something you do have to think about right now, though, is that both of Diego's Pokemon are super weak to Bleak Wind Storm right now.
Sorry, real quick, I did just want to mention the fact that, Zane not really having a choice. He needed to swap out the Urshifu there. Choice Scarfed on Aqua Jet. You don't want that. You got to get rid of it there, but go ahead.
Anyways, we're going to see the terrestrialization come through. It's probably going to be on, we're still going to see the stellar terrestrialization from Diego right now onto his Urshifu. Like I was saying, though, you still, if you do stellar, like Terra Stellar, you still keep, you know, your typing when it comes to them attacking you, right?
Okay.
So if they attack you, if Tornadus attacks Urshifu right now, it's still going to be super effective because he's still a Dark and Fighting type defensively. But it doesn't matter. Tornadus is going to get knocked out. Urshifu is going to pick up the KO right away. And that Bleak Wind Storm is not even going to come into effect.
And the Tailwind now running out for Diego's side. Own Urshifu coming in. This one with the Choice Scarf. It really, I feel like this one's still anybody's game.
It really is.
Just losing his Tornadus now. We got Among Us and Urshifu. But this Urshifu is a ghost type?
It is, and something you have to keep in mind too, that Stellar, any move that Urshifu Rapid Strikes uses will be super effective to Urshifu Ghost.
So for anyone unfamiliar, like me, can you reiterate what the Stellar terrestrialization does for you?
Stellar does nothing defensively, but everything offensively. If you are a Stellar type, you will do super effective damage to any Pokemon that is terrestrialized. Any single Pokemon that is terrestrialized. So right now, Urshifu can click anything, Wicked Blow, and it will 100% do super effective damage.
Rage Power, though, gonna make sure that Wicked Blow is gonna go onto the Amoonguss instead of the ever so fragile Urshifu. So now, just 2 Pokemon facing him. The Rage Powder once again going to come into play. Diego forced to take a huge Surging Strikes. This is going to take him down really low. Plus, with the Choice Scarf, plus with the next Wicked Blow, force hit the Amoonguss.
Zane's got this in the bag.
I can't see this going any other way.
Zane literally has this in the bag. There's no way for Zane to lose this game. Zane has this. The Scarf is just makes it so that his Urshifu is way faster than Diego's. Zane has it. Zane has already won the game. You'll probably see Diego right now just like cancel the battle because like he's on 1 HP. There's nothing that he can do. But Sucker Punch comes through. Does considerable amount of damage. Again, like we said, the Stellar type does a ton of damage, right? Obviously, every move is super effective. But it's not going to be enough. Zane is going to pick up the game and the first game of the set. Now, Diego right now is in a bad position. If he loses this game, it's over. It's over for him. There's no way for him to come back like there was in the sort of Swiss round stages, right? We're in single elim top cut. If he loses right now, it's done. So he needs to figure out some way to change up his game plan and then make adjustments to take down Zane in the next game.
Yeah, and he's got to figure it out. Let's help him out a little bit here. Well, obviously not help him out literally. He can't hear us. But let's figure out what could he do for our own curiosity's sake to try to make this battle a little bit more favorable for him. As you're looking at the team sheets now, also minor, but I think it was really cool that the battle came down to Rapid Strike versus Single Blow or Urshifu. It was kind of thematically cool, if you ask me. But
yeah,
looking into the next battle, what kind of changes do you think he should make if he wants to win this next one?
I do want to say that I want to see like the Trick Room Pokemon come out. We saw Iron Hands, which is again a good fake out Pokemon and can work out really well into Trick Room. I want to say that. But you also have Pokemon on his team, on Zane's team, that are really slow. Amoonguss has 55 speed, at level 55. He is a super slow Pokemon. Incineroar is also pretty slow as well, right? So it's kind of a catch-22. I think in that situation, if Diego brings out, in that game specifically, if Diego brings out Trick Room, I think Diego wins that game. But it kind of just depends on what Zane is going to bring out too. That's what makes this format, that's what makes VGC so great, because you don't know exactly what your opponent is going to bring to the table. Bring 6, only take 4 sort of format.
It does so much for it.
It does so much. And it makes VGC so enjoyable, because you don't know. You have to make guesses every single turn. You have to make guesses before the game. You have to make guesses during the game. So it just makes everything.
Make them after too.
Pardon?
You have to make them after too.
Yeah, of course you have to make them after as well. But it's going to be very interesting to say. I would say maybe bring Freygraph and Ursaluna potentially on. It kind of depends. I would lead with them for sure. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. If they both went for a safe lead, I would say if you're Diego, you're on the back foot, you have to try and make a play.
Yeah. I feel like, for Zane at the very least, pretty flexible team. The Pelipper, we do see the utility of it. Maybe even going for the Amoonguss here on the Zane's side as a strong leader, potentially. But as we're getting into this next battle, I was right. Yeah, we're going to see the Amoonguss coming out with the Urshifu to start things off. With we're going to see the Iron Hands Tornadus lead on Diego's side of the field. Urshifu is going to get taunted. Does Urshifu care about taunts regularly? I can't imagine it, but
I guess not really.
Surging Strikes is going to take Tornadus down to a paltry 10%, and
yeah,
Urshifu's taunted, I guess.
Amoonguss couldn't do anything that turn. Obviously, Iron Hands going for the fake out, and with Amoonguss holding Rocky Helmet, Iron Hands takes a little bit of damage there. But we'll kind of have to wait to see what's going on here. Amoonguss is going to go for the Rage Powder. Tornadus is super low. I don't know if Tornadus went for any. I don't think. Yeah, he went for taunt, correct?
Tornadus taunted the Urshifu.
Taunted the Urshifu. Interesting. I would think that they would go for, Oh, wait, this is Diego's team? I was going to say maybe they go for Tailwind, but I guess I'm incorrect, because I probably wouldn't go for Tailwind, honestly, in this situation. But I don't know. It kind of depends. They do go for Tailwind as well. So they probably don't have Freygraph and Ursaluna on the back end, sorry.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out the taunt onto Urshifu play, but, the Tornadus is eventually going to fall. Thankfully to Urshifu's potent strikes, Tornadus is going to be out of it. Not after, going to get the Tailwind off, but the Wild Charge is going to go onto the Amoonguss. It's going to be taking a decent amount of damage thanks to the Rocky Helmet.
Rage Powder. I was about to start raging myself. I was about to be like, why did you target? I totally forgot about Rage Powder. As we see Hearthflame Ogerpon coming out, this is probably the best bet right here, as you're going to be able to take out the Amoonguss before your Iron Hands is going to be able to attack. And then Iron Hands is probably going to be able to get the trade onto Urshifu as well. As you see Amoonguss coming out, this is a good play from Zane right here. As you know, you don't want to lose your Regenerator Amoonguss. Now Amoonguss, when he comes back out, is going to be at full HP. Incineroar comes out, and with the Clear Amulet, Iron Hands will not be dropped. Ogerpon attack will be dropped for sure. Woodhammer comes through.
Oh!
But Urshifu lives on 2 HP. Oh my goodness.
Gonna get the Ogerpon KO as well.
Yeah, with the Surging Strikes that come out, it's gonna get the Ogerpon, which is very sad for sure.
Oh, he does kick. You're right.
He does kick. He does like the little spinny kick. I'll do it on stream for you after.
Okay, go for it.
I'll do it.
I thought you were making that up. But anyways, 3 KOs, or 3 hits is going to KO the Ogerpon, and now it's just the Iron Hands, almost called a Hariyama. It's a completely different Pokemon. Don't get it confused. Wild Charge is going to KO the the Urshifu. Afterwards, though, Iron Hands is going to get damaged by a little bit of recoil, but it shouldn't matter too much. I feel like the second game's going by a lot faster than the first one here. Now, Diego already down just to 2 Pokemon, and one of them is just your Fake Outer, really. And now you are left with the Landorus, Life Orb, and the Urshifu.
You do have to think, right? Holds the Clear Amulet, and Iron Hands is super strong. Like, its attack stat is super high. I think it's like base 140 or something like that. It's something ridiculous. So even though, yeah, it is primarily used as like a fake out user and stuff like that, its damage output is also insane. With the Landorus pick coming out here, it's kind of like, you know, it's really tough for Iron Hands, as Landorus is going to hit first. Iron Hands is probably going to fall here. Iron Hands would have played very well into Incineroar if it could have stayed on the field long enough. I guess we'll have to wait and see how this turns out, but Iron Hands not looking really good here.
Iron Hands is in bad straits right now. The electric fighting type being faced and stared down by Landorus is not going to be a good situation for him. But as the terrestrialization stellar typing comes out onto Diego's Urshifu, maybe you can look to get some lethal hits in over onto Zane's side of the field while preserving your Iron Hands potentially. Detect coming out to protect it from anything that the Landorus might throw its way. Fake out coming out onto the Urshifu, which is pretty darn bad. But realistically, what more can you really do? Earth Power going to get protected out from the Iron Hands. Next turn, you're not really going to be able to rely on doing that.
Yeah, it was kind of just a stall turn, to be honest. Honestly, if I'm Incineroar, yeah, this is going to be really annoying. The parting shot coming through, and then the double intimidate coming back after. So you're going to get a 2-time attack drop, which is going to be pretty sad for Urshifu right now.
Yeah, that is the play. He switches out into the
Think of that.
Parting shot brings back the Landorus, right?
Mm-hmm. Because think of this, right? Because then Iron Hands is going to target over right now to Incineroar. Incineroar is going to parting shot, come back out, switch out, and then go back into Landorus Incarnate. Oh, but it goes before Incineroar can get the parting shot off. I didn't know Iron Hands was faster than Incineroar.
I didn't know he was just like that.
That's insane.
He's got the speed in him.
He's got the sauce.
I did not
goodness. Come on, Diego.
Okay. Oh, it was the Tailwind.
I forgot about the Tailwind.
It's such a low-speed Pokemon, but with that Tailwind and Incineroar being a relatively low Pokemon, like you said yourself,
yeah,
it really did matter there. I'm not sure if even they kind of accounted for that Tailwind play, because that kind of took us by surprise.
It completely passed my mind and probably passed Zane's mind too. Now we're kind of at an equal footing, honestly, at this point.
In a weird way, Yeah,
in a weird way, where you thought that Zane for a second was going to be the one to kind of take this. Now you're kind of in a back foot, right? Both going for the double protect. This is honestly a good play, as you don't know like what they're going to do. Rage Powder is going to come through, but it doesn't really matter. This turn is just going to be kind of stalled out, unless Lando I ended up going for some setup. Goes for the Earth Power, so it doesn't really matter too much. And now we'll see this turn where things will actually have to happen.
Yeah, happen indeed. Rage Powder coming out on Amoongus' side as well. Gonna commit for that.
140 attack is ridiculous.
It has 140 attack. That is at level 100 to be fair. But if I pull it down to level 50, where we're gonna be playing in this restriction.
No, that's just base stats.
You're absolutely right.
That's base stats at level 50.
Yeah.
Anyways, Earth Power comes through. Urshifu falls. As we forgot to talk about, Amoongus also fell too. So now we're in a 1v1 situation right now. 1v1 situation. Oh, sorry. Amoongus didn't fall. Yeah, I just can't see him because he's blocked
so
off
tiny.
the field. He's so tiny. Amoongus still alive and is going to get hurt. Iron is going to get hurt by that Rocky Helmet. Honestly, the Rage Power is going to come through. The game is over. Yeah. Game is over. Zane is going to be able to take the set 2-0, and it's very unfortunate for Diego. Diego played the game very well, and it was still close, both games, to be fair. But still, Zane comes out as the stronger player and is going to be able to move on to the semifinals, and hopefully we'll be able to see Zane in the grand finals later on.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that match was just a very interesting one all around.
Yeah.
Especially the way it ended was so strange, because it felt like things were really turning around on 1 second, but then it kind of just petered out, just like the Tailwind did, right? Which was the only thing that really mattered to get him back in the first place, getting that cheeky shot out onto the Incineroar. But ultimately, when it came down to it, he was able to take that one away.
Yeah.
And win the series 2-0.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, like we said, Zane, amazing player, amazing plays. It was still close with Diego. Diego was still trying to make some sort of adjustments, but it just didn't end up going its way. But anyways, we're looking to head to a break. But what do we have after we come back for the break?
Well, one thing I want to remind everybody about is what you're coming here for. What's on the line is getting points to qualify for Worlds. And good news is somebody was able to accumulate enough points to qualify for Worlds, and that is our very own junior player, Brantley. He's going to be able to qualify, get the Worlds invitation, got enough points for it. So we will be able to get an interview to see what he's thinking about that.
Keep in mind, I think it's Worlds Juniors, correct? Yeah, Worlds Juniors. So we're going to be able to see him, but that'll be right after this short break that we're going to head to. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. My name is Owen, and today we're here with Brantley, who just qualified for the Pokemon Junior World Championships. Brantley, how are you feeling right now that you qualified?
It's. I'm feeling a little bit nervous.
Feeling a little bit nervous? Why so?
Because,
That's okay. He's feeling a little bit nervous, but that's all right. It's all fine. Just a little bit camera shy. It's okay, man. It's all good. Let's talk about it, though. You were playing today with the Masters, right? So you were running. What kind of team were you running today?
So I was running a kind of Sun size spam team.
Mm-hmm.
It had a little bit of a side because there is a King Gambit and a Raging Bolt. Those are just optional picks. But the reason, so we have Torkoal and Lilligant, which I don't use together often.
Okay.
So Torkoal's main job is to be a physical tank and a very slow Pokemon, so that way if the Trick Room takes active, it will be a very slow and hard-hitting Pokemon. So Lilligant is just a fast Pokemon known, and its Ghost Stare helps it take flying type moves. I mean, it's a fragile Pokemon.
Well, that's awesome. You're going to be the first person, I believe, from Windsor to ever attend Worlds. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure. How do you feel that you're going to go to Tokyo and hopefully win this?
It's not Tokyo.
Is it not? Oh, it's Hawaii. Sorry. My apologies, guys. How do you feel that you're going to go to Hawaii and potentially win this?
I mean, I'm also nervous for that. Because, like, there's a lot of good players, and I feel like I'm the only person to go there. I just started, like, 6 months ago, and I picked up the momentum of this team because this team hits hard. Like, most Pokemon will not take a hit from this team.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for giving us the chance to talk to you. We're going to head back to a little bit of break before we get back into the semifinals. So thank you for sticking with us. We'll see you in a little bit.
That was an awesome time. Very glad that we got to have a little bit moment there with our first junior qualifier for Worlds. I was very happy for him.
Yeah.
Very excited. Not many kids get to say they get to take their mom to Hawaii. So,
You mean Tokyo, right?
yeah. I guess I know.
I'm pretty sad that I messed that up. I was thinking about last year. I'm also, like I said, guys, kind of sick. So still trying to. Okay,
we're sick. So.
Yeah, Delulu. Yeah, a little Delulu. No, so it's sorry I messed up, but yeah, it's still nice that he's going to be able to take his mom to Hawaii. Very nice. But anyways, back to the action. Back to the semifinals.
Semifinals.
What do we got going on?
We got the one, the only Olivia once again facing off. Well, not once again, but we have Olivia once again.
Yeah.
But we also have her with again a new opponent. Ashton Cox.
Yes.
We've seen both of these trainers before, but we're going to see them in a new context, a new light, and we're excited to see where they take this next game. When we were watching Ashton, I don't recall, did Ashton win? I think it was a 2-0.
Ashton did win. It was a 2-0. It was a pretty concise 2-0. Both trainers are very good. Like when we saw Olivia was playing against Eric and was playing really well against Eric, right? Eric has since then dropped out of the tournament. He lost in the quarterfinals. He lost to Marcus. And as we just saw in the last game, Zane and Marcus are going to go up against each other, two Pelipper teams that are playing in the semifinals. So we're going to see a Pelipper team in the grand finals. And now we're going to have to see who will face said Pelipper in the grand finals between Olivia and Ashton. Let's touch on the teams real quick. We've seen both teams on stream. What are your thoughts? What do you think is going to be, the sort of the game, the decider, the win factor?
Well, with my memory span, these are basically brand new teams we're seeing for the first time. So I'm going to proceed as if they are, We're seeing the Fluttermane coming out, Protosynthesis as usual, have no other real choice. But with that Protosynthesis, it's going to be buffing the special attack with the choice specs on top of it. It's going to be a huge, heavy-hitting special attacker. And
it's not going to buff the attack because the speed is higher. So
it
will be buffing the speed for sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the speed will get a little bit of a boost. But it's still, talking about Fluttermane, we haven't seen Fluttermane not at all, but we haven't seen it very common.
It's
been
done
like
Fluttermane
about
things.
15 to 20% of the teams that we've seen on stream, which is pretty strange, as Fluttermane has like a 60% pick rate.
And when we have seen Fluttermane, it hasn't been doing Fluttermane things. It hasn't been just sitting there wiping on both Pokemon. It's just kind of like a Pokemon that comes out, Moonblast. I believe that was Ashton's game where we did see the Moonblasting out. But what is unique about Ashton's Fluttermane is it's running Misty Terrain. We did not see that come into play in the previous game, but with the choice specs, Misty Terrain, it's a little bit of a specialist kind of flavor, I guess. You really have a specific scenario in mind. What that scenario is, I'm not too sure where you're going to want to be clicking on that Misty Terrain, but I'm very excited to see what Ashton has in store for us. But let's take a look more. Oh, what were you going to say?
You do got to think that Raging Bolt has Terra Fairy, so at least helps it out a little bit, I guess.
I think you'd prefer to specs to Dazzling Gleam, though.
Yeah, having it specs and having Misty Terrain as a fourth option is a bit strange to me. I feel like Fluttermane can have better usages with that fourth move. Anyways, but yeah, back to what you were saying. On to Olivia's team. You get Gouging Fire, which has obviously been pretty good, especially for Olivia too, because Olivia's game plan, she kept pivoting, and using those howls and using those breaking swipes to not boost herself and sort of lower the stats of the other trainers' Pokemon and stuff. Gouging Fire was one of her best Pokemon. You got Shen Pao, Landorus Incarnate, Rillaboom, Ogerpong Wellspring, and King Gambit. So, very diverse team that we got going on both sides. Both teams kind of going for the sort of balance method. Nobody's sort of leaning into any sort of strategy. So we'll kind of see what happens here. I need your thoughts, though. Both of these players are underdogs, right? Ashton Cox is an amazing player.
100%.
But Ashton took out the 3rd seed. Olivia took out the number 2 seed. What are your thoughts going into this? I need initial pregame thoughts.
Pre-game thoughts for me is that this game is going to be very exciting nonetheless. We're going to see, I'm really hoping we can see that King Gambit coming into play on Olivia's side, because I think that was the Achilles heel against her game against Eric, was that King Gambit would have been such a huge threat. It just didn't get to be utilized properly. In fact, was what ended up spelling doom for her, was it kind of came in at a really bad time, got knocked out, and then that was just a snowball effect in Eric's favor from that point going forward. But I feel like here, if I'm looking at Ashton's team once again, I don't see any intimidators, actually. So stat reduction isn't actually going to be much of a factor in this game unless we see anything like...
I mean, you have somewhat of stat
speed
reduction, I guess, with
reducers,
Chen
yeah.
Pao, but like that affects everybody. So I mean, maybe there's a little bit of stat reduction, I guess, technically, but like not really.
Maybe this is a technical thing, but it doesn't do the boo-doo-boo-doo-boo-doo, like when the defense... Does it count as a stat reduction? I feel like
I
it's more
guess
like
not,
I feel like it's
right?
more of like a aura.
It's an active like ability.
Yeah,
So even if
it's
they
like a
do switch
cut.
out and they come back in, it still does the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. You can't get rid of like the stat drop and whatnot.
Yeah, so I don't think it counts as a stat drop. I think it's just more like your stats have been lowered. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
like, yeah,
It's interesting.
a passive thing. So even that, I don't think would have much of an effect for King Gambit. So I kind of take back my previous statement. I want to see less King Gambit because as we're going to get started with this first battle, we're going to see how both players want to have their strategy line up
Right.
to be as favorable as possible. We're going to have the Ogerpon Gouging Fire leads to start off on Olivia's side, followed up by the Urshifu and Xian Pao on the side of Ashton. And we're getting underway in this next battle for the semifinals. Winner qualifies to the Grands.
Yeah, pretty safe lead for Olivia. It's been kind of her standard lead. She's been going for the Ogerpon Wellspring, the Gouging Fire. She tends to do this kind of frequently, especially in the game once, where she doesn't really know what's going to happen on the other side. Ashton going for the Urshifu and the Chen Pao, sort of instant damage. So we'll kind of see what ends up happening here. But overall, pretty safe. Ogerpon's going to go for the Follow Me to redirect any attacks. And so we'll kind of see what Ashton ends up going for here. The Breaking Swipe comes out from Gouging Fire, lowering both Chen Pao and Urshifu's attack. Obviously going to be super beneficial since both are physical attackers. The close combat comes through on Ogerpon Wellspring. Gets a bit more than half HP. Is Chen Pao going to Ice Cold Crash onto Ogerpon? It willed. And Ogerpon
survives, though.
still lives on about like 2 HP.
Yeah, it's still in this battle. It can still... it's not going to be too effective. Again, a big part of Ogerpon is being able to take hits, even redirecting them towards Ogerpon. So Ogerpon, utility of it is kind of gone, but you still have to commit something to get rid of it for sure.
You still got to think though, Ogerpon is still super strong too.
Yeah, it can still Ivy Cudgel, so you have to do something to it, but it's not going to be as big of a problem as it normally was. It uses it loses half of its utility, and so insofar as its ability to take hits is useful. But we're going to go for the Howl next. Maybe just going all out, just trying to, because the defense drops from Qian Pao affect Urshifu as well, plus the close combat reducing its defense. Urshifu is in a pretty bad spot to take an Ivy Cudgel, which is most likely about to. Actually, Icicle Clash is going to miss Gouging Fire, and Ivy Cudgel coming out onto the Urshifu is going to knock it out because of all... It's not very effective.
Yeah.
It's a crit. I don't even think the crit mattered too much, but all those defense reductions...
Yeah, and with the attack boost, the defense reductions, it's just going to be a pretty clean hit and knockout. Mugus is going to come back out and replace it. And it is a good switch in, but now Gouging Fire with the attack boost is just going to be super detrimental to any Pokemon on Ashton's side. Like on Amoonguss or Chen Pao, it really doesn't matter right now.
And the thing is, you're really putting yourself in a bad situation if you're Ashton here, because you're either going to commit with Xian Pao to Sacred Sword, or I guess you could Sucker Punch, but you want to do something with a little bit more potency behind it onto the Gouging Fire so it doesn't do a huge amount of damage to your Amoonguss.
Yeah.
So you either commit to an attack onto the Gouging Fire, or you read that it's going to go for a Burning Bulwark or Blazing Bulwark, and you go into the Ogerpon again.
Bulwark, yeah.
But it's a bad thing to do. It feels bad to use your Qian Pao to hit Ogerpon when it has 1 HP. So you have to make a hard read one way or the other. If you're Ashton, we're going to have to see what he's going to go for here. Terrestrialization is going to come out onto one of his Pokemon, which is going to be the
Amoonguss with the Terra Water. And this is a good choice from
House
Ashton
cover.
right here. Yeah, this is a really good play. Going for the Terra Water is going to resist both Pokemon right now. Obviously, Gouging Fire wants to go for the Heat Crash, chooses to do it on the Chen Pao, which is just going to knock it out. And like you said, you had to make a gamble. You had to sort of choose which one you really think he's going to target. Amoonguss is going to successfully... he chooses to go for the Ogerpon, but it doesn't affect the Ogerpon, because the Ogerpon is a Grass type. That was a strange turn. Do you think that he was going to swap out of the Ogerpon? I'm not sure. that was definitely interesting to say the least. But now,
For sure.
Fluttermane is going to come out, and the Dazzling Gleam is probably going to be able to pick. It's going to be able to clean off both Pokemon. Potentially not Gouging Fire because it's a neutral, and I don't know. We'll kind of have to
no boosting on the side of the Fluttermane, so knocking out the Gouging Fire is a little bit of an optimistic.
I forgot
play.
I had Choice Specs. It's Choice Specs. It's probably going to knock out both right now.
Okay, yeah,
Ooh,
no.
Gouging Fire does live off a little bit of HP. No.
Yeah, Ogerpon finally got rid of that. It was too much of a problem to just leave sitting there. But again, taking down the Gouging Fire to 1 HP. Once again, you're now facing down a Pokemon that you don't really want to commit a whole move into, but you can't ignore it, or else it's going to be a problem. It still has attack boosts from that Howl. About 1 HP, Rillaboom coming in next. With that fake out threat, it is going to be a big problem to Ashton. Once again, you have to make one hard read one way or the other. So the Fluttermane is going to be immune to a fake out. Thankfully, you don't have to worry about it there. But Amoonguss, do you predict the fake out coming out, and do you try to play around that? Or what do you really do here? Realistically, there's not a lot you can do. You can't switch into anything to call out the fake out. You just kind of have to take it, unfortunately. But in any case,
Ashton's just going to give up the battle right
Yeah.
now. Not even going to try and sort of salvage anything. Ashton's just going to give it up. And honestly, that's kind of fair. You do have to think, right? We're in the top cut. We're going up against the best of the best. Like, the best players are here and ready to compete. So, interesting to see that they do end up canceling the battle. I would have thought that they would have at least played one more turnout, but I guess we'll kind of see what goes on in the game too. Anyways, Olivia played that pretty well.
Yeah, pretty solid overall. I said like two things at the same time there. Again, we're sick. Forget us. But two solid plays all around, allowing Olivia to maintain the advantage there, maintain the lead over Ashton's plays. I feel like there was a little bit more room to exploit the Fluttermane there. Maybe try to get it up even a little bit earlier. And that Ogerpon just being such a thorn in the side, it needed to get dealt with earlier as well. The Urshifu, I think that was a little bit of a misplay. Might not have realized how fragile it really was. Defense drops coming up from Qianpao plus the close combat defense drops. No one would have seen that really coming unless you paid attention to those. No one really thinks about that.
Yeah, and while, Choice Specs does give you a huge boost in that special attack, it does lock you into that one move.
Yeah.
So leading it to come in to where you only have 2 Pokemon left, so you can't switch in and get back out of a move, it isn't that great, right? And now you're locked into Dazzling Gleam, and you have Pokemon that resist that. So, it's not really going to be that great. Like you said, if you do bring it in earlier and you have Pokemon to go back to, you at least have an option afterwards. If, Dazzling Gleam isn't the best option, okay, let's go back, let's pivot again, and then we'll see what happens later.
And at the very least, you're going to do a really good amount of damage no matter what. Like, it's such a strong
Fluttermane
move.
this entire tournament has been doing a ton of damage.
Exactly. And that's its whole thing. Really. I feel like you got to put fate. It's like the cheaper
there is other
version.
usages, like you can use Icy Wind and stuff like that to, for speed control or whatever. There are, I guess, sort of other niche usages for Fluttermane. But yeah, like you said, it's mainly, especially this Fluttermane, is mainly there for, just damage output.
I feel like, though, it's like the less committal version of the whole Articuno strategy, where you just have a Pokemon that just presses one button that does a lot of damage no matter what. It works out in your favor every time. But hopefully we're going to see that utilized here as we're going to start off in this battle. The Grassy Glide immediately taking Ashton's Urshifu to super low HP. U-turn response, going to do about half. Going to have to switch back out. Going to pull in a next Pokemon here. Who is it going to be, though? We have the Hearth Flame Ogerpon and the Qianpao in the back line. Could be brought out.
Should
I
probably
feel like
be Qianpao in this situation. Ice Crash one-hit knocks out any Pokemon that's on the field right now. Although if it takes a hit, it's not great for it, right?
But you have to remember, it is switching it off of a U-turn, so there's still moves coming into play here.
Sure.
Or what if Landers is targeting it with something? You're not going to, substitute.
It's going to go for the substitute, which is pretty fair. Even if Landers did target it, I still don't think it would have done a considerable amount of damage to, for Qianpao specifically. And you got to remember, Qianpao is super fast.
Exactly.
Yeah, Rillaboom fell. We weren't even paying attention what just happened there. Rillaboom, I think, falls from the Pollen Puff.
It was the sludge bomb coming up from
the sludge bomb.
Amoongus. My only real point or concern with the Chan Pao switch in is if there was a move coming out from Landorus onto the Urshifu intent, then it might have survived the thing, and you're not really having a focus sash anymore, which is such a huge part of Qian Pao's game plan, and losing that so early would have, I feel like, been a huge blow. But thankfully, not going to take any damage. Coming out into this next turn here, we have the Gouging Fire alongside the substituted Landorus. Things are looking a little scary on Ashton's side. To deal with this field, I'm not sure how you really want to approach it. You have to break through. You don't have any spread moves on Ashton's side. Gonna go for the terrestrialization.
It's gonna go for the Water Terra onto the Amoongus right now. Yeah, to sort of mitigate the damage that you would take from the Gouging Fire. Remember, Amoongus is a super bulky Pokemon, so getting that Terra off, even though like Amoongus is a support Pokemon, sure you might want to use your Terra type for some offensive output. It's still gonna mitigate some of the damage that you're gonna get from the Gouging Fire. Still goes for the Breaking Swipe though. Obviously, as you know, it's still like you can predict that Amoongus will go for that Terra. Ice Crash comes through, and the substitute will fall. We'll see what Landorus has in store for us.
And yeah, the Ice Crash finally gonna break through, but I didn't get to see what move hit him there. But the Amoongus is gonna go down.
It's probably a Sludge Bomb. If I had to guess, it was probably a Sludge Bomb, and that was a good bet. It was either gonna be super effective. Or sorry, it's going to be neutral either way. So,
and a crit gonna make sure it's gonna fall.
Yeah.
Ogerpon now, the Earth Flame style coming out right next to the Qian Pao. The mold has been broken. Not gonna do too much here, but it's still a cool effect nonetheless. Just
Ashton gives up the battle again? With so much time left and so much room to work, does Ashton give up the battle again?
I guess so.
Did I just see that?
Maybe. I mean,
am I crazy, or did I just see Ashton give up the battle again?
It's still communicating, so potentially. But in case he hasn't given up the battle, what kind of plays would you have liked to see him make? I mean, facing down the Landorus and Gouging Fire, it's a pretty tough situation. Yeah, he did cancel
There's
the
three
battle.
Pokemon left on the field. He did not need to do that. There's 3 Pokemon left on the field. There was still time for some misplays from Olivia. There was no reason to go for that battle cancellation. I get it. Sure, you might have been on the slightly on the back foot. A nice little fist bump coming out there, but you might have been on the back foot, sure. But to cancel the battle like that?
I mean, you gotta put it yourselves in. Realistically, okay, I don't know why you'd cancel it that fast. There's so much on the line, and there's a lot of opportunity to come back. But whether or not it was the right call to make, you know, Olivia was still in a very good spot.
That's very true. Yeah.
Ashton, I think there were some outs, but if I'm looking at the team and the 4 that he brought objectively, there's just not much he could do to address the Pokemon that Olivia had brought out. There weren't. I feel like the lack of spread, the lack of tankiness as well. You know, you had your Amoongus Water. But that's not really. I mean, it did take out. Okay, the more I talked, the more I realized that, like, okay, maybe you shouldn't have forfeited the battle. But still,
there was definitely options. Sure, you're fighting maybe a little bit of a losing battle, especially like with the team matchups. Like we've seen some teams. Like for example, we saw Marcus earlier on, who was bringing out the Pelipper team in the matchup, just didn't work out too well for them, and now they're in the semifinals, right? So we see this sometimes where sometimes the matchups just aren't that great. You know, you have one opponent, one trainer with a team that just works really well against the other trainer. And I do get that portion, but Ashton was still playing sort of like he still had some good moves in the beginning. I didn't see the reason for the cancellation right there. Yeah, you're on the back foot, sure. And if Olivia doesn't blunder, then you probably lose. But even still, it's still a bit questionably. But anyways, back to what you're saying on the point of Olivia. Olivia is an amazing player. We saw them playing against Eric earlier. We saw her playing now. Olivia makes like little to no mistakes,
and
at
really
least
good
in this
reads
tournament
as well.
Pardon?
And really good reads as well.
And really good reads. Yeah, absolutely.
So those are a lot of the elements that goes into making you a strong trainer, one that qualifies into the grand finals, which Olivia has just done. Going to meet one of the Pelipper teams in the finals.
One of the Pelipers, yeah.
Yeah, whether or not that battle is still ongoing or complete, one of them is going to come out on top eventually, and they are going to be waiting in the grand finals to take on Olivia's very strong, very effective team.
Oh!
Bidoof is falling.
Bidoof is gone.
Oh, we'll have
Knocked
to
over
get that.
Kyogre too.
Yeah, after our break, we're going to have to go pick up that Bidoof. But before we go to a quick break, Owen, we're about to head into the grand finals, and we're seeing not a Psy Spam team, not the Articuno Blizzard Spam team. We're just seeing standard restriction Pokemon.
Yeah, it wasn't the teams that we thought were going to make a push. You know, we sort of going into this had like some conversations. We saw a lot of Psy Spam yesterday, so we thought maybe that was going to carry over in today. We saw a lot of like Sun teams a couple weeks prior. We haven't really seen any of that at all. It's just been super balanced, super balanced teams and whatnot. We're seeing the Pelipper Rain team come back out for the grand finals, obviously, since we have double Pelipper.
Magic.
Magic, nothing at all. No tricks, no nothing. But yeah, we see the Pelipper team come through, obviously. So it'll be somewhat interesting. But I don't know. Yeah, we did think that there was going to be some more niche picks, some more, I guess we did see Trick Room. Saw Trick Room a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's been pretty standard for the most part all day.
Yeah, but we're going to see anything but the standard as we get ready to head into the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us all the way up until this point, but we're about to reach the apex of the action here today. So if you miss anything, you don't want it to be this next game. So we hope to see you back after this quick break. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're just doing a little bit of Team Rocket pose there. I'm not sure exactly what that was, but the point is, we're
We
excited.
improvise.
We're
do some
excited.
things.
And you can tell how excited we are because we were doing something cool like this. And because it's the grand finals time, baby!
It's the
We're
grand
going into
finals.
it.
Yeah, it's the grand finals for sure. We got Olivia back, obviously, and we have Marcus, who we've seen previously. We saw him in, I think,
My
round
personal
3 of
favorite
Swiss
today.
when we did stream him on stream with the Pelipper team. You know, we weren't too impressed with it at the time, but obviously we were just wrong. We were just incorrect. Marcus has came back, clawed his way all the way back to the grand finals, and I'm excited to see what we got going on here.
I'm really interested about the Pelipper. Oh, yeah, we can't ignore it. Okay, we're gonna bring it up. And even in our experience talking with Marcus, like the Pelipper is a little bit of a weird pick. Even he wouldn't deny that. And what I'm so interested in is the fact that he's basically playing down one Pokemon.
You know what he did say? Oh, it's not down one Pokemon because, you know, it does have the wide guard, the weather ball, so it at least has some sort of usage. Obviously, Hurricane. But we did go and talk to him in the pit. He did. We asked him. We were like, so what was the reason to bringing Pelipper?
Yeah.
And his actual response was, I don't know. I just copied it off of my friend. But it's worked out, I guess, for him. It's worked out really well.
Yeah, I mean, it has been working out very well so far. Obviously, making his way to the grand finals. So something must be going right. And of course, you know, Olivia also doing very well in her own respects. And I can't say I was expecting to see these two in the grand finals today, but here we are.
You know what? Olivia was kind of one of those people where I was like, okay, maybe you can see Olivia in the final suit, because every time we saw Olivia was super, super strong. Made great reads, made just great plays overall. But yeah, as you can see, they're tossing their team sheets to each other. They're all taking a look at Marcus going for the crazy looks on camera. But they're all taking each other's looks onto each other's teams, sort of see what we got going on. But I mean, like we said, we've seen both teams on stream. We've seen Olivia twice now. We've seen Marcus once. I mean, what are your thoughts going into it?
I'm really interested into seeing whether or not we're going to actually witness whether or not Pelipper is going to do something cool, like really cool. I want to take a look at Olivia's team real quick, because the main use of the Pelipper, I can't even say setting rain is one of them, is setting, or using wide guard. This Pelipper actually does know Hurricane. So
yeah,
I'm slowly starting to see some utility here on this Pelipper.
Yeah.
It's not completely useless, you know. It's just
it wants to come out, click Hurricane, you know, get as much damage, I guess, as possible. But also the wide guard is huge. With how much spread moves you do see in VGC, the wide guard is like super beneficial. We saw it work one time when we saw
one time.
I think Zane was it, but he's the only other guy that runs Pelipper.
Yeah.
You got to think though, the two Pelipper teams met against each other in the semifinals. If he was on the other side of the bracket, maybe there was a chance we had Pelipper versus Pelipper in the grand finals.
Yeah.
You never know.
Alternate reality. But I'm just trying to think here, the main utility coming out with that wide guard, how much use are we going to see here against Olivia's team? Taking a look at her lineup, we see the Icicle Crash. We see the... what else? Is it just Icicle Crash? I think it is.
What are you looking for?
For spread moves on Olivia's team, that wide guard can block.
I guess.
It's just Icicle Crash, really. So, the big thing we saw was the...
Breaking Swipe.
Okay, true.
You want to keep...
I mean,
I'm looking.
go for it, right?
Yeah, I think it's just Breaking Swipe and...
Icicle Crash.
Yeah, an Icicle Crash.
So, this Pelipper is its own weird physical or special hurricane sweeper, basically, just this game that also sets rain. But speaking of rain, when it rains, it pours. We're going to be getting into the action for the grand finals match. We have Marcus versus Olivia coming right up as we head into the final game, final series of today, rather. There's still a best of three, one way or the other. And here we are on the field. We see the Arcanine and the Urshifu lining up against Olivia with the Ogerpon and Landorus. So these two are starting off with these leads, and I always like to ask you, Owen, because you always provide interesting answers. How are you feeling about these two starting sides for both of the streamers?
You know, obviously the Arcanine lead is a great pick for Marcus. You know, you do get the attack drop off of Olivia. This is both the Pokemon on Olivia's side are both physical attackers. The Arcanine does want to come back out. Arcanine doesn't want to obviously stay in that Lando Eye with the Earth Power, or like Earth Power and whatnot.
Oh, there he is.
There he is, Pelipper coming out, setting up the rain. And Olivia gonna immediately terrestrializing into, we don't know yet, probably the Ogre Pong, if I had to guess. We'll have to kind of wait and see. No, it's gonna go for the terrestrialization on the Landorus.
Sludge Bomb.
Going for, yeah, Sludge Bomb, going for the poison type terrestrialization. Urshifu with the U-turn is now gonna be pivoted outwards. And we'll see what happens here. Ooh, Marcus decides to might bring out their own version of Landorus Incarnate. I think their Landoruses are just mirror Pokemon. I think they're like pretty much built the exact same way. And we'll see Landorus Incarnate come back out now. I think it was Ivy Cudgel that went on to Pelipper. Obviously not going to be super effective. Sludge Bomb coming out to Pelipper as well. They're going to double into Pelipper, and Pelipper is going to fall after setting up the rain. Pelipper came in, set up the rain, but honestly, I don't think that was that great of a Pelipper move for Marcus. You know, came in, set up rain, and obviously that helps out Landorus and Urshifu, but that also helps out their Landorus and their Ogre Pong.
Yeah, but I don't think you want to sacrifice that much. Actually, no, I think you might want to put off the rain a little bit. Considering you are down one Pokemon, giving your opponent any kind of offensive advantage is a big risk to take. It is an Urshifu, granted, so any offensive threat that Landorus and Ogerpon can levy towards it is probably going to be returned like tenfold. Again, Urshifu is such a potent Pokemon, can do so much damage so quickly, so it might be able to take out the Ogerpon this turn, but we are going to see a terrestrialization over on Marcus's side. It's going to be going on to his Landorus here. Going to be the poison type Landorus in turn. So another Sludge Bomber coming out to play here on the battlefield. They are a complete mirror of each other's sides, other than the Urshifu versus the Ogerpon. It's going to use Follow Me, so Urshifu is going to have that Surging Strikes redirected towards the Ogerpon, which is going to cause it to heal instead, something I completely neglected to remember. Earth Power coming out from the Landorus is going to do a huge amount of damage onto the Urshifu. It is one sneeze away from getting KO'd, but the Sludge Bomb onto the Ogerpon is, I kind of forgot, would be special effective because it seems like it's just a water type, but it is a grass. So it is still going to be doing a lot of damage, and it's going to be enough to knock it out. Now they're even in Pokemon. One losing a Pelipper, one losing an Ogerpon. I think most people would be sad to lose their Ogerpon, so Marcus feeling a little bit good to finally be rid of them.
Yeah, feeling a little bit good on the trades that happen. Obviously, like you mentioned, Ogerpon is a more prevalent Pokemon than Pelipper would be. But now you're at a point where Urshifu is so low in HP where like Sucker Punch probably just comes through here. Unless Urshifu wants to like swap out and come back to Arcanine, but do you really want to go and swap out to Arcanine? I'm not too sure. Exactly. Like if you swap out to Arcanine, then you're risking the chance of getting Earth powered and then just getting instantly knocked out. So you're probably going to sack Urshifu here. So the Sucker Punch will come through probably from Chen Pao and pick up that knockout onto Urshifu. And the Earth Power probably goes on Landorus if I had to guess. We'll see what happens.
It is going to swap out into the Arcanine most likely. It does have Intimidate, so it is at least going to be reducing the damage that the Chen Pao is doing, which in reality is going to make it neutral because the defense drop is now kind of neutralized. So it's not going to be as potent of an attacker. Sucker Punch called out, so it's not going to go onto the Urshifu. Well played over on Marcus' side. The Bleakwind Storm in the range. Not Bleakwind Storm, rather. It's going to be the Sand one.
Sandsear Storm.
Sandsear Storm. With the sheer force on this Landorus, it's going to be doing an insane amount of damage. No chance to burn, but that's going to be 150 base power after the sheer force, plus the Life Orb.
And with the E-Speed that Arcanine has, you know, you use the extreme speed onto Chen Pao. Chen Pao just falls, and now you're just up. You're up 2 Pokemon to 1. Chen Pao will fall here. Period. Yeah.
And now we're going to be trying to ignore that one, but you forced my hand. I have to call you out on that.
Sorry, I had to do it.
That was dumb. I'm starting to see the value of the Arcanine. I don't know what it is about the Hisuian Arcanine that just makes me feel like it's worse, and it's just a bad Pokemon. I think it literally is just the rock type thing that makes it scary for me. But the Intimidate plus Extreme Speed alone makes it an insanely valuable Pokemon. But the flinch coming up from the fake up from the Rillaboom is going to give the Chien-Pao one more turn, and the flinch is going to land on the Landers after the Ice Crash. So this is a turn where Marcus does not get to play at all. Very good for Olivia, at least getting a little bit out onto this battlefield, just one extra turn to work with here.
Chien-Pao's going to protect so that E-Speed won't connect, so that's another turn that Chien-Pao gets to live on the field. And that gives Rillaboom a chance to sort of make something do right here. But the Sludge Bomb, I'm assuming they'll click Sludge Bomb. We'll have to kind of wait and see. The Grassy Glide comes through. Obviously, priority is going to hit Landorus. Sludge Bomb does come through and will most likely pick up the kill onto Rillaboom. Picks up the knockout. Rillaboom will fall. And that's the game. Right? I mean, you can double protect, but there's nothing else that they can do.
Yeah.
Marcus has won this game pretty handily. Let's talk about it, though. Like, I thought, honestly, at a certain point, Marcus was on the back foot, you know, with the immediate knockout onto Pelipper.
But it's Pelipper.
But you know what? You're right.
It's right. True. So, yeah, like, it is a Pelipper. It getting knocked out isn't going to be the worst thing for your team, realistically. It set the rain. It did its job. It didn't get to use Hurricane well, right? There is no situation for it to really use Hurricane anyways, or at least Wide Guard either. So it's not going to get the Hurricane, whatever. It's not going to get the Wide Guard. Hey, yeah, you know what? I'm sitting, okay? I'm sick. I get to sit. Thank you very much. Thanks for staring at me like that.
Well, I'm sorry, man. I'm just so much taller than you now.
Well, enjoy it while it lasts, because that's about to change. I mean, you're still shorter. It is what it is.
You're still shorter even with your hair, too.
At least I have hair, buddy. What? Count your days.
What do you... Yeah, actually, you know what? You're right. Look at... Have you seen the forehead? It's kind of insane. It's kind of insane. Anyways, back to the game.
You brought that on yourself.
I kind of did. I've been bringing both of those on myself, too. Yeah. Back anyways, talking about the game. Marcus played that really well. Obviously, the Pelipper didn't do what it wanted to do, but
it set
least
rain.
It set the rain. It helped out with Landorus Incarnate and helped out with this.
What else does Pelipper want to do?
Pelipper comes in, sets up the rain. It can also wide guard for, you know,
there's no wide guard
moves. There is, though.
Nothing. There's nothing to wide guard. Realistically. You know what I mean? I don't even. Was Gouging Fire even in that one? I don't remember.
No, it wasn't even. It wasn't even.
So Pelipper,
it kind of did. Obviously, it can click Hurricane to like do damage, but
Pelipper
it did come in and do its job.
Pelipper is a rain dance that can take a hit.
Pelipper will always come in and do its job if you really think about it.
Yeah, its job is be rain dance that absorbs damage. That's realistically it. And that's exactly what it did. And if you're lucky, you can get a Hurricane off too, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And if you get a Confuse off of that, you're singing all the way home. So honestly, this Pelipper, I just realized.
What?
It is the Generalist. It is the Generalist. This is what the Blastoise was trying to be. Actually.
That's...
No, because it dies in like one hit to like
yeah,
but
this is like not at all what Blastoise wants to be. Anyways, back to the battle. We have some different leads going on right now. Landorus, Incarnate, and Urshifu leading from the side of Marcus. And Olivia opting to lead with Rillaboom and Chien-Pao. Two different leads on both sides.
I want to pick your brain on this lead on Olivia's side. This feels unconventional to me. I'm not sure what about it just feels wrong, but it feels wrong to me. What is your thought on this lead for Olivia?
I mean, you might be thinking about like Intimidate to come out like directly. I still think this is a great lead, right? You have Rillaboom who can take care of Urshifu with Grassy Glide. Urshifu's probably going to U-turn out and hit Rillaboom in turn. But you also have Ice Cold Crash from Chien-Pao, which is pretty much just going to one-hit knock out Landorus anyways. So Landorus is going to get swapped out for Arcanine, who's going to be able to take a decent chunk of this damage, especially with the Intimidate coming through and it being neutral it's neutral to Ice types, right? Because Rock versus Ice, yeah? Yeah, so it'll be neutral to this as well. The U-turn comes in on Chien-Pao, and it's going to do a ton of damage. And now Chien-Pao is just, pretty much just going to fall no matter what hits him. So now Marcus with a great first start turn.
Now we're going to see the Landers or Leads coming out here. I feel like if you're Marcus, you don't want anything that's coming out to stay out too long. I feel like this really is just a pivot forward to get a good hit out and then allow you to kind of play around with whatever you set back out. But I really do feel like you want your Urshifu back. Arcanine is out there, so you still do have a significant threat of damage, even if you are forced to leave whatever you send out, which is going to be the Amoonguss in this case, to stay out. The Sacred Sword, I don't think that would have even been effective against the Lander, so that was kind of due to not a lot of damage. But in any case, the Amoonguss is out here. It's going to heal basically up to full thanks to the grassy terrain, and now we're just going to have to see what they want to go for next. I believe the Rage Powder might be the play, if not Spore. We're going to go for the Rock Slide. I think I want to swap the Amoonguss out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they want to do at all. I think Pollen Puff onto Rillaboom would be good. Obviously, you get a ton of damage onto Rillaboom, and the Rock Slide hopefully gets enough damage to like knock it out. But your main goal is you want to just knock out Chen Pao here.
Yeah.
Terrastallation is going to come through, and it's going to be a Grass Terra onto Marcus right now. And this is a good Terra. This is a good defensive Terra, right? Chen Pao's probably not going to be targeting Arcanine anyways. That Grassy Glide's not going to do much at all. But Grassy Glide wasn't even going to do that much anyways. Sacred Sword comes through. Yeah, they were just trying to double into Arcanine. Now Arcanine gets to lift this, do considerable amount of damage onto Rillaboom, and obviously knock out Chen Pao. And now Amoonguss will hopefully be able to pick up this knockout. I don't think it will be able to because Rillaboom is super tanky. Yeah, okay. It's super tanky, but at least you know you have the threat of extreme speed to come now and still just be able to just take out Rillaboom immediately.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, I am just really surprised at how well this is all working out for Marcus. We didn't have a lot of faith in it to begin, but I'm starting to believe. I am definitely a believer in this team. It's just the ultimate generalist team. Even the Pelipper just being there, allowing you to do just not that much, but whatever it does do, it just does it nice enough. Swapping out the Rillaboom to bring out the Ogerpon, that will at least allow you to take a few more hits. Your Grassy Glide on your Rillaboom is still enough of a threat that even though it's low HP, you don't want to remove it just yet. Rage Powder can of course redirect anything towards the Amoonguss instead. Grass on the Arcanine, Rock Slide coming through, gonna get blocked by the Protect, and Ogerpon is still going to get hit, however. At least we're not seeing a double miss like we did in one of our earlier sets. And same thing with that previous Rock Slide. Double miss is always an opportunity, so it's a possibility. Unlikely, but still scary whenever it happens. Gonna go for another Rock Slide, because it's just the best move to use in this circumstance. Another Rage Powder, repeat of the last turn.
Yeah, even though that Rock Slide did considerable amount of damage onto Ogerpon, it still got... It was still a good switch, right? Now you have Rillaboom that can live to see another day. But, I mean, it's still kind of like Olivia is still on a huge back foot right now. Marcus still has everybody left with him. I think he still has Urshifu in the back. He hasn't taken that much any damage at all. Urshifu hasn't came out.
It just U-turned.
It just U-turned immediately, got out. And now we're going to see the Terra come out. I'm assuming it'll be on the Wellspring Ogerpon, as we will see the Wellspring Ogerpon Terrastallize. It's going to get that huge special defensive boost to at least hope to live a couple of these hits. So we'll see what happens. But I mean, I don't think much can save it from this Rock Slide that's going to come through.
It's going to be forced to endure that Rock Slide again as long as Marcus doesn't get too unlucky. Ivy Cudgel coming out, going to hit the Amoonguss after that Resurrection. Even if it did hit the Arcanine, it wouldn't have mattered too much with that Grass-like Terrestrialization. Earth Power as well hitting the Amoonguss. Just goes to show why Amoonguss is such a big problem. It threatens Spores. We haven't even seen a Spore. I think we haven't seen a Spore since round 2, honestly. But with the Rock Slide coming out, doing a huge amount of damage to both Pokemon, Ogerpon now on his last legs, and those legs are really tiny when you consider how big the rest of his body is. They cannot support that weight much longer. It will fall eventually.
Yeah, Ogerpon won't be able to take another Rock Slide. You're kind of praying that Rock Slide does miss. There is a 20% chance of this, which is 1/5 of a chance to miss is quite considerable, especially in this scenario. Spiky Shield is going to come through, so hopefully it does any sort of damage if it does connect onto that Rock Slide, and we'll be able to heal a little bit from that grassy terrain. So Sludge Bomb comes through, gets Amoonguss to considerable low amounts of HP. That Rock Slide will be protected by Ogerpon from the Spiky Shield.
And the miss.
And the miss. Wow.
So you got your Landorus for one more turn, and I guess that does threaten the Amoonguss, I suppose. Oh, actually, well, Yeah, I mean, Emungus is just going to Rage Powder again, so that Sludge Bomb can't hit your Arcanine, which might even knock it out. The Choice Band of Rock Slide is just so much pressure to deal with on Olivia's side. It's pretty difficult to really work around it. You only have 2 Pokemon. Oh, no 3. You still have your Rillaboom. It's pretty low HP, granted. Gonna actually swap out the Arcanine, bring out the Urshifu, and... Oh, no, bringing out Landorus, rather. Okay. Yeah, bring out the Landorus. Rage Powder is gonna come in to play. Gonna get rid of the Amoonguss after the next move comes out, which will be the Ivy Cudgel, of course. Knock out the Amoonguss, and then whatever the Landorus is going to go for next, which would most likely be a Sludge Bomb. It's not going to knock out the Arcanine anymore. It's instead going to get completely blocked out by the ground typing of Landorus. Well, it's not immune, it's just going to be very weak.
Yeah, it's going to be very weak indeed. Arcanine probably will be the Pokemon that does it, unless you want to see the Scarf version. The Scarf version is honestly probably a good bet. But if it does go for the Surging Strikes, it gives Ogerpong a chance to heal for sure. I don't think you go for Surging Strikes here. I know you're Scarf, but I don't think you go for Surging Strikes and target Lando. So we'll kind of see, yeah, it's going to go for the close combat because it's pretty obvious that, yeah, it's going to go for the Follow Me. So we'll see what Olivia does do if she does not.
Spiky Shield is the only real play you have. It doesn't do a lot, but at the very least,
Does something at least. Yeah, Olivia's sort of does go for the Follow Me, which obviously does suck. It's going to take a considerable amount of damage and probably get knocked out by this close combat right now. It definitely does. But yeah, couldn't even go for Spiky Shield anyways because of Urshifu.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Wouldn't even be able to do that.
Absolutely right.
So it had to go for something, went for Follow Me, and is now getting knocked out because of it. Rillaboom will have to come out after, but we'll see what happens now with this Landorus. Landorus gets a considerable amount of damage onto Urshifu, almost knocks it out, and Landorus, in return, just a bunch of Sludge Bomb trades, and now is going to be Rillaboom, who's going to have to come back onto this battlefield. Now, Rillaboom is going to be able to go for this Grassy Fly. He's going to be able to knock out the Urshifu before Urshifu can get off the attack. Landorus has to choose who he Sludge Bombs. It's probably going to be on the Rillaboom. But even still, Marcus has 2 Pokemon in the backline.
Yeah, I mean...
Sorry, not 2. He has 1 Pokemon in the backline. He still has Arcanine in the back. And both Pokemon are super low to the point where like any extreme speed can easily knock out Arcanine. Marcus has this game in the bag.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Olivia's done so much to bring the game back into... Oh, okay. Well, that's gonna bring out the Arcanine, which is a Grass type. Sludge Bomb, if Marcus made the read, or if Olivia made the read that would knock out the Landorus and then Sludge Bombs it, then maybe. But it is such a...
If Landorus can... it's gonna connect. The Sludge Bomb's gonna come through. Urshifu's gone. Wait.
Oh. Arcanine's Grass type? No. Sludge Bomb. But extreme speed.
Extreme speed.
Yeah, how low is
extreme
the
speed? It's pretty low. Okay. Let's see the HP in a second. I think Marcus does have this game in the bag. Yeah, it definitely does. The attack shot comes through, but it doesn't really matter. It's a special attacker. The extreme speed is going to come through. Marcus is going to be able to connect off of this and is going to win the set and win the entire tournament. Marcus takes the last set of the Grand Finals 2-0 and is your mid-season showdown champion.
Woo! Let's go! You guys can't hear the crowd.
Marcus!
You can't hear the crowd, but I'll be the crowd in here. Woo! Yeah, number 1!
Marcus, number 1!
Yeah, number 1! Very well done by both of these trainers. Like I was just saying before, we kind of almost got jump scared by an insane comeback, but Olivia was doing so well at bringing that game back to a manageable position, but there was just too much left over for Marcus. Again, just had too many Pokemon in the back there. Coming back to that length and to that extent is just so difficult to do.
Yeah, Marcus also played the game really well, but also matched up with Olivia pretty solidly as well in terms of like team versus team, right? Had like amazing reads, amazing moves. Overall, it was really great on the side of Marcus, for example. Olivia too. Let's not knock Olivia. Olivia made amazing reads and still did as good as she possibly could have. Maybe the teams were the reason as to why she, you know, sort of lost this series, or the set, as people like to call it in Pokemon. But you know, still, Olivia came in and did really well. Obviously, made the grand finals, got a lot of points off of that too. But Marcus is going to be able to to take the crown and win it
Take
today.
the points.
And listen to this. Marcus came in yesterday, the other midseason showdown that we hosted, and immediately lost 3 games in Swiss in a row and dropped out of the tournament. He got demolished in every game that he played. I don't think he won a single game in each set. Came today with an entirely different team and completely changed up his game plan. Sure, in Swiss brackets, maybe he had a little bit of trouble. He came in 3-2, right? We saw him in the 3rd round where he lost. Came in on 3-2, was the 8th seed, knocked out the best, statistically the best player in the tournament, in Eric Luong. Knocked out the best player in the tournament and came all the way from being 0-3 yesterday to now winning in the grand finals.
The underdog of underdogs. Truly.
Underdog of underdogs, for sure. Honestly,
Well
great
done,
job from
honestly,
Marcus.
yeah. It was very, very, very interesting to watch him play at all times. Like we said, we talked to him a couple of times throughout the day, just about the team, the rationale behind it, and even if he doesn't fully get it, he used it so effectively.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy that we got to witness it here today. It was a fantastic day overall, and it was always a pleasure to be doing alongside the one and only. It was a great time all around.
Yeah, it was fantastic being back on the desk as well. I don't know if I'll keep doing this. I don't know if I can keep making these big mistakes saying Tokyo and all that kind of stuff. I get it. I won't do it again. Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. But that about wraps us up here for today. But we do have a lot more action in store for you overall as we can take a look at what other events are up for grabs here. You can see we have a big events coming through Friday to Monday, May 17th to 20th this year. We have some more events coming through. The Victoria Day weekend Midseason Showdown Tetra Series, 4 Midseason Showdown tournaments. Same place, same location, same awesome experience. Hopefully you'll consider coming out to join us for the action. But like I said, that's going to be in May. We still have a lot more action coming up throughout, the rest of the weeks coming through. But if you ever want to make sure you can know when these events are happening, you always want to make sure you follow our social medias, the Saints Gaming Twitter, as well as the Saints Gaming Discord. Probably the best 2 places to keep up to date with what kinds of events are going on. But like I said before, and I'll say it again, that wraps us up here for tonight. Thankfully, my sickness is kind of settled to be a manageable degree. Was able to get through the cast. I'm very grateful that I was able to come here today. I wasn't too sick that I couldn't do it. I thought I was, but thanks to honey, drinking a lot of honey, I think I was able to pull through. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to our sponsors, Tim Hortons, HyperX, Subway, the St. Clair College SRC, the St. Clair College Alumni Association. So with all of that being said, I finally get to bid you all a good night. Take care and hope to see you all very soon.
Take care.